Chapter 35. Jor-El and Lara's brief bit of solitude and joy in the Arctic palace was far too short. On the third day they departed, dreading what lay in store for them back in Kandor. No matter what the council decreed after his trial, Jor-El would always have these bright memories to hold on to. As they approached Kandor, though, they saw that the whole world had changed. Instead of the bright spires of Krypton's most magnificent city, they saw a complete holocaust. Lara let out a strangled cry as their covered flyer glided over the deep, fresh crater. Jor-El was too stunned to make a sound. The once thriving capital was truly gone. The museums, the soaring crystal towers his father had built, his habitation complexes, the Temple of Rao, the very heart of Krypton's civilization. Lara pressed her fingers against the transparent plates of their aircraft, as if she could reach down and touch the devastation. "Why?" was all she could say. Jor-El forced himself to set aside his horror and concentrate on the observable facts. "Were we attacked? It's too clean, too perfectly delineated to be an explosion. Almost as if someone scooped up or disintegrated the whole city. I don't understand it." "My parents were there!" Lara cried out suddenly, her voice hitching in a sob. "And poor Key, he was only 12. Jor-El, they're gone! After our wedding they went back to Kandor." Her words stumbled to a halt as she thought of all the things that had been ripped away. She moaned. "Gone!" She broke down inside the cockpit, trembled with both anger and confusion. Then she reached over and clung to her husband, as if afraid something terrible might snatch him from her too. She seemed caught in a cyclone of vivid, extreme emotions. He wrapped his arms around her, caring for Lara as the craft's automated systems kept them level. As he held her, Lara's whole body shuddered, a reaction that was less despair than grief and anger, coupled with a frantic need to do something. Knowing that nothing he could say would be sufficient, Jor-El simply kept his arms tightly around her, drawing her close, refusing to let go. The enormity of the situation roared like an intangible whirlwind around them. Finally he said, with determination, "We have to find answers. We have to get to the bottom of this." He gripped the controls so tightly that his knuckles turned white as he brought the flying craft down to the ground. They landed in the hastily assembled camp near the crater. The haggard and exhausted people they met there mumbled answers to Jor-El's repeated inquiries. Many of them shook their heads in confusion. Most people honestly didn't know what had happened, while others said incomprehensibly that the magnificent capital city had been stolen. Tears streamed down Lara's face as she watched the turmoil, completely at a loss. Upon learning of Jor-El's return, Commissioner Zod found them. He greeted the shaken scientist with a quick, hard embrace.
"Jor-El, my friend, by the red heart of Rao, I am glad to see you safe. Krypton needs you."
Zod had exchanged his formal robes for more utilitarian clothes, durable trousers and a loose black vest. He seemed exhausted, but also frenetic.
"This is the greatest disaster ever to befall our world. The losses are incalculable."
Seeing Lara's grief-stricken expression, he offered her a sympathetic look.
"Ah, yes. Your parents left the wedding before Namek and I did, didn't they? They must have been in Kandor when it happened."
He shook his head almost dismissively.
"Another tragedy to add to so many. Everyone has lost somebody. The only thing to do is to get through our collective grief. We are Kryptonites, and we will survive if we all pull together."
Zod gestured toward the enormous crater.
"How can we even begin to measure such loss?"
He looked at Jor-El.
"It's a miracle we still have you."
Jor-El summoned all the inner strength he had thought he would be needing to face the council. Now, even that ordeal seemed trivial.
"I will assist in every way I can, but first I need to understand what happened here. It was an alien attack, just as we feared, just as I warned about. If only the council had listened.
Jor-El felt cold and sick.
Was it Donadon's people after all?
He couldn't believe it.
No. The evil android that did this to Kandor had nothing to do with Donadon.
Jor-El saw some of the wan refugees staring at him. People will still think I'm responsible after all the accusations. Will they want my help if they think I brought this down upon us? Zod scowled impatiently.
Then such nonsense must be silenced. I will see to it. We cannot waste time on casting blame and pandering to politics now.
He grabbed the scientist by both shoulders and faced him.
We have to defend ourselves, prepare for another attack, and how can we do that without you? We need your genius, Jor-El. We need things that Krypton has never before considered, and we need them now.
Without giving the two of them time to absorb what had occurred, the commissioner led them along trampled dirt paths, past tents, equipment sheds, and guarded storage silos. Lara followed her husband, still in shock but obviously full of questions. Jor-El could see she was close to collapse, barely managing to walk. He desperately wanted to take her away from here. In a crisp, businesslike voice, Zod explained the immediate emergency measures he had taken and all the work that still needed to be done, and swiftly, to stabilize the situation. Zod became more animated, as if he had dispensed all the sympathy he deemed necessary for the moment. He led them into the long temporary mess hall, where the air was redolent with the smells of soup, fresh-baked bread, and dried fruits. Dirty, tired people crowded next to one another on makeshift benches, wolfing down food with a desperation that showed their lingering fear. Every person was covered with dust and sweat. Some of them looked listless and broken, while others were argumentative, lashing out at those nearby because they could find no better target for their helpless anger. Filled with purpose, Zod marched to the front of the food line, pulling Jor-El with him. As the commissioner shouted for attention, the murmur of conversation in the long tent died down. The workers and refugees turned on their benches to listen.
I have wonderful news.
Zod raised Jor-El's arm, clasping the scientist's hand in his own fist.
The great Jor-El has survived. Although Kandor is gone, he is still with us.
The white-haired scientist flushed to find himself the center of public attention, especially in such tragic circumstances. Only a few days ago, the people of Krypton had been convinced that his negligence had placed their world in danger. He did not want to be applauded by them. Zod looked intently at Jor-El while the others wearily listened.
The slate is wiped clean. Our priorities are changed, and far worse alien threats face us. Real threats. We have wasted too much time and energy on irrelevant distractions. He smiled, looking very benevolent and paternal. As the provisional leader of Krypton, and the de facto representative of the Kryptonian Council, I hereby pardon Jor-El of any charges pending against him. As of this moment, the matter is dismissed. There will be no inquest into the tragic death of Donadon. We cannot afford to squander our remaining resources. We need your help. Jor-El was shocked. But that doesn't resolve the issue. Zod cut him off. We have been attacked. Our capital city is gone. What you can do for your people far outweighs any past mistakes. The Council was only seeking a scapegoat after all. He picked up a tray and personally dished up a meal for Jor-El. All Kryptonians share a common cause now. We must make our outside enemies fear us, and you can give us the means to accomplish that. The conversation around them in the mess hall resumed. The people seemed heartened that Zod was directing them, and also that Jor-El had come back. They began to believe Krypton might have a chance after all. In addition to the temporary camp set up on the edge of the crater, many intact residences on the outskirts had opened their doors to the refugees and aid workers. Waves of volunteers from all strata of Kryptonian society continued to rush blindly to the site of Kandor, though few understood the scope of what they were coming to do. Though they could have returned to the comfortable estate, Lara refused, insisting that they were needed in Kandor to help heal the wound Krypton had been dealt. A desperate need filled her eyes,
and she was driven to work herself to the point of collapse, and then she would fall into a deep gloom that made her nearly catatonic. Jor-El remained by her every moment. He wished Lara would confide in him, but he did not press her. He accompanied her as she, like so many other pale-faced and haggard refugees, trudged around the entire perimeter of the crater in a sort of obsession. They walked and stared, as if their procession could somehow bring back the lost city. Though the tragedies were individual, those who had been left behind shared a bond of mutual grief. Searching for answers, they traced the perfect circle around the great scar, in what seemed to be an endless march. Scribes interviewed the people in the camps, carrying makeshift data pads. They took down the names of lost ones and recorded stories and remembrances, filling pad after pad. 2 of them, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the task, gave up in despair. In the evening, Jor-El sat beside Lara on the flat ground in a tent not far from Zod's command post. Leaning back against the stiff fabric wall, she propped her sketchpad on her thighs and worked furiously, her gaze intent. Jor-El leaned close, sharing his warmth and love, without interrupting her train of thought. She was weeping as she worked. With swift, sure strokes of her stylus, Lara drew an image of her mother and father in happy times. The details were perfect. She drew her grinning brother, Kivan, next to them, with his tousled, straw-colored hair. Then, after hesitating, she included a figure of herself. Then she dropped the stylus, racked in sobs. She stared at the sketch for a long time with unbearable pain in her eyes. "I don't ever want to forget that this was my family. But drawing a picture can't hold them here." Jor-El stroked her hair as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "You won't forget. I'm here for you." He brushed a fingertip across her tear-stained cheeks. "Thank you." Lara looked up at him with a teary gaze. "You are my family now, Jor-El." Zod dispelled any lingering resentment toward Jor-El by making a point of meeting with him daily. Everyone in the camp could see that the commissioner and the great scientist were close companions, partners against the adversity Krypton now faced. Lara accompanied her husband, inseparable from him, though she said little. Her eyes remained red-rimmed and puffy, her expression drawn. During one such discussion in the command tent, a woman with short, dark hair entered, wearing a self-satisfied grin. "So, Lara, do you remember an old friend from your student days?" Surprise animated Lara's sad face. She couldn't seem to believe what she was seeing. "Aether Ka! I haven't seen you since the academy. I heard your family had cut you off." It was more the reverse, in fact. She grew serious. "But that hardly matters now. The commissioner needs my help, and he could use yours, too." Lara turned to Jor-El, heaving a sigh and finding the energy to explain. "Aether was one of the only students willing to visit historical sites with me, camping out in the open, eating preserved rations, sleeping on the ground. What miserable times those were." She sounded almost wistful, distracted for a moment from her deep loss. Aether's dark eyes flashed. "Miserable? Admit it, you've never felt more alive." A troubled flicker crossed Lara's face, but the other woman pressed on. "I'm certain we'll be seeing much more of each other. We must catch up on old times."
"After we restore some semblance of normal life for the people," Zod said sternly. "We all have work to do."
He turned to Jor-El.
"In years past, you brought such intriguing inventions to my commission, but the short-sighted council forced me to seize them from you. Now it is time to revisit those old plans."
Jor-El couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice.
"Your commission destroyed most of my best work. I have great faith in your abilities. I give you full permission, in fact, my most enthusiastic encouragement, to work without restrictions or inhibitions. Is that not what you always wanted?"
Jor-El wondered if Zod finally understood how deeply the Commission had hurt him over the years. Again and again the man had capriciously declared Jor-El's greatest ideas to be unacceptable or dangerous. To expend so much effort and see it all wasted would have shattered a lesser man. Yet even with his confidence undermined, he had continued to work, to invent, and to achieve breakthroughs. Now the ground rules had changed, though, and the Commissioner needed more from him.
"Do what you were born to do. The whole planet is counting on you."
Jor-El realized he had been waiting all his life to hear those words. Chapter 36. Even as the people of Argo City pulled together to recover from their own disaster, the loss of Kandor struck Zor-El with great dread. "Our world is in danger," he told Alora. They stood together in his observation tower, looking out at the deceptively calm sea. Volcanic eruptions, quakes, giant waves, the buildup in the core, and now an alien attack. There's got to be something more I can do. Alora was level-headed and matter-of-fact. Commissioner Zod is directing the Kandor volunteers and refugees well enough. You need to keep doing the same thing here. Argo City is your city. Rally and reassure them. Zor-El wished he could send more assistants up to Kandor to be with his brother, but he was barely able to cope with his own disaster. All along the coast, the massive rebuilding efforts continued. Since the tsunami had smashed the piers and battered the seawall, the people of Argo City had labored with remarkable solidarity. Rescue teams scouring the long shoreline had found only a few survivors among the hundreds of dead. Funerals were held day after day. Zor-El had personally spoken at 40 of the services. During their mourning, however, the citizens also grew more determined. Medical centers were overflowing. Several of the city's power generators and water purification plants remained damaged. A few main piers were repaired first, so that boats could be launched again, and fishermen worked overtime to bring in aquatic harvests. When they produced more than enough for their own needs, they rushed extra supplies to the refugees at the crater of Kandor. It was the only aid they could offer. Although Zor-El had been too overwhelmed to attend his brother's recent wedding, at least he knew Jor-El was married, no longer facing a trial, and helping Commissioner Zod, all of which was comforting news. Krypton couldn't ask for a greater help. In the meantime, construction crews reinforced and raised Argo City's seawall, after which Zor-El took the extra step of augmenting it with a greatly expanded protective field, based on the one that he had designed for his diamondfish probes. Unless something fundamental was done to relieve the pressure in the planet's core, though, more quakes would strike, further tsunamis would batter the coast, and restless volcanoes would continue to erupt. Amid all the turmoil, Zor-El had finally dispatched a new survey team to the southern continent. Soon he would have all the evidence he needed. But instead of a useless, stagnant central government, Krypton had no government at all. With Kandor gone and Argo City brought to its knees, Zor-El didn't know how anyone could manage a project of such magnitude. More swiftly than anyone could have expected, however, Commissioner Zod had jumped into the power vacuum. Zor-El wondered if the other man would acknowledge the far greater problem. Maybe now I can speak to someone who will see reason. Do you think Zod has that vision? Alora asked. Will he hear you? His dark eyebrows drew together skeptically. I don't know about Zod. He is intelligent and ambitious, but he's proved an impediment to progress so many times in the past. Many things have changed. Yes. Let's hope that his mind has changed. He and Alora left the villa and walked together through the bustling streets, along the chuckling canals, crossing one ornate pedestrian bridge after another. The center of Argo City had recovered quickly, but still the sounds of construction reverberated everywhere. They passed homes bedecked with beautiful flower vines, multicolored herbs, blossoming ferns, and spore trees. Butterflies and pollinating bees descended in droves, adding a pleasant background hum to the air. For today, at least, nature seemed oblivious to impending geological disasters and alien attacks. Thin streams cascaded off the sides of buildings, trickling down in small waterfalls to strike fountain basins. Weary people came out to stand on their colonnaded balconies, took seats on stone benches, or leaned up against hedges. Even after the disaster, children still found reasons to play in the streets, resiliently discovering joy in life. Since Kandor could not possibly be rebuilt, Zor-El considered suggesting that Argo City become Krypton's new capital, at least in the interim. Though he had no interest in serving as planetary leader, he and the heads of other population centers might provide the basis of a new council. A competent council. Zor-El began to doubt, however, that Commissioner Zod had any inclination to hand over the reins of power. That concerned him. Instead of delivering ponderous speeches to swelling audiences, Zor-El simply walked through squares and gathering points, talking personally to the people, who listened and helped to spread his words. "What do we do now, Zor-El? Is there a plan?" called a citizen with long white hair and a clean-shaven face. Zor-El recognized him as a man who designed and built barges. "Krypton has no capital, no council, no temple of Rao," Zor-El straightened. "But Krypton still has its most important resource, people like you and me, and we have our determination." "Is Argo City safe?" called someone else. "What can we do if Brainiac shows up here?" He added sagely, "That is my challenge to you. Prepare for the unthinkable. We've got to consider the long term. How do we save Krypton? How do we all survive?" Zor-El raised his burned hand as if it were a badge of honor. "Take heart. Argo City will carry the flame now. I'll remain in contact with my brother Jor-El, and we will get through this." As the sun set over the mainland to the west, the sky presented a blazing and colorful spectacle. Every day the dusk grew increasingly beautiful, but Zor-El could think only of more ash, more fire, and more turmoil being thrown into the atmosphere. Chapter 37. While he waited for Aether to arrive for their special planning session, Zod stood at the flap of his headquarters tent and looked across the expanse of hastily erected huts in the deepening twilight. Settling in for what they expected to be long months or years of work, the people had already begun to decorate their shelters with tassels, family symbols, and reflective streamers as a way to defy the grimness all around them. As darkness fell, the many mourners gathered to sing and tell stories in what had become an impromptu tradition. Already numerous ballads and poems had been written about lost loved ones, lionizing the wealth and beauty of Kandor. Spontaneously, refugees joined with well-meaning volunteers to make pilgrimages to the edge of the crater and throw flowers, ribbons, and other mementos into the deep emptiness. Priests of Rao had set up small temples to attract new worshippers in their prayers to the great red sun. Little shrines of glowing crystals and treasured images of loved ones littered the perimeter, so many that Zod worried they would soon begin to get in the way. Did every single lost person deserve his or her own memorial? 6 hollow-eyed boys and girls played together, throwing rocks into a deep puddle, but they seemed to take no joy in it. In the first week, many survivors had drifted away from the crater to find temporary housing with distant friends or relatives. Others, without options or without the will to go anywhere, remained in the camp. The commissioner had waited long enough for this evening, but Aether treated it as no more than a casual event. She arrived wearing comfortable tan field clothes and a brown vest with pockets for tools or samples. Her billowy sleeves were smudged with dust. If she had worn a fine gown, costly jewelry, or intoxicating perfume, Zod would not have been so attracted to her. Inside his command tent, a small table had been covered with fabric and set with a selection of savory appetizers. Warm, glowing crystals were distributed in the corners and on shelves. Aether lounged back in a seat across from him. "So, Commissioner, is this to be a romantic meal between the two of us? Shall I expect to be seduced, or is this a strategy session?" Zod leaned across the table.
"I've watched you, Aether. You're like me in many ways."
She chuckled. "What do you mean by that? And you didn't answer my question." People like us find nothing more intense than tactical and political discussions. Tonight, you and I could decide the future of Krypton. Isn't that intriguing?" With a confident smile, she reached over to clasp his hand. "So, the answer is seduction, then?" He called for the main course, a freshwater fish stuffed with nuts along with spiced vegetables roasted over an open fire. Jellied fruits crusted with sugar crystals and mounted on tiny skewers made a festive dessert. Upon learning that Jor-El's personal chef had joined the ever-growing group of volunteers, Zod had quickly taken advantage of the man's talents. Froda worked wonders producing great quantities of palatable, nutritious food for the camp's population. Tonight, though, the chef had prepared a very special meal for Zod and his guest. With the bounty spread in front of them, Zod sent the smiling chef away with his thanks. When he curtly told Namek to keep away any eavesdroppers, he was satisfied that the bearded mute would kill anyone who tried to defy those wishes. Zod got down to business with Aether. "I secured my position by acting swiftly. The people needed a leader, and I offered myself. No one else rose to the challenge. No one else has offered an alternative. I want to keep it that way. For the good of Krypton, naturally." "Naturally. It must have been quite a shock for everyone to see government acting swiftly." She smiled. "Krypton's noble families are incapable of responding to sudden needs, but expect to hear complaints once they recover from their shock." Aether was persistent. "This is our window of opportunity. Right now, the people in this camp are united by tragedy. They're yours to command. They'll do anything you ask of them."
"But that won't last,"
Zod finished for her.
"They rushed here, desperate to help, but soon they will realize that nothing can be done. There is no one here to save, no city left to rebuild. The suburbs and outlying fields and some industrial areas remain, but they are extremities, without a heart or mind."
"Then buy time before the people begin to disperse. Give them something to do. Make up a harmless project in the short term and give them guidance for the long term."
Intriguing.
Zod ran a finger down his short beard.
"I can formalize the project of gathering names, putting together a database of everyone who needs to be remembered. That will keep them busy. In fact, I'll even propose a massive memorial, a huge crystal wall etched with the names of everyone who vanished with Kandor. A pointless gesture, I know, but they seem to need an outlet for their sorrow."
"They'll throw themselves into it wholeheartedly and praise the name of Zod for his warm heart and his understanding of the people."
"You sound very cynical, Aether."
"Not cynical, pragmatic." She popped another morsel into her mouth and licked her fingers clean. "Also, once you reveal that you have Jaxur's Nova javelins, you can claim to be the only person strong enough to defend Krypton against outside enemies like Brainiac, and that's the truth. What will you do if he returns?"
"I am confident that will not happen,"
Zod said, lowering his voice conspiratorially.
"He is not quite so appallingly evil as I painted him. Brainiac already has what he wants, and he left the rest of Krypton for me."
Aether was surprised, then seemed to admire him. "Of course. You were the only one who spoke with the android, so you could alter the story to serve your own purposes. Then all your talk, your beating of the war drums, your calling for a massive buildup of defenses." Zod folded his hands.
"In order to gain power and unite the Kryptonian people, I need to show that I am protecting them. Peace and a common vision once bound us together, but I have found something even stronger: fear. With it, we will cement our hold on Krypton. The best enemies are fabricated enemies for two reasons. One, we have nothing to worry about, and two, the populace falls in line. And if Jor-El, my ally, develops new weapons as I have instructed him to do, no other would-be leader can hope to oppose me. Victory by fiat."
"What about Donadon's race?"
"It will be a long time before they discover he's missing, and longer still until they track him here."
He picked up some of the seared vegetables, crunching them as he continued to talk.
"In the worst case, we can offer Jor-El as the culprit, as the Council intended to do all along."
"So, You have it all planned, then." Aether had moved on to dessert and ate some of the candied fruits, then stabbed the empty skewer into the bones of the half-eaten fish on the main serving plate. The juice colored her lips a luscious crimson.
"Yes, I do."
"I have plans, too. You have succeeded in establishing calm, order, and productivity, persevering through great adversity when no other city leader dared step up to the challenge. In the unlikeliest of circumstances, you, Zod, were Krypton's savior."
"Krypton's savior."
Zod leaned closer to her. He liked the sound of that. "We must send loyal followers to all other cities to proclaim your heroism. You'll get the majority of the people easily enough, especially if you ally yourself with the more prominent noble families." Zod could not hide his sour frown.
"But the prominent nobles are the ones who want the position for themselves, especially Shorem in Borga City. He expected a council seat as soon as one of the members retired."
He let out a sardonic chuckle.
"Of course, all 11 have now retired."
"Druzod, son of Korzod, I can tell you're an only child. Consider other members of the noble families, not just the oldest sons. Second, third, and fourth children. Think of all those sons and daughters born into privilege, yet denied any chance to become council members. What about Shor-Em's younger brother Kol-Em, who is far more ambitious? Many younger nobles like him never had any opportunities open to them. They'll see this as their chance. If you offer them a way to participate in a powerful government, your government, they'll follow you anywhere." She reached out and traced a finger down the opening in his shirt, a sensuous tickle that could easily turn into a scratch.
"I begin to see."
Zod took a long sip of his wine, admiring the dry Cedra vintage. Then he took her hand. Aether shifted her position, coming closer to him. "Why do you think I rebelled against my parents? I had no interest in becoming a trophy that adorns some husband's arm, so I went out and did what I wished to do, much to my family's dismay." She pulled back, nearly hypnotizing him with her large eyes. "I can think of nothing more attractive than to see you do away with the old order entirely." He tried to kiss her, but she drew away, still talking. "Other younger nobles might not have expressed their dissatisfaction so blatantly, but they're much the same as I am. Younger sons and daughters of the most powerful families are given nothing important to do, nothing to challenge their abilities. Offer them some power and prestige." She finished her wine in a single gulp and wiped her mouth. "Many of the younger nobles are truly lazy and decadent, but some of us do have ambitions. It's very different to be told that you don't have to do anything, as opposed to not being allowed to do anything." Now she leaned forward to kiss him, pressing her moist lips firmly against his. He could still taste the heady wine on her mouth.
"And how do I take advantage of this unexpected pool of candidates?"
he asked. "Offer them what they hunger for. Bypass the privileged older noble children and promote the lesser ones. Their loyalty will impress you." Her tunic came unfastened easily, and he roughly pushed the fabric down, baring her shoulders, then her breasts. Zod's mind spun with the ideas Aether had presented, the tantalizing chance to recreate Krypton from scratch. She tore his shirt in her urgent need to remove it. They quickly moved to the thick sleeping pads, kissing deeply, tasting the exotic flavors of the meal and the spicy allure of the possibilities they both saw. They drank each other in. Chapter 38. Now unexpectedly exonerated, Jor-El began to assist Commissioner Zod in strengthening Krypton. He was wary that the ambitious commissioner might be taking advantage of the tragedy to gather a great deal of personal power. On the other hand, Jor-El had witnessed firsthand the total paralysis of the old council, and he couldn't imagine them trying to deal with the disaster. At least Zod was getting things done. And Jor-El intended to do the same. He and Lara returned to his laboratory resources at the estate, where he assembled all his best ideas for the protection of his planet. First and most important, the Commissioner had decided that Krypton must be vigilant, alert for any alien attack force that might come against them. With Zod's encouragement, Jor-El designed a large array of observation telescopes to scan the heavens and provide an early warning about any threats from space. This was a significant turnabout from his previous dealings with the old government, which had never given his proposals much serious consideration. So far, at least, Zod was giving his brilliant scientist free rein. That was a silver lining to the cloud of awful events that had happened. As an astronomer, Jor-El had always been fascinated with the heavens, other stars, nebulae, black holes. He longed to see what was out there. Previously, the dour council had chided him for his preoccupations. "Distant worlds mean nothing to Kryptonians," old Julius had once pronounced in a ponderous voice from his high bench. "It is best that you keep your eyes toward Krypton." Now everything had changed. Zod wanted him to turn his gaze outward.
"And those small rockets you built, the ones confiscated by the Council,"
the Commissioner had said.
"Find a way to modify them so they can carry explosives rather than scientific probes."
"I need to continue my solar studies," Jor-El said. "We must monitor the fluctuations in Rao."
"So long as you help create defensive missiles, we can both get what we want out of this situation."
Jor-El had never meant to get something from the situation. He merely intended to devote his work to helping Krypton recover from disaster and to stay safe. He chose a perfect site for the observation network on the uninhabited plains not far from his estate and mapped out a broad baseline listening post consisting of 23 parabolic telescope dishes. He made only clumsy sketches, but Lara proved to be a remarkable help by cleaning up his drawings until they were precise blueprints. From his command tent at the crater, Zod approved the plans with barely a glance.
"You will have all the resources, equipment, workers, and materials you could possibly need."
Less than 2 days later, like an invading army, heavy machinery rattled away from the refugee settlement and rumbled across dry, brown grasslands to the open land Jor-El had chosen. The volunteer workers seemed glad to participate in such a significant project. Constructors cleared the grasses, plowed new access roads, excavated foundations, and sank anchor pilings down to bedrock. At Zod's command, foundries from the mines in Coral began producing the structural girders and conduits needed for the framework of the telescope dishes. Tyrus, the industrialist leader of Coral, complained about the imposition, but obeyed anyway. Anyone at the refugee camp who demonstrated an ability to perform skilled or technological labor was shipped away to help build the listening post. Jor-El was amazed, even overwhelmed. In all his years of research, he had never been offered so much help. Previously, his projects had been mere experiments, prototypes to be submitted to, and usually confiscated by, the Commission for Technology Acceptance. Now, though, his dreams became large-scale practicality. Lara spent the days beside him as his wife, his companion, and his sounding board. Though they had been married for only a short time, she could easily read his moods. Though the loss of her parents and little brother still weighed heavily on her, and she remained restless and agitated, she drew strength from Jor-El and gave it back at the same time. She wrote faithfully in her personal historical journal, recording firsthand all the activities around them. Someday it would be a valuable and accurate chronicle of what had really taken place during Krypton's most difficult days. As she watched the construction continue, Lara was pleased to see so many people following her husband's instructions. "You have an amazing second chance, Jor-El. Krypton needs you. I always knew you'd be found innocent." He turned away from the rising dust and rumble, unable to hide a troubled frown. "I wasn't found innocent, Lara. I was pardoned. Those are two different things. People will still assume I'm guilty, but that Commissioner Zod simply needed something from me. A shadow of doubt will always hang over me." "I don't think so, Jor-El." Lara placed her fingers on his cheeks, turned his face to hers, and gave him a kiss. "Look around you. Krypton is forever changed." Unlike his brother, Jor-El had always held himself aloof from politics, avoiding the petty rivalries and arguments in the council. Though he had been repeatedly offered a seat among the 11, he could imagine nothing more frustrating than to spend his days in bureaucratic quicksand. Better to let them worry he could accept the appointment any time he wished. The government had wasted time on decisions that improved one noble family's personal standing rather than Kryptonian society as a whole. They had misplaced priorities. With his science, Jor-El felt he was doing far greater work than a political career would ever have allowed. He had bypassed the council when necessary, done what he believed was right, and completed his independent studies. Now, however, he didn't have to worry about Zod's commission seizing and locking away his greatest discoveries. Zod had once been his greatest rival and nemesis, but now he couldn't help but feel a sort of grudging gratitude toward the intense man. Together, Jor-El and Lara watched the first tall girders being installed into pilings for the listening dishes. At the speed these people were working, it would be less than a month before he could begin thorough, round-the-clock observations. While the commissioner was primarily concerned about alien invaders, Jor-El couldn't wait for the scientific opportunities this huge telescope array would offer. He could finally produce a complete sky survey in various wavelengths. While his thoughts wandered, the ground suddenly began to shake, an ominous tremor building from deep underground. The girders of the partially built telescopes began to sway. Construction machines strained to stabilize themselves while the dirt bucked and heaved. Workers shouted from high scaffolding. Jor-El grabbed Lara and they ran out into the open, away from any tall structures. As the shaking reached a crescendo, one of the anchored telescope stalks toppled and crushed a lifting machine as its operator leaped to safety. When the tremors faded again, Lara brushed herself off, trying not to look shaken. "Do you know what that was? What caused it?" His brother's earlier concerns came thundering back to him. "It's what Zor-El warned us about. Science that the Council didn't take seriously." Chapter 39. Hoping to secure his power base, Commissioner Zod had already dispatched some of his passionate followers to Orvai, Coral, Ilonia, Argo City, Borga City, and many smaller agricultural and mining villages. Speaking Zod's praises, the messengers rallied the citizens, played upon their fears, and put him forward, humbly of course, as the only man who could truly lead Krypton. At least during these uncertain times. Zod had personally faced the evil Brainiac. He had been there from the very beginning, while other city leaders had stayed home for weeks, discussing the tragedy from the sidelines. Meanwhile, arrogant Shor-M had unilaterally issued a call for volunteer candidates to become members of a re-established council that he proposed in Borga City. Though the pompous nobleman commended Zod's continuing, temporary efforts at the crater camp, he called the prospect of rebuilding Kandor absurd. Although the commissioner privately agreed, he nevertheless encouraged his fanatically devoted workers to take offense at the insensitive pronouncement. By virtue of their indignation, they recruited even more followers. Living with the painful reality of the gaping wound every day, his dedicated followers at the temporary camp couldn't help but recognize how slow and ineffectual the other city leaders had been. Zod was clearly the only viable alternative. Everyone had to see that. Unfortunately, the majority of Kryptonians hadn't personally lived through the tragedy or witnessed the magnitude of the damage firsthand, and they were swayed by naive and impractical suggestions, such as Shor-M's. Zod knew he had to set them straight, and soon, before these complainers stumbled upon some way to oppose him. It was time, he decided, to see for himself what Aether had found in the ruins of Shan City. There he would find the tools he needed to consolidate Krypton and trump the blowhard claims of any rival leaders. Promising to return in only a day or two, Zod departed from the burgeoning refugee camp with Aether and Namek. As their levitating raft raced away to the south, Zod looked back at the temporary settlement, shaking his head in disappointment.
If I am to lead Krypton, my center of power must be more than a group of tents, dirt paths, and primitive sanitation facilities.
No wonder people listen to Shorem when he offers Borga City as a viable alternative. Aether lounged back on a cushion at the side of the open-air vessel, smiling at him. One problem at a time. After a journey of many hours, they arrived at the ruins of Jaxur's ancient capital. Using this very place as his center of power, the warlord had conquered a world, destroyed an inhabited moon, and prepared to reach out across the nearby inhabited star systems. Only treachery had toppled him. Zod reveled in the sensation of being surrounded by looming history. In the middle of Execution Square, he approached the weathered statue of the once great warlord, surrounded by the nearly unrecognizable figures of kneeling and defeated subjects. Propping his hands on his hips, he looked upward with a challenging smirk.
All your works have fallen into dust, Jaxur. Mine will be greater.
Aether said. Then take Jaxur's mantle for your own, Zod. Why not follow in his footsteps? Be the savior of Krypton. He looked at her strangely.
Jaxur is one of the most reviled men in our history.
She pointed out the obvious. Only because history was written by those who reviled him.
Then I had better write my own history to make sure that later generations will remember these events properly.
She was delighted with this solution. Yes, you'll have to do that, and soon. Now, let me show you the weapons. Not overly interested in history or technology, Namek prowled among the flagstones and the fallen columns. He enjoyed stomping on the topaz beetles, crunching their shells under his big feet, and stepping back to watch as other ravenous insects scuttled forward to devour the oozing carcasses. These were not his beloved animals. They were bugs, vermin, like anyone who opposed his master. Namek stomped some more. With obvious anticipation, Aether played the notes of Jaxur's march on the crude and ancient musical instruments scattered around the square. A pitted tubular bell that still rang out low and clear, a hollow stone box that resonated when struck, a sheet alloy gong that boomed like metal thunder. When she had completed the ponderous sequence of loud notes, the round covers of the underground silos ground slowly open to reveal the golden doomsday weapons standing upright in their cradles. With shining eyes, Zod gazed at Aether, thinking that she looked more beautiful than ever, now that she had revealed her secret. He leaned over the lip of the nearest pit to stare down at the slender missile, with its smooth, bulbous tip that contained such untold destructive energy. He shook his head, nearly hypnotized by the elegant symmetry. 3 of these warheads had been sufficient to blast Koron to rubble. Only 3.
What could a warlord possibly do with 15 such weapons?
Aether lifted her softly pointed chin. A man with such power could strike fear into anyone who might challenge him. Simply by possessing the Nova Javelins, a leader could ensure peace, prosperity, and total, absolute obedience. Possibilities swirled in the commissioner's mind.
Intriguing.
The pair descended into the shadowy control room bunkers she had found underneath the ruins. Zod inhaled the smells of dust, stale air, cold metal, and old grease. The ancient equipment looked intact and undamaged, except for the slow deterioration of time. Only a few of the old illumination crystals still functioned in the large and silent banks of machinery. The systems are strange, the notions old-fashioned, Aether said, but I don't believe it would take much time to fine-tune them. Later, when they emerged from the control bunkers, Zod admired the lost grandeur all around him. Studying the still intact buildings and towers, he extended his hands, as if he could feel ancient power rising from the ground.
I like this place. It has a very solid feel, a sense of majesty. Think of how long it has endured.
He smiled at Aether.
Yes, once all my followers are in place, this will be a clean, fresh start for a new world. This will be Krypton's new capital.
This is the end of the CD. The program continues on the next CD.
Chapter 40. After the setback from the severe quake, Jor-El revised his plans for the telescope array, reinforced the structures, and set the teams to work again. In only a week, 4 more giant observation dishes unfurled like the petals of enormous wireframe flowers. With the structures geometrically arranged along 2 intersecting baselines, each a kilometer long, the array looked like a technological garden. He wished his father could see this. Jor-El would have been awed by the sight. The sensitive telescopes and receiver dishes would warn of any impending invasion, and they would also collect copious pure scientific data. The heavens were rife with mysteries and possibilities, but the Council had not wanted Jor-El even to look for them. Now, under the pretext of defending the planet, Zod had given him all the permission he needed. Jor-El also set his mind to pondering designs for new defenses, just as Zod had asked him to do. However, even though he convinced himself the weapons would be used only against Krypton's outside enemies, his mind often went blank now that he was trying to create destructive devices. In the midst of Jor-El's efforts to complete the telescope array, his mother tracked him down, first by sending a message to the estate, then to the temporary camp at the crater, and finally to the telescope construction site. He watched her image on the communication plate, read her distraught expression, and suddenly knew that this message was what he had been dreading for many years. "Your father is dying. This could be your last chance to say goodbye." Karis hesitated. The image flickered, and he realized that she had switched off the recording to gather her courage so that she wouldn't cry, so that her voice wouldn't crack. "I've already sent a message to Zor-El, but I doubt he'll make it from Argo City in time. Please hurry. I need at least one of you here." Lara would not let him go alone. An angry breeze picked up, growing moist as gray clouds formed overhead, and Jor-El didn't even notice when the drizzle began. They borrowed a fast platform flyer from one of the construction crews, activated the passenger cover, and left the noisy and frenetic worksite. It was raining hard by the time they landed the hovering raft among the trees that enfolded the isolated dacha. Jor-El's knees shook as he stepped down from the vehicle. Cold droplets splattered his face and plastered down his white hair, but he hardly noticed the discomfort. As they ran to the porch, Jor-El saw that Karis had allowed her garden to fall into weeds. After the blooms had been plucked for Jor-El and Lara's wedding more than a month before, the untended flowers had reblossomed in a riot of colorful petals. The fact that his mother had not cared for her prized plants told him more than any verbal explanations. She opened the door, looking wan and lonely, her eyes hollow. "Come inside. I'm glad to have you here with me." His face gray and pale, a sheen of sweat sparkling on his forehead, Jor-El lay on his bed, covered by a light blanket. His open eyes barely blinked as he stared off into his own universe. His breathing was shallow. "He knows what happened to Kandor," Karis said. "It's not always obvious when he's aware of his surroundings, so I'm not sure how he learned the news, but he feels the loss of the city. That's what did this to him." Unnecessarily, she straightened the blankets, then stroked Jor-El's hair, keeping her hands busy. The older woman struggled to maintain her dignity. "Another day, Jor-El. Just hold on another day. Zor-El will be here as soon as he can." They watched over the catatonic man in a long vigil, unable to find words. Surprisingly, old Jor-El blinked. His watery eyes flicked from side to side, then focused. He lifted a hand, weakly extending a finger. Jor-El leaned closer. "Father, can you hear me?" Jor-El pointed to the side of the bed, growing agitated. He clenched his fingers, then pointed again, attempting to grasp something. Lara saw that he was trying to reach the touch-sensitive notepad at the side of the bed. "He wants to write something. Do you have a stylus?" Karis rushed to get a writing implement, but Jor-El took the tablet and made a sweeping stroke with his finger, drawing a curve that bent and rebent back upon itself. The old man clearly and deliberately formed the S-shaped symbol of their family crest. The serpent of deceit, trapped within an impenetrable diamond. He let the pad fall onto the blankets that covered his lap. With his other hand, he reached out to clasp Jor-El's fingers and said in a slow, breathy word, "Remember." The effort took the last sparks of his existence. Jor-El sighed, slumped back into his pillows, and closed his eyes forever. Zor-El arrived 4 hours too late in the swift silver flyer that had previously taken him to the southern continent. He and Alora, windblown and exhausted, ran from the clearing where they had landed, but to no avail. As soon as they stepped through the door of the dacha, Zor-El immediately sensed the pall of sadness. He looked at his brother, and Jor-El shook his head. Jor-El lay at peace on his bed, and his younger son approached tentatively.
"I suppose I mourned him a long time ago,"
he said in a rough voice.
"With a mind like his, our father was effectively dead when the forgetting disease stole his thoughts."
The 4 of them stood together in shared grief while Karis collapsed in a chair, finally letting them see the toll taken by so many years of tending her unresponsive husband. "That's what I thought, but I was deluding myself. Now that he's gone, all the pain is back, as fresh and sharp as it ever was." She drew in a long, shuddering breath. "Now it's as if he died twice, and I've had to endure the same loss both times."
"He was lucid right at the end. He said something."
Jor-El looked at his brother.
"Remember."
Zor-El's dark eyes flashed, bright with a sheen of withheld tears.
"Remember? What does that mean?"
"I think he wanted us to do what he could not." Gazing down at the old man, Jor-El realized how little he knew his own father. Finding a small reservoir of strength, Karis announced, "We will hold the funeral at the estate, his original home. That's where he belongs." After Jor-El's body was prepared, they returned to the manor house. Memories pressed down upon Jor-El, clear recollections of when his father had been brilliant, how Jor-El had spoken of his hopes for his 2 sons, how he had trained them both to investigate scientific possibilities and make intuitive leaps that few Kryptonians even attempted. When Rao was high in the sky, the 2 brothers carried their father's bier across the estate grounds. Karis led the way in a slow procession with Lara and Alora on either side of their husbands. Jor-El could not help thinking that Jor-El deserved greater fanfare than this. A huge crowd, a funeral parade that wound through the streets of Kandor. The little group gathered at the small, private solar observatory Jor-El had built on a stepped platform behind the estate's main building, where it was unshadowed by trees or lichen towers. Although this was much smaller than the similar facility that had projected a huge orb of Rao atop the council temple, Jor-El had spent much time here deciphering the star's turbulent flaws. The observatory's mirrors and focusing lenses had been swung aside to leave the projection zone empty. The brothers placed Jor-El's body at the center of the focal space. Zor-El delivered a brief eulogy, but his gruff voice cracked, and his words ended quickly. Jor-El stood beside him, summoning his own thoughts, wrestling down the waves of grief.
"Krypton should revere Jor-El for the great things he accomplished, and forget his strange fall from grace."
He swallowed a lump in his throat.
"Even though we find that our heroes have feet of clay, we must never forget that they were heroes in the first place."
He and Zor-El each took one of the alignment rods and swung the curved focusing mirrors into place. As the observatory gathered the light of Rao, they slipped the magnifying lenses into position, removed the filter covers, and stepped back. A fuzzy image of the red sun formed in the focal zone where Jor-El's body rested. Then the image suddenly sharpened into an intense representation of the blazing star. The corona formed, followed by the churning layers of dark sunspots and thundering plasma. The heat condensed in a blinding flash. Yarl's body vanished into white smoke, entirely disintegrated, becoming one with Rao. Jor-El's face was dark and troubled.
Krypton needs us, Zor-El. It's what Father would want. We can't let him down. We can't let Krypton down. You and I know what's happening in our planet's core. The quakes, the tidal waves. It'll only get worse. Now that the Council is gone, you and I have to do something to save the world. Do we have proof to show Commissioner Zod?
Zor-El's expression hardened.
I recently received word from my survey team. One member was killed in a fresh round of eruptions, but the others are returning with a complete set of data from the network of sensors they deployed.
He pressed his lips together.
Soon, we will know for certain.
Chapter 41. By the time Zod returned from Shan City, satisfied and enthusiastic with his new plans, many of Krypton's ambitious younger nobles had arrived at the camp. They came to deliver extravagant loads of supplies, or to volunteer for the work of constructing a new city or memorial. Back in their decadent, sprawling households, these young men had nothing better to do. Some of them were bleeding hearts who wrung their hands in misery at the loss of the Council and dreamed only of restoring Krypton to what it had once been. Zod had no interest in people like that. Aether, fortunately, pointed out others who were much more likely to serve him.
For someone who doesn't bother with internal politics and household rivalries,
Zod observed with an amused smile,
you certainly know a lot about the noble family members.
I know a great deal about anyone who thinks along similar lines as I do. Cole M. even tried to overthrow his brother not long ago, a botched attempt, but it shows how he thinks. He was banished from Borga City, and now he's here. Many more of the younger sons and daughters played their roles as dutiful children, but it was all an act. You'd be astonished at the depths of hatred some of them have toward their elder, privileged siblings, and we can turn that to our advantage. We have to. You and I won't succeed without their strength and support. Zod sent out a discreet invitation to 17 of the most ambitious younger sons, as chosen by Aether, putting the pieces in place. He met his special guests at the broken rim of the crater at dawn. The edge dropped off into a debris slope before plunging steeply into emptiness and the smoky, unseen bottom of the pit. Namek stood behind the group, an intimidating presence. 17 candidates, some eager, others skeptical, all curious. Zod observed them. Sharp-featured Kolem, who had been banished from Borga City for challenging his older brother. Noton, a noble son who had studied science and engineering, not remotely comparable to Jor-El, but useful nonetheless. Voron, the eager sycophant who had tried to curry the commissioner's favor at the chariot races. Mon-Ra, Da-Es, Ran-Ar, and others whose names he did not know yet. And, of course, Aether. These were talented men willing to break rules, those who had either bypassed family expectations and made something of themselves, or who chafed at restrictions and had every reason to despise the placid order of old Krypton. They had spent their lives being told what they couldn't do. Many of them were barely out of their teens, with fire in their blood. What they lacked in experience and reasonable caution they made up for with radical enthusiasm. They were young enough to be naive, convinced of their own righteousness, never imagining that their closely held beliefs might be wrong. They were perfect for what Zod had in mind. At a glance, he could see that some were doubtful that Commissioner Zod would be any different from previous government officials, skeptical, just as Aether had originally been. He simply smiled at them.
The old council is gone, and so is our old way of life. Not one of you will mourn that. Do not pretend otherwise.
He could tell by their shocked expressions that he had grabbed their attention.
In order to achieve my goals, I need a cadre of close advisors to stand with me as I do what must be done for Krypton's sake. Will you listen to what I have to say?
The younger nobles glanced at one another, some muttering questions, while others remained silent. Kolem said brashly, "It does no harm for us to hear you out."
No one's ever taken us seriously before,
Mon-Ra added. He had a well-muscled body, created by physical sculpting rather than hard labor.
Come, let us descend a ways into the crater.
Zod gestured to the sharp drop-off and the uneven switched-backed path Aether had marked out. She stepped up to the lip. The Commissioner needs you to touch what actually happened here. Feel it viscerally. Grasp the power of one evil alien who uprooted a city and left a hole halfway through the crust. Make yourselves different from those who issue pronouncements while they sit in comfort halfway across the continent.
Like my brother,
Col M's voice dripped with loathing. What, down in the crater? Voron said, alarmed. Only a moment ago he had been bursting with excitement at the thought of being part of the Commissioner's inner circle.
I have no use for timid advisers, Voron. You are welcome to stay in the camp with the other manual laborers.
The young man swallowed hard. No, I'll come, if the rest of you do. He looked around. His square-cut hair no longer looked terribly stylish. Zod took the first step onto the crumbling slope. Pebbles skittered downward, but he found solid footing.
Aether explored our route last night. It may be difficult going, but if a simple hike is beyond your abilities, you are not the people I am looking for.
None of the 17 turned down the offer. Aether led the group, picking her way from boulder to boulder, sliding on loose dirt, holding on to outcroppings. Some of the ground had been fused into glassy patches by Brainiac's powerful cutting beams. They scrambled deeper and deeper until they were far from the lip, away from the edge and any possible spies. Namek's burly silhouette waited for them on top. Down here the air smelled of sulfur and steam, foul water and bitter dust. Zod's hands were dirty and sore from gripping sharp-edged stones as he worked his way down. One tall, loose-limbed man, Da-S, slipped and stumbled, dropping almost 2 meters before Aether snagged his tunic and stopped his fall. Da-S regained his composure and brushed himself off. He looked with scorn at his torn clothing, a smear of blood, the scrapes and bruises.
And do you want to return? Climb up to the top?
Zod prodded him.
My ego is more bruised than my body is,
Da-S said. I want to hear why you've gone to such great lengths, so no one will overhear us. After a quarter of an hour of climbing, they reached a shelf of rock. Zod and Aether waited as all 17 gathered on the stable ledge or balanced on rocky protrusions slightly above.
As you can guess,
Zod began,
this is not the sort of meeting where we serve refreshments or adhere to rules of order. This is a war council.
The young men looked surprised. Some nodded grimly.
Krypton is at war, not just against alien invaders like Brainiac, but also against those of our own people who would keep our great civilization stagnant, as in the old days.
Most of the 17 muttered in agreement, Col M the loudest.
Many of us quietly disagreed with the entrenched Kryptonian Council, and now, too late, all can see that their fossilized attitudes left us vulnerable. Now that the foot draggers are gone, I cannot in good conscience allow that to happen again. Ever.
Zod saw that his candidates were waiting anxiously to hear what he proposed.
The older members of your families were vested in the former status quo. They felt entitled to a privileged life. Some of them have already begun talk of re-establishing a council identical to the old worthless one. They want to lead us back into our naive and helpless ways.
Aether added, We can't allow your fathers and older brothers to cripple us again.
Of course not,
said Col M.
It's time for the older ones to step aside and let the more visionary people like all of us have our turn.
Da-S said,
It's not fair that no one ever asks us our opinion.
Mon-Ra added, casually flexing his bicep,
We've always been prevented from helping, when that's what we most wanted to do.
But there are families,
said Voron. Zod hid his brewing smile behind a grave expression.
I'm not calling your older brothers evil or stupid, but they simply do not realize the damage they've caused. Not even now. It is time for me to form a new advisory board and take useless variables out of the equation.
Commissioner, You're talking about overthrowing the established noble families." Voron sounded very upset. "I wanted to be one of them, not destroy them." The young man looked at the others crowded on the ledge. The sulfur fumes were making his eyes sting. "You can't expect us to take part in this mutiny." Zod let out a tired sigh.
"Very well, Voron. I thought I could count on your support, but do what you think is best for Krypton."
He held out his hand in a genial gesture. Relieved, the eager young noble accepted the hand, shaking it as Zod continued.
"And I'll do what I think is best."
With an abrupt, violent jerk, he yanked Voron over the edge and released him. The young noble was dropping out into the open pit before he even knew he had lost his footing. His yelp of disbelief turned into a fading scream of terror. The walls were sheer and the crater was very, very deep. The shout cut off when Voron struck something, but his body continued to slide and bounce for a long time afterward. Ignoring the dwindling noise, Zod turned back to the group on the ledge, expecting to see a scramble of panic or horror. Instead, he saw only grim determination. Excellent.
"So, are you willing to be my 16 advisors? My inner circle? The position is yours if you choose to join me, if you help me make Krypton strong again and swear your loyalty to me."
"I swear it," Aether said proudly. "Only Commissioner Zod can save us from our own short-sightedness." Kol-Em said, "Even if we fail, I would rather fail trying to be something than succeed in attempting nothing."
"I've listened to my brother's constant talk, and I know what he intends," said Da-S, rubbing his scraped knee. "It would be suicide for us to do as the older nobles plan to. You have my support, Commissioner." Very quickly, all of the others threw in their lot with Zod. He admired his new inner circle. "In order to symbolize our unity and our vision, I name you my Ring of Strength. Together we will be unbreakable. We will encircle all that was best about Krypton. Follow my lead, obey my orders, and we will bring about a golden age greater than any Krypton has ever seen."
When they climbed back out of the crater, the whole group seemed changed, energized, reborn. As they emerged to stand firmly beside Zod and Aether with Namek in front of them, the commissioner sent criers throughout the camp to gather an audience as swiftly as possible. People came streaming from the canals and tents and work sites to hear the announcement. No one seemed to notice that Voron was gone. With all of Kandor lost, who could keep track of every missing person? Zod felt a chill as he confessed quietly to Aether,
"I am about to make history. I can feel it."
She gave him a sidelong glance. "You've already made history. What you're about to do now is create a legend. I will help you make yourself into a veritable demigod." Standing on a pile of boulders at the crater lip, Zod lifted his hands and shouted,
"This is not a time for indecisiveness. This is not a time for debates and factions. This is a time for us to be strong under a single leader with a single vision."
He shouted at the top of his lungs.
"This is a time for Zod, the new ruler of Krypton."
Chapter 42. When the distant early warning outpost was completed on the empty plains, all 23 receiving dishes turned their detector arrays toward the open sky. They listened for the faintest whispers from the empty heavens. Optical telescopes studied the stars at night, while longer wavelength sensors combed the neighborhood of space during the day. In the design of the facility, Jor-El had provided for the streams of data to be shunted directly to his expanded research building back at the estate. Shortly after the Kandor disaster, his servants and groundskeepers had all departed for the refugee camp to pitch in. Now, except for himself and Lara, the estate was empty, deserted. He didn't mind at all. The two of them enjoyed their solitude, a time to recover from so many tragedies.
Very soon now, he was sure he would receive the compelling seismic data his brother had promised. In the meantime, Jor-El devoted a few hours each night to studying the breathtaking new images of space. Pools of ionized gas coalescing into fresh stars, false color plumes of cosmic jets squirting into the vacuum, globular clusters, the whirlpools of distant galaxies. The most sensitive radio dish in the array picked up a constant stream of static, punctuated by pops, brief whistles, and indecipherable clicks. Jor-El left the speakers on at all times in his laboratory, white noise in the background. Though Donadon had told him that space was peppered with inhabited star systems and unusual civilizations, Krypton's neighborhood seemed empty and quiet. Wanting to stay close, Lara joined him in the research building, and he was glad to have her here. At times he could see she still ached from the loss of her parents and young brother. Jor-El had felt a similar heaviness in his heart since the death of his father. Though the old man's lingering degeneration had been a long time coming, the sadness at losing him was no less. Lara commandeered one of the broad lab tables for herself. After tying back her hair to keep it out of her way, she spread out sketch plates, notes, and piles of documents, working on her own historical documentation. "I like being out here with you." "It's mutually beneficial," he said. "You can be very inspirational." She continued diligently writing down lines of text, etching a rough draft before permanently inscribing the words in memory crystals. She mused aloud. "I've always kept a journal, but this feels more important now. Somebody has to chronicle these events for posterity. Can you think of a better historian than me?" Her mouth quirked in a teasing smile, warning him that he'd better not contradict her. "I can't think of a better anything than you." Jor-El leaned forward, curious to peek at how she might be portraying him in her journal. She self-consciously covered the text, then gave him a mysterious look, as if she'd been waiting for exactly the right moment. "I have other news for you, Jor-El. Special news." The background listening post speakers crackled with a burst of static, a whisper that seemed unnatural. Jor-El discerned sounds that were indisputably words. Startled, he strained his ears. "What's that?" The static roared again, faded, then cleared, to be replaced by a deep, somber-sounding voice.
"Anyone can hear me. I send this message because I have no other hope. Someone out there must listen."
Another crackle and squeak of static drowned out the next words.
"Repeat for as long as I can."
Jor-El raced to the control deck and sent out a command to pull together other signals from the observation array. By combining the outputs of the 23 dishes, he hoped to strengthen this faint transmission, perhaps even find an optical counterpart. He and Lara both stared as a blurred image formed on one of the holographic condensers, then sharpened to show a hairless, emerald-skinned man with a heavy brow ridge.
"My name is Jones from the planet Mars. My race is dying. My civilization is falling to dust. Please save us."
Having glimpsed a tantalizing fragment of the message, Jor-El spent hours recording the repeated signal, barely blinking, never turning his attention away. He used every known technique to filter out distortions and anomalous spikes caused by cosmic background interference. The transmission must have been traveling across space for years, if not centuries, and a few hours would certainly make no difference to the fate of the forlorn Martian. But Jor-El was a man of action, and Lara loved him for it. She assisted him in hooking up equipment, recording data, adjusting connections. Finally, after the signal had been processed and amplified, the two of them stood together, listening. On the crackling screen, the heavy-browed Martian said,
"By the time you receive this, my civilization will be dead. History has swept across us like an unquenchable fire. We thought our race would last forever. We thought nothing could harm Mars because we had a perfect society, an advanced people with highly developed technology. We were wrong."
The green-skinned man bowed his head.
"I am the only one left alive. And how long can I survive? My wife, my family, all lost."
The skin on the alien's face rippled and sagged,
His form shifted, as if he himself were composed of wavering flame. Then he seemed to restore himself. Lara didn't think it was a signal distortion. The Martian had actually altered his own shape. His message was old, from a far-off star system, yet his grief seemed fresh. The Martian man overlaid old images of his beloved world as he spoke, showing red cliffs and rock pinnacles, domed cities and dusty arches now in ruins, green-skinned people like ghosts walking through now empty complexes, then fading into blurred smoke. Lara saw idealistic images of another green Martian, a female with supple skin and a pointed headcrest, standing beside two children. They looked happy. She was sure these must be the alien man's family. Then came monstrous, white-skinned counterparts to the peaceful green people. The pale ones had severe features, angular heads, deep-set dark eyes, and sharp teeth. The grieving survivor said,
"All died. White Martians, green Martians, except for me. I survived. I am alone. I beg you to help me. Or if that is impossible, then please at least remember."
Remember, just as Jor-El's father had said with his last breath. The heart-wrenching message replayed, and Lara also felt the longing, the loss. She was reminded of Kandor and her own parents. That magnificent civilization. Did you see their cities, Jor-El? Those people, how intelligent they were. And yet it's gone. How could that happen? Jor-El shook his head, unable to comprehend how the Mars in the transmission could have been swept into the dusts of time.
"There's nothing I can do to help them, is there? It's too far away and too long ago."
Lara saw what he needed, and she knew she could give it to him. She had learned the news only that morning, and she had been waiting for the right moment to deliver her announcement. There could be no better time than now. "I know things seem bleak, but there is always hope." She smiled and hugged him. "I'm pregnant, Jor-El. I'm going to have our child." Chapter 43. The next day, Jor-El went to his father's enigmatic, translucent tower and cracked open the temporary resin barrier he had used to seal the broken doorway and lock the components of Donadon's dismantled ship inside. In recent months, he had been tugged in many different directions, by the threat of the Inquisition, the loss of Kandor, the death of his father, the giant telescope array, and Lara's pregnancy. He was going to be a father. Even now, Jor-El still hadn't had time to fully absorb the wonderful news Lara had given him. They were going to bring new life to Krypton in the wake of so much recent tragedy and suffering. One baby could do little to counteract all that grief, yet Jor-El felt a new hope. Now, after hearing the message from Mars, he was eager to begin his long-delayed work of studying Donadon's vessel. The blue-skinned alien had been a curious investigator. He would have wanted Jor-El to learn as much as possible from him. Each one of the components the Commissioner had delivered was like a piece of a much larger puzzle. And maybe in his explorations, Donadon had learned something about the lost civilization on the dusty red planet. The thought of the curious, insightful alien explorer brought back memories of his own father as a vibrant and incisive man. Both of his sons had looked up to him, awed by all the things he had accomplished. For years, Jor-El had left the odd corkscrewing tower intact, preferring to savor the mystery rather than digest the answers. When Commissioner Zod had urged him to hide the alien's spacecraft from the Council, Jor-El had not taken the time to fully investigate the interior of the tower. Now he stepped inside and looked around, drinking in the details, smelling the cold and faintly metallic air. Why had his father built this odd structure? The laboratory was a perfectly serviceable space, well stocked with analytical tools and references. Jor-El had designed and constructed this remarkable place and then just sealed it off. Had the older man been waiting for something? His cryptic comment from years ago that Jor-El would know when to enter the tower. What had he meant by that? At the time he had designed the structure, the older genius had already been caught in the claws of the forgetting disease. His behavior had gradually grown more irrational as his thoughts, memories, and grasp on reality slipped away. Jor-El had loved his father, but he had not understood what was happening to the man. The best doctors on Krypton had said there was nothing they could do. And that helplessness and confusion, that problem he could never solve, terrified Jor-El. His father was far too intelligent not to grasp how the terrible illness would progress, how he would slowly degenerate until he lost his mind entirely. Jor-El couldn't imagine how the man had endured such knowledge. On the far milky wall of the tower he saw the bold, even defiant Serpentine family symbol inside its diamond-shaped outline. Jor-El had placed this mark prominently here. Even as the disease worsened, the older man had not forgotten who he was or what his family meant to him. Fascinated, even compelled, Jor-El stepped close to the smooth interior wall, face to face with the large symbol. "What is it you want from me, Father? If only you had spoken to me back when it was possible." With a finger he traced the S-shaped curve. And at his touch, the lines began to glow. A circular section of the tower wall surrounding the mark shimmered with a lambent light. Jor-El appeared. His image stood tall and majestic in his scientist's robes. His silver hair had been brushed back, and he had placed a fine chain on his forehead. His voice was stentorian, his words fraught with meaning. Jor-El couldn't remember the last time he had heard his father speak with such power and conviction. "Jor-El, my son, I have left this message for you. I created this tower for a purpose I can no longer see. I trust you to understand what I do not, for too much is slipping away from me now. This may be the last time my mind can hold all of these thoughts. I feel so much draining out of me like water through a sieve." Jor-El realized what his father had done. The family symbol had been set down as a pattern covered with a veneer of message crystal. His own warm touch had activated it. Jor-El continued. "I once felt sorry for those who could not understand my calculations or my theories. Can you imagine how much more terrible it is to know that you once had that clarity and understanding, but that it is now gone? No matter how hard I clutch at them, the memories flit away. With my analytical mind I achieved many wondrous things, yet I paid for those triumphs. The fire that burns brightest also burns out most swiftly. Our race is changing. I am an anomaly, as are my sons, both sons. Beware. It is not enough to flaunt your genius. A truly integrated Kryptonian uses both heart and mind. By joining the two, you will achieve your ultimate potential. You can be a true Superman." The image flickered, and Jor-El shuddered. His intangible gaze turned until he was looking directly at his son. "I am sorry I could not be there for you. I know you, Jor-El. I know your brother. Hold tight to yourselves. I wish we could walk together into the future. Instead, the future is up to you. Father!" He reached out to the image. Old Jor-El bowed his head, closed his eyes, and vanished as the recording ended, leaving Jor-El inside the tower, feeling more alone than ever. He worked for days, tinkering with the separate pieces of Donadon's ship, trying to understand how they fit together. The Commission for Technology Acceptance had not been terribly meticulous in keeping detailed records as they dismantled the vessel, and now Jor-El had to use his best efforts to put them back in the right place. Despite numerous attempts, no matter how much care he used in taking apart component after component, the riddle of the alien's star drive was beyond him. Even though Zod was waiting for him to make some great breakthrough, Jor-El could barely grasp the basics, and he was a long way from designing a copy so that Kryptonian industry could build a powerful space navy. That was Zod's ultimate goal. Setting aside his work on the starship engines, he found a separate enclosed system, the amazing library database of the planets his alien friend had visited. Here, inside the navigation system, Jor-El could find the log entries of all the fascinating journeys Donadon had made. The ancient message from dying Mars played over and over in his mind. Jor-El had hoped he would become inured to it, but he kept being reminded of how far that strange civilization had fallen. If the Council hadn't shunned such explorations, might someone from Krypton have been able to visit the Red Planet in time so long ago? Had Donadon's people been able to do something? Using the distant early warning array, Jor-El had already pinpointed the origin of the Martian signal. A solar system with an average yellow sun so small and far away that it was barely visible in Krypton's night sky. With that information in hand, he plunged into Donadon's navigation logs, combing through the records of the aliens' travels, star system after star system. Yes! In his explorations, Donadon had visited that yellow sun around which Mars orbited. According to his log, the alien explorer had also picked up the desperate message and gone to investigate, but even he had been too late. Donadon had stood alone in the thin, cold air of Mars, recording what he saw in the spaceship's database. Staring at the display screen from the separate navigation system, propping the bulky component on the least cluttered laboratory table, Jor-El played images of weathered, rust-colored terrain and fallen cities that emphasized what the forlorn last Martian had already said. Though the continent-wide canals were dry and parched, they showed the mammoth scope of the lost race's achievements. Now iron oxide dust coated everything, slowly erasing the marks of an advanced civilization. He thought about showing this remarkable discovery to Commissioner Zod, but felt a strange hesitation. To what purpose? Zod would not care, and the Martian race had already been extinct for countless years. The Commissioner would no doubt dismiss the heartbreaking message by saying that the dead race was no threat to Krypton, and was therefore irrelevant. Jor-El decided to keep this to himself. When he advanced Donadon's log to the next entry, however, Jor-El was so impressed, so inexplicably happy, that he ran back to the manor house and woke Lara from a deep sleep. He excitedly brought her out to the tower chamber so that she could see for herself. She rubbed her eyes and followed him across the dewy purple lawn, then leaned against him as the two of them watched the screen that had been taken from the dismantled ship. Jor-El played the record of the next place the wizened, intrepid alien had visited. "Watch this, Lara. It's a beautiful planet, sparkling and blue, so peaceful and full of life." Though Mars was dead, the next planet, closer to the yellow sun, was covered with oceans and swathed in gauzy clouds. The continents showed a variety of terrain, ranging from frozen ice caps to mountains, forests, grasslands, and cities. Wonderful, vibrant cities. Donadon had not contacted these people directly, but preferred to view them from a discreet distance. Their civilization was young and thriving, on the verge of technological expansion. The people had only recently discovered radio communications and happily broadcast their existence out into the universe without a care as to who might hear them. They played exotic-sounding music. They built tall buildings that scraped the sky. These people were full of energy, unhampered by stifling restrictions, such as those that had been imposed by the Kryptonian Council. When Donadon's surreptitious surveillance zoomed in close enough to show the inhabitants themselves, Lara drew a surprised breath. "They look just like Kryptonians." "Yes, the racial similarity is eerie." Jor-El leaned closer. He felt an unusual kinship with the people on the third planet from the yellow sun. They seemed imaginative, ambitious, innovative, not afraid to risk failure. Jor-El longed to contact these people, share information and solutions with them, much as Donadon had intended to do when he'd come to Krypton. Jor-El and Lara found the place beautiful and compelling, reminiscent of Krypton, yet very different. These people called their planet Earth. Chapter 44. The next day Namek arrived at the estate, brusquely handing a message crystal to a curious Jor-El inside the tower laboratory. The shimmering image of Commissioner Zod rose like smoke from Jor-El's palm.
I need your help now more than ever, Jor-El.
His thin voice was insistent.
I envision a project so grand that it will take our best work to accomplish it. Come and help us create the future, the next capital of Krypton. Namek will bring you and your wife to me, to the ancient ruins of Shan City.
The bearded mute gestured insistently toward the special flying raft he had brought. The vehicle had fast engines and soft seats, open to the warm air, but with an enclosed canopy to protect them from hot sun or bad weather. Jor-El and Lara looked at each other. She crossed her arms over her chest. I don't like this. It didn't sound like a request. Namek was stony-faced. He shook his head vigorously. Jor-El stepped up to the mute. I have important work here, and so does Lara. We can't just leave. In response, the other man replayed Zod's message, then made an imperious gesture to the vehicle. Jor-El felt angry, but also uneasy about the lengths to which the Commissioner's bodyguard would go. You're not going to take no for an answer, are you? Lara demanded of Namek. The mute shook his head. His expression was implacable. Though not pleased, Jor-El did not argue as they both climbed aboard the vehicle. Zod would have his way, and Jor-El was beginning to resent it more and more. The flying raft hummed as it shot across the distance, heading toward unpopulated and sparsely explored regions of the continent. Namek stood by himself at the controls, only occasionally turning around to look at his passengers. He left Lara and Jor-El to talk with each other. In spite of her surprise, Lara was grudgingly fascinated by the prospect of visiting such a famed historical site. Shan City? Why would the Commissioner go to an abandoned ruin like that in the first place? He never seemed much interested in history. Then she nodded. I'll bet Aether had something to do with it. When they finally reached their destination by late afternoon, Jor-El saw a small cluster of temporary shelters that had been erected in the crumbling old city. Aether directed them to the Commissioner's makeshift office. Inside, Zod stood surrounded by numerous wafer-thin windows that projected images of the city ruins, overlaid with drawings of a fantastic new city to rise from the ashes of the old.
Thank you both for coming so promptly.
Jor-El glanced at Namek, who stood with muscular arms crossed over his chest. Your man seemed to think it was an order.
Yes, he can be quite implacable. Nevertheless, I assure you this is crucial.
Zod raised a hand, leading them out of his temporary office structure.
Come with me and see how I intend to keep Krypton safe.
Even Aether looked as if she would burst with anticipation. Shan City is full of treasures left by Jack-Sur. She hung close beside Lara. This will solve a mystery that's centuries old. Zod escorted them down a steep set of metal stairs to a labyrinth of underground chambers and then to a bustling central room. The chamber's walls were lined with copper alloy sheets. Antique but sophisticated-looking control decks glowed with diagnostic crystals. High-resolution plates displayed detailed maps of the entire surface of Krypton. 7 newly recruited technicians from the Kandor camp now sat at the panels, touching crystals, studying readings, and conferring among themselves. By the hunch of their shoulders and the set of their necks and arms, Jor-El could tell the technicians were tense in the Commissioner's presence. They had placed their faith in Zod, sworn their loyalty, and followed his orders. What is all this, Commissioner? Lara asked, still gazing around.
Weapons of such magnitude that they will keep us safe from all enemies.
Jor-El felt a lump in his throat. What sort of weapons? Where did you get them? As if sharing a secret, Aether looked directly at Lara, who suddenly went pale with realization. You found them? After all these centuries? Jor-El glanced quickly at his wife, and then he knew. You found some of Jack-Sur's Nova Javelins? Zod met his eyes, calm and confident, with just a flash of defiance.
All of them. All 15.
Jor-El remembered how naive he had been during his first dinner conversation with Lara, when they had talked about the terrible mark the warlord had left on Krypton. Why would you need such power, Commissioner?
To repel an outside invasion, of course.
Taking Jor-El by the arm, he marched to the other side of the control room, where he activated a palm crystal.
An opaque shield in the copper walls slid aside to reveal one of the sleek Nova javelins, so close that Jor-El felt he could reach out and touch it.
"Intriguing, is it not?"
Zod said near to Jor-El's ear.
"You know you've always had questions about them."
Despite his uncertainty and Lara's obvious unease, Jor-El was captivated by the weapon's smooth lines, the tall golden stock that still gleamed bright even after being buried for centuries. The fins at its base were like bent legs, sharpened to points. Balanced atop a slender shaft was an elongated gold ellipsoid filled with destruction. Jor-El was greatly uneasy to be involved with such destructive power.
"And you need me to see if these ancient weapons can be repaired?"
No, I believe they will function perfectly well. Noton and our technicians have been cleaning, tuning, and performing basic tests. Jax-Ur created weapons of enduring destructive power. You have to admire him."
Jor-El stared through the observation plate at the doomsday weapon.
"Then what do you need from me, Commissioner? Why bring us all the way here to these ruins?"
"These ruins are our new home."
Zod smiled.
"I just wanted you to know that Krypton no longer needs to rely solely upon you. I hope this eases your burden. Aren't you relieved? Here, Krypton's true government can have access to all the power we may require in any circumstance."
Chapter 45. Commissioner Zod's announcement that he would re-establish his capital at the site of Shan City was greeted with general favor. Groups of volunteers and refugees packed up and joined crowded convoys heading south, abandoning the temporary camp at the crater. Despite a few stubborn holdouts, most people were convinced they needed a fresh start, far from the scar of Kandor. Before any major work crews arrived, though, Zod had Namak remove the monolithic old statue of the fallen warlord. He refused to rule in the shadow of a failed tyrant. He also ordered the statues of Jax-Ur's kneeling rivals to be taken away, though he whimsically decided to keep one of them in his new office. Once all the heavy equipment arrived at Shan City, the cleanup and construction crews began their massive new project. With appropriate encouragement, they applauded the triumphant, breathtaking vision of a soaring metropolis, a replacement for Kandor. The 16 members of Zod's Ring of Strength issued a great deal of propaganda and promises. The commissioner displayed fantastic blueprints for his grand new city, rising from the ashes of the old. After clearing away the fallen columns and walls and damaged sections of the city, the new workers would rebuild what could be salvaged and create everything else from scratch. The commissioner gave Jor-El and Lara their own quarters in one of the first rebuilt dwellings, so that they could remain here to help. The scientist and his wife had no choice but to leave their distant estate behind and live here, at least temporarily, until the work of the new capital city was done. For his main administrative building, Zod ordered the reconstruction of a government palace in what had been Jax-Ur's central citadel. Meanwhile, from far away in his fine house in Borga City, Shor-Em issued a shrill condemnation of Zod's seizure of power, outraged that one man, a mere commissioner, should think that he alone could rule the people. Once again he proposed Borga City as a much better alternative for the interim capital. Other prominent outspoken citizens joining his protest included Tyr-Us, son of old Julas, from the metal city of Coral in the ore-rich mountains, and Gil-X from Orvai in the Lake District. But they were far too late. By now it had been nearly 2 months since the Kandor disaster. Tyr-Us, Gil-X, and Shor-Em had taken 2 months to raise their objections to what he had been doing, and they offered no concrete alternative. Zod simply couldn't abide that. No one could have imagined, much less implemented, a faster return to normalcy. Instead of the endless talk and governmental lethargy to which most Kryptonians were accustomed, his people saw tangible progress every day. His people had a new capital and an obviously visionary leader. Meanwhile, pontificating from Coral, Tyr-Us, whose name must have been inspired by his constant tirades, Zod thought, called again and again for the commissioner's immediate resignation, demanding that he return power to the rightful heirs of Krypton. By that, presumably, Tyrus meant himself and other old guard nobles, none of whom had done a thing to help. The construction at Shan City continued unabated. One day, when a team of 3 young volunteers broke open a new set of deep and unexplored catacombs, they blundered into a huge nest of the topaz-shelled beetles. Within moments, the 3 had been eaten alive, their screams broadcast by their short-range communication devices. By the time a rescue crew arrived, nothing remained but gnawed bones. The beetles attacked the rescuers as well, but the crew beat them back. From that point on, Zod assigned a hand-picked team led by Namek, who delighted in the task, to comb through the ruins and eradicate the infestation. Hundreds of thousands of the scuttling insects were wiped out, and the rebuilding began again. Zod announced his sorrow over the 3 volunteers who had been killed in the regrettable construction accident. But the task was large, even overwhelming, and Zod knew that some of his less dedicated followers might want to slink back to their comfortable cities. Before the people could even consider giving up in the face of the daunting task ahead, he realized he had to give them a compelling reason to stay here. Zod summoned all of his workers to the old execution square. The bright red sun presaged a sweltering day, but in the coolness of a fresh dawn the possibilities seemed boundless. Zod touched a voice amplifier patch at his throat.
When faced with the greatest crisis in our planet's history, you came to me, because you know that I am the future. I promised to protect Krypton against all enemies. I will show you why we need Shan City and why you can depend on me and no other to defend us.
He stepped onto the weathered block that had been the base of the ancient Jaxur statue. His words resounded like the booming pronouncement of a god, and he tried to make eye contact with as many people as possible.
I have the power to keep Krypton safe.
At his command, sapphire guards pushed the crowds back from the circular designs barely visible on the flagstones. With a hum and a shudder, the paved surface cracked along precise lines, and the people stepped away in trepidation. With ominous slowness, the half-circle silo covers scraped aside to reveal the ancient weapon pits. Zod drew in a rich, deep breath, as if inhaling the awe of the spectators. Lights glowed from within the pits, illuminating the polished metal skins of the tapered missiles. Like the golden arrows of an angry deity, the 15 Nova javelins slowly climbed to the surface, simultaneously threatening and awe-inspiring. 3 of the 18 platforms were empty. These had held the weapons that had destroyed Koron. Zod did not say anything for a long moment. He didn't have to. Everyone here knew that no other leader could promise as much. He would dispatch more fanatical supporters to all cities with the proof.
Let Shorem and his cronies complain. I am a man of action, and I vow to use these Nova javelins in order to defend my vision, our vision, he quickly corrected, of Krypton.
The 15 weapons gleamed in the ruddy sunshine, their narrow ellipsoidal warheads pointing toward the sky, waiting for a target. Chapter 46. The city grew with remarkable speed. With so many political bridges to be built, the ambitious younger nobles of the Ring of Strength had gone to speak forcefully to other citizens across the continent, touting Zod's cause, emphasizing his mighty stockpile of Nova javelins that could protect Krypton. Inside the half-completed government palace, amid the clamor of carpenters and stonemasons, Zod summoned Jor-El and Lara. Some of the carved pillars along the interior walls were ancient and weathered. The new ones, careful imitations of the same design, looked out of place. Patches of stone resin sealed parts of the wall that had fallen down, covering up the long-faded frescoes that depicted Jaxur's triumphs. The main roof had partially collapsed, and colorful fabric awnings covered the roof opening, peaked like a nomad's tent so the infrequent rains would run off. Gazing upward, Jor-El wondered if this was a conscious symbolism to remind visitors of how far they had already come from the temporary camp at the Kandor crater. In the middle of the office, Zod had installed what looked like a weathered, lumpy boulder. Upon closer inspection, Jor-El could barely make out that it was the figure of a bowing man, bending his knee to someone. He wondered why the commissioner had brought it here. The commissioner began by offering Jor-El provocative words.
"I've decided that it is time your father received the gratitude and respect he always deserved. Do something for him, for me, and for all of Krypton. Show everyone what a true genius Jor-El was."
Jor-El had not expected this.
"My father was a great man, but when he succumbed to the forgetting disease, many people called him mad. They turned their backs on him. And what I am offering will change all that," Zod said.
Lara was more cautious about the seemingly innocent offer.
"My husband and I can't agree without knowing what you're asking."
Zod continued in a magnanimous voice.
"Jor-El changed Kryptonian architecture forever. With his fantastic crystal growth process, he created hexagonal columns of utmost purity and material strength. He built some of the most beloved landmarks of old Kandor. Now I want you to use your father's techniques to grow our new city's skyline as rapidly as possible."
He looked wistfully down at his blueprints.
"Once this city is finished and rivals even lost Kandor, Shoreham and those other annoying voices will be silenced. We need to show them all."
Jor-El went to the broad window in the commissioner's office and looked out at the well-preserved ruins, the partially rebuilt towers all around the square. He tried to envision how his father's architecture would fit in, immense spikes of transparent crystal, green and white and amber.
"It would have to be done properly and with great care."
Zod clasped his hands together.
"I knew you would share my vision. It will be good for the heart and soul of Krypton. This city can never be the same as Kandor, but it can serve as a new Kandor."
Jor-El began to run the specifics through his mind, performing calculations and estimates.
"It is a long, slow process to grow crystals with proper stability, to anchor their structures and guide each facet along perfect intersection points. In the near term, it may be faster for you to erect traditional buildings using standard methods while I continue this project in parallel. Eventually, this city will be as awe-inspiring as you intend." No, it must be swift and impressive. During my days at the Commission, I read your father's original archived records. He set forth an alternative technique, an accelerated growth process that uses several potent catalysts. Drawing upon the power of Rao, gigantic towers and immense spires can be grown within days. Is that not true?
Jor-El shook his head. That was a much inferior process, Commissioner, and my father discarded it. What it gained in speed, it lost in stability. Don't you want your capital to stand for centuries, even millennia, longer even than the original Shan City? Such things can't be rushed. If we used the flawed catalyst technique, the buildings may last for no more than a generation or two. Zod's brow furrowed.
Jor-El, if Krypton survives the next generation or two, then we will have all the time in the world. Once we get past this crisis, I promise to give you the full freedom to make any improvements you wish.
He joined Jor-El and Lara at the window, gazing out at the bustle of construction.
Appearances are just as important as reality. No Kryptonian can doubt what Zod has done for them. I need to present my city as a new capital, a fait accompli, and soon.
Jor-El quickly looked at him. Your city?
Krypton City. Sometimes I grow a bit too passionate.
He offered them an intense, unsettling smile.
Grow me these crystal buildings to quiet any naysayers, and in return I will name the tallest, most ornate spire after Jor-El.
My father would not have wanted any accolades, Jor-El said, nor did he need them, especially not with buildings that are sure to be flawed. Zod's expression darkened.
I insist.
Jor-El looked at Lara, who understood his need, and she nodded reluctantly. He said, I will do this task in memory of my father, so long as we have time to make it right once we pass this current crisis. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for the perfect moment to raise the much more substantial issue of the data Zor-El had just sent him. And there are other matters we need to discuss. When this is finished, I have certain priorities you must address." The commissioner sounded dismissive, as if a tit-for-tat arrangement was to be expected.
"Perfect, my friend. I am forever in your debt."
Chapter 47. Lara loved watching the wheels turn in Jor-El's mind as he pondered a new problem to solve. He had decided that he would harvest select seed crystals from the smaller structures on his estate, and also from the magnificent palace in the Arctic. Zod gave him the loan of a flying craft and sent him away to gather what he needed, telling him to hurry. While Lara remained behind, she finally took the time to talk more with Aether. Inside one of Shan City's restored ancient buildings, the other woman's private quarters were far more spacious than Lara had expected. "I never imagined anything so ostentatious for you, Aether. Remember when you killed and roasted a snake once, just because you didn't think we had enough camp rations to last us?" "I called it the Serpent of Truth," she said with a smile. "It certainly tasted foul." Lara screwed up her face at the remembered bad experience. "You were the only other one who tried it. I've always respected you for that. It shows strength of character." With a giggle that made her feel 10 years younger, Lara said, "You remember Lila Lerol? She was so horrified that we had tasted the meat of a serpent that she wouldn't sleep anywhere close to us. Afraid we'd grow scales in the middle of the night." Both of them laughed at the memory. Aether suddenly became serious. "Commissioner Zod knows how brilliant your husband is, but you can help us here too. I've personally told him about you, Lara. You trained to be an artist. Didn't you work with your parents?" "I met Jor-El during a large-scale project at his estate." Lara's expression fell. So many things reminded her at unexpected times. "My parents were lost with Kandor." Aether didn't look at all troubled. "My parents were lost too, but they were the worst of the old Krypton. We have to forget all that now and move on." She poured them each a glass of ruby-red wine from Zod's personal stockpile, though Lara declined. She had not yet told anyone about her pregnancy. "You were never meant to be a mere assistant to a scientist. You have intelligence and skills all your own. In these times, Commissioner Zod asks all of us to give more than we've ever given before, to work harder, to contribute our best." Lara was skeptical. "But what is it you need from me, specifically? I am a historian as well as an artist, but everything I previously did seems very small now, in relation to Krypton's state of emergency." She considered revealing the personal journal she had kept, offering it as an official history of these troubled times, but an inner sense kept her from saying anything. Aether casually took a gulp of her wine. "The loss of Kandor is the most devastating thing to happen to our planet since the destruction of the third moon. It has global repercussions for our economy, our government, trade, transportation, the whole balance of power. As the cornerstone of his rule, Zod has shown that he's the only man who can defend us against another such attack, but that is not enough for him. He sees this tragedy as a second chance for us. We Kryptonians can rise from the ashes and put ourselves on a new path." Lara saw the other woman's fervor and recognized that she was sincere. "I still don't understand what you think I can do." Aether indicated the plain white walls of her chambers. It was obvious where patches of stone resin had been applied. She had hung dyed fabrics and mist scarves from hooks, pounded into the wall, but all the new buildings looked unfinished, unadorned, much too plain to rival the grandeur of Kandor. "As Zod's personal artist, your work for us will be more vital than anything your parents ever completed, even though Aura and Lorvan are gone. Let us show everyone that the glory of Krypton remains undiminished. Lara, we want you to take charge of the design of our new capital. Make it beautiful. No, more than that. Make it awe-inspiring." Chapter 48. On the night before Jor-El was to return, Commissioner Zod summoned his people to the former execution square, which he had renamed the Square of Hope. It was time to give his faithful followers another cause for celebration.
"Today we christen Krypton's new capital. Shan City is a mark of the past, a reminder of lost glory. Our new city, though built on the rubble of a once powerful empire, must stand for our whole planet, our entire people."
He looked around, scanning the faces.
"Therefore I name it Kryptonopolis."
With encouragement from the ring members as well as the diligent Sapphire Guards, the audience started to cheer. The commissioner smiled at them all, reveling in their acceptance. A voice shouted out from the crowd,
"Why not name it Zod City while you're at it? You've usurped everything else."
The crowd drew a quick gasp, turning to see who had spoken. An obviously agitated man stepped forward, long yellow hair streaming from both sides of his bald pink scalp. A long walrus mustache dangled down on either side of his mouth, giving him an absurd appearance. His robes bore a bold X-shaped crest, denoting his proud, noble family. Zod recognized him. With a quiet hand signal, the commissioner held back an angry Namek. The Sapphire Guards remained alert, ready to act. Zod spoke brightly, feigning welcome.
"Gil-X, you have finally decided to leave your soft cushions and delicate banquet barges in Orvi. We can always use more help, even from one of the pampered older nobles. Join us at our real work. We can train you to do something practical for a change."
Some members of the audience chuckled.
"I only wish Shorem and Tyre-Us would also come to help, rather than complaining from their distant manor houses."
The mustached man scowled, and his pink scalp turned red.
"I didn't come to join your efforts, Zod. I came to talk sense into the rest of these people."
He looked around.
"I want them to see what you're doing to our proud heritage. They don't want to live under a dictatorship."
Listening to the undertone of murmurs from the crowd, Zod knew the people were on his side. He had trained them well, demonstrated his capabilities, and more joined him every day, though he knew that an annoying resistance kept growing like noxious weeds in towns and settlements where he didn't have sufficient control. Yet.
"Gil-X, these people can see quite well what I've been doing. That's why they are helping me. Open your eyes and look at what we've accomplished already. We work together as a team to make Krypton strong instead of frightened and weak. The old council kept us defenseless. None of these good people wants that again, no matter what ineffective form of government you hope they will accept."
Gil-X sniffed.
"True Kryptonians can see through your lies, Zod. They remember what is right and true about our civilization, and they won't let it be lost."
He turned to the rest of the crowd, raising one knobby fist.
"All of you, join me. You must reject the tyranny of Zod and his unjust seizure of power."
Kolem called out with withering scorn. "We're quite familiar with what the likes of you considered right and true about our civilization. No, thank you." From his assigned position in the crowd, Da-S shouted out,
"We know what dreams Commissioner Zod has for us. We prefer to follow dreams rather than delusions." "Have you actually been to the crater of Kandor, Gil-X?"
bellowed muscular Mon-Ra from another part of the crowd.
"Have you witnessed firsthand how much destruction our outside enemies can bring against us? Have you bothered?"
Gil-X sidestepped the question.
"We all know what happened there. I have no need to see for myself. I doubt my heart could bear it."
"What's the matter? Afraid to get your hands dirty?" jeered Kolem. "You complain about Zod, but what have you done to protect us?" called Ron-Ar, another Ring member. The Ring of Strength continued to rile up the audience, and the crowd's mood turned ugly. It took Gil-X several moments to realize that he had chosen the wrong venue for his speech. Zod allowed the anger to simmer until it reached the point where he thought he might lose control. He didn't want them to turn into a mob against this one man, because such extreme reactions might provide the other dissidents with ammunition against him. Worst of all, it could make Gil-X into a martyr.
"Please, calm yourselves. This place is the Square of Hope. Here we cherish all that was best about Krypton, including the right to free speech, even when a person states something so patently absurd. Gil-X, these people do not support your opinion. I am disheartened by your stubborn refusal to recognize my good intentions. I cannot understand what I've done that causes you to object so vehemently, but I will hear you out. Maybe we can come to a meeting of minds." He extended his hand, sounding so cordial. "Come, we will talk in my tent." Galax saw that he had no choice but to agree. The next day, after Galax was gone, though no one had seen him leave, Zod issued a happy pronouncement. "The two of us spoke far into the night, and Galax finally realized his misunderstanding. Since he had isolated himself from the true effects of our tragedy, he was sadly ignorant of our planet's need. He had listened to lies and distortions from power-hungry men trying to cast doubt on our great work." Zod feigned a smile. Passion and sincerity oozed from him with every word. "When he realized that his own well-intentioned comments may have hindered the recovery of Krypton, Galax was in tears." Zod's listeners absorbed this dramatic and unsettling turnabout. They had followed the commissioner to an empty, ruined city and had sworn their allegiance to him and his grand plans for Krypton. Because they themselves were wholeheartedly convinced, it wasn't unreasonable to believe that Galax had changed his mind, too. Some workers accepted the explanation with more caution than others did, but all of them gave Zod the benefit of the doubt. The commissioner put on his most sincere expression. "I had hoped Galax would become my ally, but I accept his decision to withdraw from public life. He wants the rest of us to continue without the shadow of his previous accusations." He bowed his head, barely able to hide his satisfied smile. Over the next few days, other outspoken dissidents disappeared from isolated towns and villages, each leaving behind a heartfelt note of explanation. Some admitted shame, and many urged the people of Krypton to follow Zod. He knew that even among his own followers, a few might not believe the convenient stories. Outside, some people were bound to express their suspicions, claim evidence of conspiracies, and his own people would make such comments sound ridiculous. There would always be complaints, but complaints could be dealt with. And so, the commissioner moved forward with fewer roadblocks. The construction of Kryptonopolis continued. Chapter 49. After a rushed 2 days, Jor-El returned from the Arctic, carrying seed crystal chips he had cut from the key spires of Yar-El's wondrous Palace of Solitude. From his laboratory at the lonely estate, he took the catalysts he needed, metallic powders and liquid impurities that would be drawn into the lattice as the great towers grew. The manor house, the research building, the mysterious tower that still held Donadon's spaceship, all were quiet and empty. As he surveyed the grounds, an eerie sense of déjà vu reminded him of the abandoned ruins of Shan City. Jor-El felt very alone without Lara. While he was there, he received a message from Argo City. Zor-El appeared flushed, both exuberant and angry. "I have the data, Jor-El. The accumulated readings are exactly what I expected, exactly what I saw before. The core buildup is progressing with astonishing speed, and a planetary explosion is imminent, possibly in less than a year." "Unless we do something," Jor-El said. He remembered how easily the commissioner had approved his plans for the listening outpost. "I trust you to do what is best for Krypton, Jor-El." "I will make Zod listen. Don't worry, Zor-El. We will take the necessary action." Back in Kryptonopolis, he found Lara happily working with a crew of artisans to install the panels of an intricate frieze along the lintel of a government building. He watched her unobtrusively for a moment, his heart full of love for her. When she noticed him, Lara ran forward, wiping a smear of paint from her cheek. She excitedly told him how Aether and Zod had asked her to participate in the resurrection of the capital city. She felt it was a job to which she was immensely well suited. Lara had expressed her doubts about the commissioner's intentions, but Zod seemed to have won her over by giving her this grand project. Much the same way, he realized, as Zod had ingratiated himself to Jor-El by allowing him free rein to conduct the research he had always wanted to do. Tempting Jor-El with unfettered science and Lara with a history-making art project,
He could see that the commissioner was a very effective manipulator, but he was also sincere in his passion. Both he and Lara had their doubts, yet they had not seen more altruism from any of the outspoken city leaders either. Taking the dark bag that contained the seed crystal chips he had harvested, he met with Commissioner Zod and 3 members of the Ring of Strength inside the government palace. On blueprint films, Jor-El described the structures he could create with the materials he had found, and how much of the landscape they would dominate. Once I trigger the accelerated process, the chain reaction of crystal growth will occur without any further guidance from me. I need to get it right the first time. The commissioner's eyes had a bright gleam.
I am anxious to get started.
Jor-El shook his head. We've got to wait until nightfall to do our preparations. The seed crystals must remain covered until everything is ready. Once they're exposed to light, the chain reaction begins. Zod glanced up at the deepening sky color through the tent-like fabric that covered the damaged ceiling.
Rao will set soon. Tomorrow, Kryptonopolis will no longer be my dream, but a shining reality.
In the dark of the night, Jor-El set out his seed crystals at the 4 corners of the Square of Hope and atop Lookout Hill at the outskirts of the ancient city. He positioned each brittle seed carefully, measured, checked, and double-checked. Zod, Aether, and Namek accompanied him, watching every step of the process, their excitement tangible in the cooling night air. An hour before midnight, Jor-El added the catalysts and liquid impurities, checked the angles and positioning yet again, and stepped back, satisfied. Tomorrow, he told them. Be here exactly at sunrise. The next day, when he and Lara arrived in the Square of Hope in the pre-dawn darkness, Zod was already there, pacing impatiently. Namek stood motionless, as big as a statue. Aloof, Aether lounged on a new stone bench. Noton and Kolem also joined them, rubbing their sleepy eyes. The colors, presaging sunrise, flooded across the eastern sky. Any minute now, Jor-El said. The air was thick with anticipation. The roiling red fringe of Rao rose above the horizon, spilling crimson light across the landscape. When the first rays struck the seed crystals, the reaction was instantaneous. At the 4 corners of the Square of Hope, the first crystals began to sparkle. Energized by the sunlight, they drank in the catalyst powders like dry sponges absorbing a flood. A hexagonal spire shot upward, 4 times the size of the original crystal, and it kept growing, thickening. It spread out subsidiary crystal branches that followed the design Jor-El had programmed into the base lattice. The extraordinary rush of growth made a thunderous cracking and popping sound. Perfectly symmetrical with the upreaching spire, the crystal's anchor root plunged downward, drawing more material from the rocks and soil. Stone paving tiles at the square's perimeter buckled and broke. At all 4 corners of the square, shining spires seemed to be competing with one another as they raced toward the sky, rapidly dwarfing the other structures in Kryptonopolis. On Lookout Hill, outside the city, a 5th gleaming tower rose higher and higher. Commissioner Zod's face showed deep satisfaction. Namek reacted with childish glee as the components continued to erupt and unfold like a puzzle made of diamonds and emeralds. By the time Rao had risen fully, the red giant shone down upon an entirely new city.
This does indeed rival Kandor.
Zod clasped the scientist's shoulders.
You have done everything I expected, and more. I knew you would not let me down. Krypton owes you a debt greater than I can ever repay.
Jor-El seized the moment. He had been considering how to bring up the matter. Then it's now my turn to ask you a favor, Commissioner. It is vitally important to our planet's survival. Zod's eyes took on a calculating look. Then his expression shifted again.
You have never asked for any kind of boon before, if it is within my power to grant.
As you know, my brother discovered dangerous instabilities in the core of our planet. The Council refused to take any action until Zor-El provided them with extensive data. Zod nodded slowly, cautiously.
Yes, I was present when you and your brother made his claims, and the Council, as usual, chose to ignore problems rather than address them.
His voice held a heavy undertone of caution.
We've all experienced the increasingly severe quakes. More than one tidal wave has struck the coast, and massive volcanic eruptions continue in the southern continent. The core pressure is still growing, and now I too have a full set of data. It is precisely as bad as I feared. Trust me, Commissioner. The evidence is indisputable. He could see Zod trying to decide how to respond. Even if I accept your warning, what can we do about it? Jor-El's words came in a breathless rush. I've been thinking about the old prototypes I submitted to your commission. Do you remember an intense cutting laser I called a Rao beam? At the time I felt it would be useful for boring tunnels through mountains, for mining, and for construction. Your commission decided it was too risky. He lowered his voice to a grumble. As usual. Zod tapped his fingers together, fully focused on Jor-El rather than on the still-growing crystal spires behind them. I seem to recall it, but if the plans were confiscated, what will you do now? Start again from scratch? Jor-El gave him a wry smile. Commissioner, just because you took my drawings and destroyed my prototypes doesn't mean that the idea is destroyed. He tapped his temple. Every invention I ever created, every design and every process is right here in my head. I remember them all perfectly. Zod took a moment to process the startling revelation. Intriguing. He nodded slowly to himself, then responded with a thin smile, as if he had suddenly decided on a different strategy for playing this game. And could your Rao beam also be configured as a weapon? Something we could fire at attacking alien ships if they should come against us. It would help the defense of Krypton. Jor-El considered. I suppose. Once the Rao beam generator is erected, installed, and calibrated, I see no reason why its target point couldn't be shifted. And if I allow you to build this Rao beam, I presume you intend to drill some sort of shaft through the crust, like a pressure release valve? Well, that is the theory. The best drilling site may be the crater of Kandor, though the project will cause substantial damage to the area. There's no way around it. That doesn't concern me. Kandor is already a no-man's land. Best to put it to some use, Zod said. But I am more troubled by the fact that your own brother has been less than accepting of me. Perhaps if Zor-El issued a statement of wholehearted support for me from Argo City. Jor-El wanted to snap at the commissioner for worrying more about personal politics than the fate of the whole world. Then show him that you're completely different from the weak council. With your leadership, Commissioner, we can prevent a worldwide disaster. Aren't you the man who swore to take any action necessary to protect us? Aether leaned close to the commissioner with a strangely hungry look in her eyes. She said in a quiet, breathy voice, Zod, the savior of Krypton. He seemed to like the sound of that very much. Chapter 50. The visitor came to Argo City in secret. After crossing one of the bridges, he arrived in the middle of the night and made his way toward Zor-El's villa. Under his dark hood, he refused to reveal his identity, but insisted to the household sentry that the city leader would see him. Zor-El dismissed the volunteer guards who had dutifully blocked the stranger's entry. He frowned at the mysterious guest. You can't expect my guards to blithely let you enter as if you were an old friend. The man came into the light and pulled back the hood. But I am an old friend. Zor-El was shocked to see the man's haggard appearance, the haunted look in his reddened eyes, his sunken cheeks, as if he hadn't slept or eaten well in days. Tyros, why didn't you inform me you were coming? What's happened to you? The same thing that will happen to all of us if we're not careful. He looked over his shoulder toward the sentries as if they couldn't be trusted, toward the night as if something dangerous were after him. Please let me inside. I need shelter, just for a little while. Zor-El hurried the man through the door as he snapped to his guards. Make sure no one else enters my home. See that we're not disturbed. Their master's abrupt reaction seemed to frighten them more than anything else. Alora saw the troubled expression on her husband's face and quickly led him and Tyros into a withdrawing room filled with exotic plants. She lit several solar crystals. Tyros stood weak and shaking in the middle of the room. He touched the enormous flowers with fingers that trembled with wonder. It rejuvenates me to know that something is flourishing on Krypton while our government festers and rots.
He drew a deep breath and squeezed his eyes shut. "Tell me everything, Tyros. When did you leave Coral? So many other noble sons have abruptly stepped out of public view. When I had heard nothing from you in weeks, I thought maybe you had joined them." Tyros's eyes were wild.
"I could have vanished, too. The commissioner's thugs have been following me. I saw dark figures in Coral walking down the metal streets, pretending to be visitors, but they all had those armbands Zod's followers wear. I've seen them in Argo City as well. I don't like them. Watch yourself, Zor-El, for they are certainly watching you. You should cast them out of your city before they cause further damage."
Zor-El was disturbed by the suggestion. "I can't just arrest them and say that their views are forbidden, no matter how fanatical they may seem. That would turn me into a dictator as bad as you claim Zod is." Allura picked a flower and pushed it into Tyros's face. "Smell this." Involuntarily, the shaken man drew a quick breath, and the stimulant perfume made him stand straighter. "Eat these." She held out 2 berries, one blue and one red.
"What do they do? Will they drug me?"
"No, they will strengthen you." With narrowed eyes, Tyros looked at the berries.
"How do I know I can trust you? How do I know I can trust anyone today, even the 2 of you?"
Zor-El grabbed the man's arm. "You know you can trust me because you know me. What has changed you so much? You're frightening us."
"You should be frightened. Do you know how many others have disappeared? Shorem has been attacked twice, but managed to drive off the assault. His guards were unable to capture or interrogate the ones who struck out at him. Fully 14 of us who spoke out against Zod have retired, and no one has heard from them again. Think of it, Zor-El. You know it makes no sense."
Yes, I was surprised to hear that Gilex had decided to support Zod. It made no sense after everything he'd been saying.
You know he was a vain and self-righteous man. Do you think Gilex would just quietly hide himself? Never. I am the son of Council Head Julius, and I should have had a seat on the council someday. So should you, Zor-El.
I have Argo City.
You won't if Zod takes it away from you."
Tyros finally ate the 2 berries and sighed. He looked at Allura.
"I'm sorry to have distrusted you."
2 staff members brought in a hurriedly prepared meal and a large pitcher of herbal tea that Allura brewed for its strengthening properties. Tyros was startled by the unexpected servants and looked as if he might bolt, but Zor-El took the tray of food and quickly dismissed the helpers. The haggard man sat down on a bench, surrounded by lush herbs, shaking his head miserably.
"The risk increases with every person who sees me. Just by being here, I increase the danger to you both."
"Tell me more after you've eaten." Zor-El nudged the plates closer. Tyros seemed queasy and apparently uninterested, but once he tasted the food, he ate so ravenously that Zor-El feared he might become sick.
"You haven't supported Zod and his overthrow of the true Krypton government,"
Tyros said between bites.
"But you've been careful not to openly oppose him either."
"Shorem thinks I should have done so long ago, but I had my own disaster here, remember? Argo City still has much rebuilding to do."
"If you had resoundingly supported our claims, you'd quite possibly be dead like all the others, like I am soon to be."
"Nonsense," Allura said. "You can stay here. We will protect you."
"You can't protect me, and I'll only endanger you if I stay here. I won't do that."
He looked up at Zor-El.
"You are my friend, an ally. If we don't organize all of our supporters, soon Zod will have the whole planet in his grip. He'll do whatever he wants, and I believe he wants a war. If we ever receive another alien visitor like Donadon, Zod is likely to open fire just to test all the new destructive toys he's creating."
"You must be exaggerating. What proof do you have?"
"His agents continue to destroy all proof and silence any criticism. Can you afford to take the risk that I might be wrong? I need to hide, but I have to go somewhere they won't think to find me."
As Tyros looked down at his empty plate, Zor-El had an idea. "There's an isolated dacha in the hills near my old family estate. My father lived the last years of his life there, but he died recently. My mother abandoned the house and came to live here in Argo City. No one goes there. No one would find you. You'd be safe, and you would put no one else at risk." Tyros's face lit up.
"Are you certain?"
"We insist," Allura said. Their guest suddenly became anxious again.
"But you must not tell your brother. Jor-El is conspiring with Zod. He's helping him to conquer the world."
Zor-El scowled. "My brother is working for the good of Krypton. He always does.
"But he cooperates with the Commissioner. Many have seen it."
Jor-El is a good man who has no interest in politics whatsoever.
Zod may well be fooling him.
Zor-El held up his hands.
My brother is not easily fooled, and Commissioner Zod did step up to lead the people during the crisis, which is more than Gelex or anyone else did.
He sighed.
Nevertheless, I will keep your secret. You have my promise.
The gaunt man nodded, relieved. We will find a place for you to sleep, Alora said. We'll pack up some clean clothes and any supplies you need.
It would be good to wash and rest.
Zor-El led him to a room reserved for guests, and Tyrus was so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as he collapsed onto the blankets. Without disturbing him, Zor-El and Alora set out clean garments and towels. Cleansing crystals in the adjacent bathing room would be ready for him whenever he chose. But the next morning, when Zor-El went to check on his guest, Tyrus was gone. The desperate man must have taken the clothes, washed quickly, and slipped away without anyone seeing him. He left no note, no indication that he had ever been there, presumably to protect them. Alora stared at the empty bed, the dirty clothes in a pile on the floor, which they would have to destroy. Do you think he was abducted? Those people following him, did they get to him in our house, past our guards?
Now you sound as paranoid as he did.
Zor-El shook his head, ashamed at his sharp tone.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to belittle his concerns. Those other disappearances, especially Gelex, are very suspicious. We'll have to keep watch on our own streets, step up the civilian guard to make sure you and I stay safe. I really don't know what to think about Commissioner Zod.
Later that morning he received a surprise message from his brother. Jor-El wore a glad expression, and his blue eyes glittered.
Zor-El, I have good news. Just as I promised, I convinced Commissioner Zod to let us take action about the core buildup. Thanks to your data, he's agreed to allow the two of us to begin work on a massive project.
From the communication plate, Jor-El grinned. He will supply materials, manpower, anything we need. Zor-El was taken aback, especially in light of Tyrus's dire warnings about the Commissioner. Though he had suspicions, he could not turn down a chance like this. He knew the danger in the planet's core, and saving the planet was more important than politics.
And what does he propose we do? That's up to us. I have an approach we might take. Come and work with me. We can get started right away.
Zor-El remained silent after his brother had terminated the transmission, filled with conflicting thoughts. Alora stood behind him, having listened to the entire message. What are you going to do? Can you trust Zod, considering what Tyrus said?
I'll reserve judgment and see for myself if there are any strings attached to this offer. But I have to put the fate of Krypton above everything else. If the Commissioner means to prove that he's different from the old Council and he's willing to let me do what I know has to be done, how can I let politics get in the way? We're talking about the end of the world.
Chapter 51. From memory, Jor-El redrew his plans for the Rao beam, which he had surrendered to the Commission long ago. Each subsystem, the gem-like concentrator, the beam focuser, the tall open-framed support derrick, everything came back to him. Now that he applied himself, he even made improvements to the original design, and this time the Commission for Technology Acceptance would not censor his idea. Before even discussing the overall plan with his brother, Jor-El dispatched construction teams up into the mountains overlooking the Kandor Valley. Excavators plowed a road up to the highest summit of the range, the perfect spot from which to perform the high-energy drilling project. From the peak, the vantage offered an unobstructed view of the deep, ugly scar where the capital city had been gouged out, leaving an incredibly deep hole. When Zor-El finally arrived from Argo City, the dark-haired man was taken aback to see how much Jor-El had already completed.
I thought we would be working on this together, sharing theories, calculations, designs.
Jor-El couldn't believe his brother's attitude.
When did this become a competition?
It's not supposed to be.
Good. I don't care about glory or awards. I simply want to stop the core buildup,
and I didn't think you would want me to waste any time. Haven't we waited long enough already, or did you want to do things like the old Council? Zor-El was thrown off guard. Though he had a difficult time seeing past Tyrus's frightened accusations, this was his brother. Jor-El was a powerful scientist with many brilliant ideas, and his one and only priority was science. He was not a conspirator.
Sorry I jumped to conclusions. Yes, let's get this done before Zod changes his mind. What is your plan?" Jor-El pointed down to the near bottomless pit, explaining that the Rao beam was the only viable way to drill so deeply into the crust. The thickness of the crust varies around the world, and here it's relatively thin. By my measurements, the crater is already almost a kilometer deep. We can use that as a starting point. Zor-El studied the beam design and admitted that he could not have done better. Jor-El continued. "The building quakes we keep feeling are the planet's attempts to relieve pressure where the stresses are greatest and the crust is weakest, as are the volcanoes in the southern continent. But if we create a second release point here, we may, and I emphasize may, dampen the instabilities in the core." Zor-El scratched his dark hair, still thinking. "Have you given any thought to what happens once we start burning down into the mantle? How are you planning to hold the integrity of the shaft when the walls are melting in every direction?" "Oh, that does pose a problem." Zor-El gave him a steely look. "You aren't the only one who can invent things. Remember the powerful field I developed to protect my diamondfish probes? I expanded the concept to reinforce Argo City's seawall after the recent tidal wave. We can use the same field to maintain the integrity of our drilling core." Jor-El's eyebrows went up. "Like a protective liner?" Zor-El's hard expression broke into a smile. "You always understood me better than anyone else, Jor-El." "Great minds think alike," he joked. "And Krypton certainly needs great minds right now. To act decisively, something the old council could never do." Jor-El clapped his brother on the shoulder. "Then we should get drilling." The tent encampment and outlying settlements were now entirely abandoned, the last stragglers sent down to Kryptonopolis. Fortunate timing, because once the Rao beam drilled through the crust, the lush Kandor Valley would become a disaster zone. The scientist Noton was on site as Zod's representative to observe the preparations, but the ring member clearly felt out of his league and left the decisions to Jor-El and his brother. "We should calculate the projected magma outflow," Jor-El said. "How much will we need to release in order to bring the unstable core back to safe levels?" "According to the data I collected, the eruptions in the southern continent were too widespread and the depth was incorrect." In the days since gathering his data, Zor-El had completed extensive follow-up calculations. "By unleashing the magma here, though, we'll do more good than a dozen eruptions down in the southern hemisphere." With the cooperation of numerous technicians and engineers and full access to any resources Jor-El requested, the Rao beam facility was completed with astonishing speed. On a high derrick atop the windy mountain peak, the intensifier crystals and lenses were ready to be aligned. Once they were shifted into place, the crystals would focus the blinding, penetrating beam. Additional technical stations now occupied several nearby subpeaks, where huge collecting arrays of prisms and mirrors gathered the power of the great red sun each day. White hair blowing in the stiff cold breeze, Jor-El sat on a rocky outcropping near the control shack beside the high derrick, waiting for Rao to reach its zenith. "It's time, Zor-El. Are you ready? I've been advocating this for months. Let's not stand on ceremony when Krypton could explode at any moment." Calling for help from Noton and the technicians, the two men shifted the lenses into alignment. Drawing from the sun and from the solar generators, the huge central crystal dangled like a pendant within the framework, glowing, charging, until it spat out a razor-sharp beam. Faster than an eye blink, it struck the crater with pinpoint accuracy, hit the deep bottom, and began drilling into the crust. A chimney plume of vaporized rock, steam, and smoke boiled upward. Debris flew in all directions. Hot rocks showered down, and hellish smoke rose from the drilling site. Although Krypton's straining core pressure demanded to be released, even the intense Rao beams would take days to penetrate the kilometers of crust to reach the molten mantle. Hour after hour, the derrick shuddered with strain from the power output. The shaft burrowed deeper, and the two brothers waited, side by side, watching from atop the summit. Chapter 52. While Jor-El was gone for weeks setting up the huge Rao beam project, Lara remained in Kryptonopolis to paint breathtaking new frescoes and assemble mosaics. Despite her reservations about his character, Commissioner Zod expressed great support for her work. He said the glorious art helped to anchor his capital city's place in cultural history. Aethir's enthusiasm for Zod's new Krypton seemed boundless, though Lara wasn't sure exactly what role her friend played in the government. The other woman often slipped away unexpectedly. Taking 1 or 2 ring members and some sapphire guards, she would disappear for days and come back at odd hours. Whenever Lara asked about it, Aethir remained evasive. Sometimes a new government doesn't run as smoothly as it should. Meanwhile, Lara intently studied the numerous buildings being erected or repaired, then sketched out her artistic plans for them. She transformed the blocky walls from plain, serviceable structures into truly majestic monuments that would surpass anything Jacques had created long ago. The 5 immense new crystalline towers had already altered Kryptonopolis, transforming the construction site into a dramatic work of architectural art. On Lookout Hill, the tallest monolith gleamed in the red sunlight. Despite Jor-El's insistence that the gesture was not necessary, Zod had proudly named that structure the Tower of Yar-El. Lara's main project was to embellish a structure designated as the new Treasury Building. She sent detailed plans to armies of her helpful apprentices, then went to inspect the numerous decoration projects underway across the city. In Kryptonopolis, Lara had 5 times as many workers under her direction as her parents had ever overseen. All this was entirely new to her, but she was sure Aura and Lorvan would have been pleased. She stopped to admire an intricate and colorful mosaic her crew was installing on the new Academy headquarters, to be named after Kor Zod. The mosaic's pattern of carefully arranged pieces was still not obvious at a glance, although she had a clear picture of it in her mind.
Magnificent!
Zod had come up behind her, accompanied by Aethir.
But Krypton has a new request to make of you, an even more difficult task.
The commissioner's resonant voice sounded personable. Not sure what to say, Lara ran her gaze over all the workers engaged in assembling the mosaic. With Jor-El gone, I am already devoting every waking hour to this work, Commissioner.
I would expect nothing less from the wife of Jor-El.
Zod stepped close, and his presence fell over Lara like the shadow from a thundercloud.
You've already drawn your designs, and we have plenty of competent supervisors to ensure that the work continues without pause. However, Aethir suggested you as the perfect person for an extremely important project, one with even more enduring importance than any of these works of art.
A different sort of art, Aethir added. Before Zod could explain further, one of the mosaic workers stumbled and knocked over his basket full of cut tiles from the high scaffolding. He yelled a warning to the people below as hundreds of colorful chips tumbled through the air. Sparkling like a shattered rainbow, they pattered on the flagstones. The other workers groaned, not because anyone had been hurt, but because gathering up all the pieces would be so tedious. The commissioner turned away, clearly not wanting his devoted followers to see his stormy expression of contempt and disappointment. But Lara noticed. It took him only a fraction of a second to compose a fresh smile for her.
Aethir tells me you have a background in history, and that your instructors at the Academy commended your writing talent. Most important, you grasp the context of the great events around us.
The compliment made Lara oddly uncomfortable. She did not tell him of the detailed personal journal she had already been surreptitiously keeping. Yes, history and writing are among my interests. Aethir ignored the chaos behind them. Lara, it is important to make sure that history remembers Zod properly. These are turbulent times, and when emotions run high, memory isn't always accurate. The commissioner nodded.
You are the perfect person to be my official biographer and the chronicler of my new reign, to set down the official version of events and determine how history remembers me, remembers all of us. Lara was not so easily recruited. You want me to write propaganda for you? Not propaganda. The truth.
Aethir interjected. There is no such thing as completely objective truth, Lara. Everything the commissioner does can be seen from varying perspectives. Though many of the complainers have now withdrawn their objections, some people like Shore M still argue with his decisions out of petty jealousy and a petulant resistance to change. You remember how much Jor-El has fought against that kind of backward thinking? We are in this together. Lara crossed her arms over her chest, still not convinced. I also remember, Commissioner, that you were the one who censored most of my husband's inventions. If not for you, Jor-El's discoveries could have benefited Krypton for many years, but your commission held him back.
That was not my choice, Lara. I followed the Council's guidance, and for that I admit my error. Have I not proved myself since then? Look at what I am allowing Jor-El and his brother to do right now, drilling to Krypton's core. A project the old Council would never have approved, no matter how much data they reviewed.
He looked at her intently.
Won't you give me the benefit of the doubt?
Skilled artisans scurried around the base of the scaffolding like hive insects, busily picking up the mosaic pieces. Within minutes, they had cleaned up the mess. See how efficient Kryptonians can be if they work together and follow a single leader, Aether said. That's why we have to help everyone see what Zod can do for them. If you write our history properly, you'll be helping to save Krypton as surely as your husband's drilling project will. Before she could reply, Lara fought against a sudden twisting in her stomach. She took long, deep breaths through her nostrils. At first, she thought it was some instinctive revulsion to what they were asking her to do, but it was merely her pregnancy. Even though she loved to feel the baby growing inside her, she had recently begun suffering bouts of morning sickness. Neither Aether nor Zod seemed to notice her discomfiture. Trying to calm her nausea, Lara spoke to them through clenched teeth. We are still in the midst of such chaotic events. There's not enough perspective for a true history.
One must start somewhere, and events are fresh in your mind.
Zod brushed a speck from his chest.
I will grant you full access, so you can get the truth directly from me, instead of listening to any rumors you might hear.
Aether nodded with a snort. Borga City continues to mount a smear campaign against the Commissioner, disregarding all we've accomplished. They completely ignore the fact that we have the Nova Javelins to protect Krypton. Zod has asked to meet with Shore-M to discuss matters, but the man refuses.
Zod nodded gravely.
Fortunately, many of those who spoke out against me have been convinced otherwise. Gil X was the first, as you know, and many others have respectfully retired into seclusion. Tyre Us recently joined them, too.
Lara hadn't heard this. Tyre Us now supports you? That's an amazing turnabout.
He saw that his outspoken criticism was harming Krypton's chances for recovery. We won't be hearing any more complaints from him.
Lara bit her lower lip, trying to hide her skepticism. In order to make your chronicle accurate, I should speak to those men, include their points of view, let them state in their own words what they originally thought and why they changed their minds. That will be a good way to provide a balanced perspective.
Zod was instantly troubled.
No, the focus should be on me and my goals. Wasting time on them is merely a distraction. For now, you have enough material to begin writing.
He gestured toward the scaffolding.
I will assign other people to oversee these art projects.
Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Of course you have, Lara.
Aether patted her on the shoulder in a patronizing gesture.
Of course you have.
Chapter 53. The intense red beams continued to pound into the crater of Kandor, melting through the crust. Enclosed by the distant walls of the broad valley, trapped dust and smoke made the sky thick and hazy. Even up in the mountains, every breath tasted of ozone, burnt metal, and ash. Though Jor-El covered his face with a snug breathing mask, his eyes still burned and watered. Zor-El stared into the ripples of thermal disturbance that radiated from the pulsing Rao beam. Noton and his technicians bustled about, amazed and intimidated by what they were doing. All day, every day, as soon as the red sun rose high enough to charge the collectors, energy was funneled to the focusing point to generate the Rao beam. The drilling continued unabated until sunset, at which point the beam weakened and finally faded. After dark, The brothers ate pre-made meals in their temporary hut and reviewed the current day's progress and the next day's plans with Noton and his team. The two pored over cartography sheets and depth analysis simulators to get a better picture of the inexplicable shifts in Krypton's core. Each evening, Jor-El spoke with Lara in Kryptonopolis. Just seeing her image on the communication plate lifted his spirits. When she mentioned that Zod had asked her to be his official biographer, he had mixed feelings and sensed that she did too. His brother expressed doubts about the Commissioner's motives and tactics, especially after Tyrus's warnings. Jor-El told him not to worry. Lara isn't easily swayed. She'll tell the truth, whether Zod likes it or not. He may well censor her. Jor-El frowned, recalling many former encounters with the man. Yes, he's done that plenty of times before. The Commissioner sent brusque official messages encouraging Jor-El to complete his task as quickly as possible and return to his weapons development work. He even suggested that Zor-El come to Kryptonopolis and offer his help and insights, now that his concerns about the core pressure were being addressed. Zor-El gave a non-committal answer, hesitant to reconsider his unfavorable opinion of the man. Several hours after sunset, the zone around the crater had cooled enough that the brothers could venture down to the drilling site and take additional readings. None of the other technicians wanted to accompany them into the hellish place. The smoky air was nearly unbreathable, forcing the two to wear protective goggles and filter masks. In the charred darkness, Jor-El and his brother walked on practically new roads through the remnants of the empty refugee camp, feeling the eerie mood, the strange sense of loss. So much had been abandoned in place. Support frameworks, sanitation pits, garbage dumps. Toxic soot covered the landscape for kilometers around. Rocks cracked, rumbled, and popped as they cooled. Waves of heat shimmered up from the impossibly deep hole. Jor-El hoped that later generations wouldn't curse them for causing so much destruction. Then again, if later generations survived at all, it would be due to their efforts here. Zor-El walked ahead, intent on reaching the lip of the crater. From his pack, he removed a glistening scaled device, another of his diamond fish detectors. Once activated, it squirmed and twitched in his hands, the impenetrable armor flashing reflections from their handlights. Zor-El touched a particular scale to activate a fuzzy, glowing envelope around the diamond fish. Leaning forward, he whispered, "Drop down to the warm depths, my friend, and tell us how far we have drilled." He tossed the diamond fish over the edge, and it tumbled, flashing into the shadows. He tuned the handheld receiver and watched the trace as the diamond fish fell for more than 4 minutes down the shaft. When the mechanical creature finally struck the bottom, it took a moment to recover and get its bearings before it began sending back images of the melted rock. Jor-El looked at the readings. "Yes, we should break through by mid-morning tomorrow." Zor-El remained silent for a moment, and then said, as if the thought had just occurred to him, "I've revisited my calculations using a slightly different set of assumptions and initial conditions. There may be a problem." "You revised your calculations? Shouldn't I proof them? What did you find?" "Well, there's a chance, an extremely slight one, that instead of relieving the pressure in the core, this breach just might crack open the planet. All of Krypton could explode like a punctured pressure vessel." Jor-El stared at him in disbelief. "We're going to break through tomorrow, and now you raise this possibility?" "As I said, it's a very remote chance, hardly worth mentioning," Zor-El pushed, sounding defensive. "You know what's happening down there. We have a choice that's not really a choice at all. Even raising the question would have invited months or years of tedious discussions among people who haven't got the slightest understanding of the science. You and I are the only ones qualified to make the decision." "For the whole planet?" "Yes, for the whole planet. We either accept the risk that our actions might cause a disaster, or we do nothing and ensure a disaster. I'll take the chance." Jor-El let out a long sigh. "Let me look over your calculations. If I don't find the risk acceptable, I'm calling a halt to our operations here." Zor-El was not happy, but he conceded. Later, back in their habitation hut, they hunched over the light of a glow crystal as Jor-El pored over line after line of his brother's mathematics. He did find one error, but it was in Krypton's favor, reducing the chances of disaster even further. Jor-El flushed with embarrassment, even though the results made the risk of planetary destruction orders of magnitude less likely. Jor-El was still uneasy, but could see no better choice.
All right, I'm satisfied. We drill tomorrow, and we finish this.
Chapter 54. The next day the scarlet beams shot downward again, and after 4 hours the valley floor began to rumble. The detectors in the substations went wild. Jor-El ran to his brother.
"We're there!"
Zor-El went with him to the overlook and raised his viewing lenses to stare down into the Kandor Valley. The Rao beams burned and burned.
"Get ready. This is going to be spectacular."
He was right. The deep crater suddenly became the mouth of a cannon, firing a fusillade of blazing yellow-white lava into the sky. Propelled by all the power bottled up within the planet, the stream of magma squirted straight up, higher than the mountains, higher than the clouds, and it kept rising. Curiously, some of the lava had exotic emerald streaks, like green ribbons wound through the plume of liquid fire.
"Shut down the Rao beam!"
Jor-El shouted to the awed technicians. When they didn't move, he raced to the controls himself and swung aside the concentrating lens. The red energy bolt faded into the air, leaving only ripples of disturbance in its path. The lava fountain continued to spew upward.
"If that column of lava reaches escape velocity, it will shoot all the way out of our atmosphere," Jor-El said. "Depending on how long this stream lasts, we might soon have a ring of cooled rubble drifting around our planet." "Prepare for more meteor showers in the coming months," Zor-El said.
Jor-El grinned as he mused.
"If the debris field spreads out all through Krypton's orbit, Zod will probably consider it another defense against invading alien ships."
"Then make sure you explain that to him." Lightweight pebbles, more like foam than rock because of their many gas inclusions, began to patter all around them. As larger chunks started to crash to the ground, the technicians scrambled for shelter in the control huts. Zor-El dragged his brother into the nearest metal building, and from inside they listened to the staccato rattling on the roof, like a heavy hailstorm. The lava continued to gush unabated for 4 days, and finally Zor-El's seismic instruments indicated that Krypton's core had begun to shift and relax, reaching a new and more stable equilibrium now that some of the pressure was released. Soon, when the fiery jet started to lose power, they would place a force field cap on the core shaft to seal the lava geyser entirely. Venturing down from the mountains to the perimeter of the debris field, Zor-El had taken samples of the unexpected green mineral to study, but its structure and the reason for its exotic transformation remained a mystery to him.
"Our world is changing in ways that I cannot begin to explain."
Jor-El looked out across the valley, where brush fires had burned away vegetation and rendered the once verdant area as stark as the surface of a moon.
"We've caused some of those changes ourselves, Zor-El. What are the global consequences of what we've done? With all the ash in the atmosphere, the climate will change, the weather patterns."
His brother's dark brows drew together.
"Damage or destruction, those were our 2 choices. Now our planet will survive, thanks to what we've done. It may take centuries, but Krypton will recover."
He raised his eyebrows. "In fact, if your commissioner is so intent on being our savior, he can demonstrate his goodwill by sending teams to reclaim the landscape." When Zod sent his congratulations and announced a procession from Kryptonopolis, Zor-El abruptly decided it was time for him to leave. His excuses were very transparent. "I've been away from Argo City and Allura for too long. Now that I know the planet won't fall apart, I've got a city to run."
"Well, the commissioner wants to issue a commendation to both of us. Neither of us cares about it, but if I have to endure it, then you have to be here too. This is as much your triumph as mine."
Zor-El seemed very anxious.
"No, you can take full credit. Zod's applause means nothing to me. And when have I ever asked for accolades? Jor-El, listen to me. I don't want to stay, but you can use this to build your political capital. Someday you may need to make a request of Zod.
Make sure he understands the debt he owes you." On the high mountain peaks, the winds were always cold, despite the gushing lava geyser that continued to blast into the sky. Zod's celebratory procession arrived, accompanied by Aether, Namek, and a military escort. Jor-El watched the convoy of levitating vehicles wind their way up the crushed rock roadway to reach the compound. He hoped to catch sight of Lara among them, but apparently she had remained behind in Kryptonopolis. He couldn't guess whether or not that had been her own choice. By the time the group gathered near the tall derrick, Zod had had plenty of time to view the spectacular magma plume. He nodded solemnly.
"This is most impressive, Jor-El."
Ferret-faced Kol-Em, the only member of the Ring of Strength who had come along, bustled to the cliff edge to survey the devastated valley. "It's spectacular! No other city leader would have dared to launch such a demonstration of power." He spun around to grin at Zod.
"It was a scientific imperative," Jor-El said, "not a demonstration of power."
Kol-Em didn't seem to understand the distinction. "My brother could never have conceived a project of this scope or this urgency. You have saved the world, Commissioner."
Zod stroked his neat beard.
"Is that what I've done, Jor-El? Saved the world?"
"Well, you—" For a moment, the scientist didn't know how to answer. "By granting us your permission and backing for this work, you did something the former council never could have managed. Our preliminary seismic readings suggest that the critical pressure is rapidly decreasing. So yes, it would seem the world is saved."
"Good. You've already instructed Noton on how to seal the geyser when the time comes, haven't you?"
When Jor-El nodded, Zod ordered the rest of the technical team to remain behind and monitor the lava geyser for the time being. He beamed at Jor-El.
"Now that you're satisfied Krypton is safe, you can devote yourself to matters of more immediate importance. I believe there is a great deal of work, not to mention your lovely new wife, waiting for you in Kryptonopolis."
Chapter 55. As he left the mountain installation long before the Commissioner's entourage arrived, Zor-El had more than one reason to be uneasy. On the last day of drilling, Noton had made an offhand comment that Tyros had also withdrawn his objections to Zod's rule and then, like so many others, had retired from public view. Zor-El could not forget the genuine terror on the distraught man's face when he had come to Argo City late at night. Tyros would never have changed his mind. Never. Something was very wrong. Anxious to be away and oddly reluctant to express his true fears to his brother, Zor-El had departed from the mountains on his personal transport platform, but he did not return immediately to Argo City. Instead, he made a long detour westward to his parents' empty dacha in the foothills. He clung to the hope that Tyros had simply dropped out of sight and that opportunistic Zod had fabricated a story to suit his own plans. If he could bring Tyros out of hiding, Zor-El could prove that the Commissioner was lying. He traveled the cleared paths in the Blackwood forest and followed a creek into the heavily wooded dell where the familiar dacha stood. When he stepped off the flying platform and approached, he found the rustic house dark, the garden overgrown, the windows shuttered, much as his mother had left it when she had gone with him and Alora back to Argo City. Although she had never complained about the years spent tending her catatonic husband, Zor-El knew his mother was relieved to be part of a community again. He moved cautiously closer, in case a paranoid Tyros had installed traps or warning devices. "Hello?" he called, going up to the door. "It's Zor-El. I'm alone." He waited, heard nothing. "Tyros? Are you there?" The dacha remained silent. He tried the door and was surprised to find it unlocked. The latch was broken. Someone had forcibly entered, smashing part of the door, even though Zor-El had told Tyros how to access the key. On the porch he found a gouge in the wood, and a stain that might have been blood. Alert for danger, Zor-El stepped inside. The house was dim, dusty, and utterly silent. "Tyros?" he called again, but it was a pointless exercise. One of the chairs was overturned. A cabinet door hung halfway open. The air itself seemed to shout of a violent struggle. In the slanted light, he spotted an indentation in the wall, a splintered patch on the floor his mother had always kept so immaculate. A tiny scrap of torn fabric lay in a corner. This dacha should have been a safe haven for Tyras. Zor-El had promised the man a sanctuary. But someone had found him anyway. Someone had made him disappear. Zod. Zor-El clenched his fists. For his brother's sake he had tried to give the commissioner the benefit of the doubt, but now there could be no question of the man's guilt. All of the outrageous and ridiculous-sounding claims Tyras had made must be true. In a cold voice, Zor-El muttered, "Today you have made a very serious enemy, Commissioner Zod." Chapter 56. Since being asked to write the official history according to Zod, Lara had spent days collecting her notes and her thoughts. She vowed to record her chronicle accurately and faithfully, regardless of what the commissioner wanted. In her student days, she had read and analyzed enough ancient epics and archaeological texts to know that would-be historians often colored their accounts, and later generations found it difficult to separate reality from wishful thinking. She wasn't going to do that. Hers would be a balanced perspective. It was true that the old council had caused the long stagnation of Krypton, and Lara did not intend to show them in a favorable light. It was true that after the disastrous loss of Kandor, Zod had been the only one to act swiftly and decisively. He had set up the refugee camp, and within months had begun to construct a new capital. In that respect, Lara could not argue with his results. It was also true, though, that the commissioner had simply declared himself the absolute ruler of Krypton. Despite protestations from other nobles and city leaders, he refused to form a legitimate new council, declined to listen to any advisers but his hand-picked ring of strength. That wasn't right either, and she would not excuse it in her account. She had reviewed the angry charges issued by Shorem, Gilex, Tyras, and other outspoken dissidents. The disappearance of so many critics seemed too convenient, too coincidental. Zod's refusal to let Lara speak with them only strengthened her suspicions. She didn't know how to proceed. 5 days ago, Jor-El had returned from the drilling site, pleased and relieved that he and his brother had resolved the most serious threat to Krypton. Most of the population still did not know the scope of the ecological devastation caused by the lava geyser, and sooner or later there was bound to be a tremendous outcry. Zod didn't seem to think it would be a problem. Back in the capital, he kept Jor-El busy with numerous projects, though sometimes her husband disagreed with the priorities and insisted on doing other work that he considered more important. So far, the commissioner hadn't pressed the issue, but Lara could tell the man was displeased. Early one morning before Jor-El set out to measure the intrinsic flaws in his newly grown crystal towers, Aether sent a priority message instructing them to come to the Square of Hope. "Zod is making a historic announcement. You'll want to record it in your chronicle, Lara." On the communication plate, Aether's smile revealed brilliantly white teeth. "I'm so glad you're with us, on our side." Lara found it very difficult to take the compliment at face value. Curious, she and Jor-El made their way across the bright new city. Hundreds had already gathered for Zod's grand announcement, whatever it was. Namek intercepted the two of them and cleared a path through the crowd to where Aether waited. "Come, Lara and Jor-El, you have a place of honor." All 16 members of the Ring of Strength had taken prominent positions near the speaking stage. Behind Zod, a tall, monolithic object stood in the middle of the square, shrouded in opaque fabric. Lara stared, wondering when that thing had been moved into place. After an excited hush fell over the crowd, Zod stepped up to a podium in front of the shrouded object. He spoke in a booming voice.
"Kryptonians, we must build landmarks rather than leave scars like the crater of Kandor."
He turned meaningfully to the tall, draped object, and the crowd's anticipation was palpable.
We must show any ill-informed enemy the face of our greatness."
Zod raised a hand sharply, and burly sapphire guards pulled the cables attached to the tarpaulin. The fabric fell away to reveal a massive statue, a towering noble figure with the defiant yet paternal face of the commissioner himself.
"Behold Zod!"
Jor-El stared at Lara in complete surprise. "Is this one of your art projects? Did you create this? I didn't even know about it." Lara felt a chill that the man's ego would allow him to commission such a work. Zod must have kept this from her, and it could only have been intentional. But the rest of the crowd had no misgivings. Prompted by the ring of strength, the audience began chanting, "Zod! Zod! Zod!" He smiled confidently, letting the shouts and cheers wash over him. Finally, he raised both hands for silence. He had an even bigger announcement to make. Taking Aether by the hand, he drew her up to stand with him.
"This woman has been my partner, my adviser, and my confidant during our greatest tribulations. There can be no more perfect companion for me, nor for Krypton. And so, today, I accept Aether as my formal consort."
"Now that's another surprise," Jor-El said quietly against the background of cheering. "Do you think they love each other?" "They are definitely cast from the same mold." Lara wanted to be happy for her friend, but her heart felt torn. Everything about Zod and Aether's relationship was different from what she and Jor-El shared. And yet, those two also seemed inseparable. Zod had to shout to make his words heard over the din.
"Not long ago, I was privileged to perform the marriage ceremony of two of Krypton's greatest citizens, Jor-El and Lara."
He gestured toward the two of them, and the crowd dutifully applauded.
"But who could possibly perform such a ceremony for me, for the leader of Krypton?"
He spread his hands, as if genuinely asking the audience for an answer. But he responded to his own question.
"Aether and I have spoken our own vows to each other. I, Zod, hereby declare that we are legally and officially wed."
He and Aether raised their hands in the air, then looked directly at Lara.
"Let history record our union for all future generations to know."
Jor-El was startled by the presumptuous act, and a few members of the audience muttered, more in confusion at the unorthodox wedding than in outrage. Before the puzzled uneasiness could turn to expressions of disquiet at the implied arrogance of the announcement, Zod whistled. A loud and brassy fanfare sounded from high windows in the rebuilt government structures. Doorways burst open, and a parade of brightly clothed servants marched out carrying platters of fine foods. Steaming meats, rich pastries, fruits, and soft candies on skewers. 4 graceful fountains, recently placed at cardinal points around the square, gurgled, then gushed a sparkling ruby liquid. Wine from the storehouses. The crowd laughed in disbelief at this unexpected largesse. Zod continued.
"It has been far too long since Krypton had reason to celebrate, far too long since we cheered and feasted. Let our wedding day become a magnificent memory for everyone."
The people crowded forward to partake of the treats. Stunned, Lara held on to Jor-El's arm. Now, formally married, Zod and Aether spent the long hours of darkness together in their shared palatial quarters. It was an unusual wedding night, as filled with schemes as it was with passion. They were kindred spirits, and sharing the future held far more than mere romance. Their government palace was cluttered with hangings, paintings, and ornate furniture. This was not because Zod had any personal need for opulence, especially since Aether herself cared little about baubles and luxurious possessions, but because the ruler of Krypton was expected to live in ostentatious surroundings. As they lay together on rumpled sheets of glistening wet, Zod was both exhausted and energized by their passion and their shared dreams. He did indeed consider himself the savior of Krypton,
despite the constant troubling complaints from the remaining gadflies. Aether rolled over and studied his expression for a long moment. "You are bothered by something, I can tell."
"I pay little attention to the other would-be leaders. We've removed most of the loudest ones, and look how much stronger Krypton has become. What troubles me more, though, is that I've been sensing a certain hesitation in Lara. I watched her expression when we unveiled my statue. She did not seem altogether impressed."
Aether propped herself up on one elbow. "That's not surprising. Your statue is central to the Square of Hope, just as Jaxur's statue once was. We placed Lara in charge of the city's greatest artwork, and you left her out of the project. I would certainly be miffed if you ever did something like that to me."
"She has her history to write, and that is her priority."
Zod let out a troubled sigh.
"And sometimes Jor-El makes me uneasy, too. He does not follow my cause with his heart. He did not join us out of loyalty as you did, my dear, or the way Namek does."
She chuckled. "Namek would follow you off a precipice. He has no opinion about the politics involved."
"I once thought the same of Jor-El. Oh, he rationalizes his cooperation, but that can change. He thinks for himself. Too much, I fear."
Aether snuggled closer, put her arms around Zod's neck, and stroked his face. "Jor-El is an extremely intelligent man with a strong moral code. He's probably guessed that you're hiding things from him."
You're right. I will have to watch him closely."
Chapter 57. After discovering that Tyrus was truly gone, Zor-El did not dare tell anyone where he was going. For too long he had given his brother's benefactor the benefit of the doubt, but now he felt duty-bound to formalize the resistance against the self-proclaimed ruler. And he had to find a way to get Jor-El away from Zod before it was too late. He arrived at Borga City and demanded to speak to Shorem. Zor-El hid his personal floater vehicle on dry land, then sought out one of the gondoliers who plied the canals through the marshes. After securing a ride, he sat in the narrow boat, mulling over what he knew and what he suspected about Zod. Fortunately, the gondolier asked no questions. The boatman pulled up to a cluster of moss-draped pilings and secured his craft to a silver ring. Zor-El looked up at the main scarlet balloon at the center of Borga City, from which the satellite platforms extended. Small inflatable elevators tethered to the pilings were available to anyone who wished to use them. After thanking the gondolier, Zor-El stepped onto the nearest platform and opened the valve so that marsh gases filled the anchored balloon. When the elevator began to rise quickly toward the main floating city, he adjusted the flow of gas until the balloon reached the proper height. Zor-El stepped off. On the interlocked platforms, the citizens of Borga City lived in open framework homes, little more than awnings stretched across poles. Subsidiary bridges and platforms were held up by their own flotation sacks, the separate districts named according to the colors of their centerpiece balloons. Shor-Em and his city council met in the Emerald District, a high floating dock next to the Scarlet Central Balloon. The dissident city leader and his noble advisers sat on an open deck, sipping from steaming cups of tea. Seeing Zor-El, Shor-Em stood up from his cushions and exclaimed, "I hoped you would come. We need each other's support against this menace." He had curly blonde ringlets that fell in a soft mane around his head. As was traditional in Borga City, the leader wore a thin gold circlet around his brow. His robes were sky blue, his skin pale. The 7 other nobles with him wore similar clothing and identical worried expressions. "Have you heard about Zod and his statue?" The others tittered, openly showing their scorn. Zor-El immediately got down to business. "Tyrus is gone. He came to my city, claiming that Zod's men were hunting him. I sent him to what I believed was a safe place to hide, but he has vanished." The news caused great consternation among the gathered men, but Shor-Em was not entirely shocked. He called for more refreshments. "The commissioner's already touting Tyrus as a miraculous convert, like all the others. None of us is fooled."
Several of the blue-robed councilmen shook their heads in disbelief. "Do you think he murdered them all, just to silence them?"
"He might have, but I believe Zod is smarter than that."
"Ahem. He's not smarter than we are." Shoreham proudly looked at his nobles. "Sit with us. We have important decisions to make." After the loss of Kandor, many older noble sons had congregated here in Borga City, lamenting the lost glory days of Krypton. Instead of quietly disappearing, as Zod had hoped, the blue-blood nobles had become a persistent thorn in his side, though they had not yet managed to take any significant action. Zor-El found it unsettling to sit on soft cushions while discussing matters of such gravity. It reminded him too much of how the old 11-member council would have dealt with the problems. Restless, he walked to the edge of the high platform and stared down at the marsh. Like a cloud of flying jewels, amethyst-winged butterflies flitted about in a huge group, their movements perfectly coordinated, as if they were a single organism. Not a single one missed its move.
"If only Kryptonians could cooperate like that," he murmured.
"We will have to," Shoreham nodded defiantly. "The Commissioner is already ahead of us. He has brainwashed his followers, but we cannot let him fool any more people. I have already expelled all of his fanatics from Borga City. I will not allow them to praise that terrible man. You should do the same."
"We all should,"
cried another nobleman. Zor-El was troubled.
"Zod's supporters have also spoken in Argo City, but I do not have the right to silence them because I disagree. That's not what we stand for."
Shoreham gave him a sour frown and slurped his tea. "You have the right to stop a merchant from selling poison if he claims it is food. That's how I see it. All followers of the traitor Zod can go live out in the swamps for all I care." He straightened the circlet on his brow. "But we need to do more. Create a full-fledged uprising to strip Zod's power from him." Zor-El smelled the mulchy aroma of swamp gases boiling up from far below.
"If that is what you believe, then the leaders of other cities should be here. A rebellion must represent all of Krypton, not just Borga City."
"If we were to announce such a conference, Zod's spies would hear of it, and he could strike us all in one place. No, I have decided that we will make up our minds here and discreetly pass the word. We must proceed with great caution." Zor-El wasn't sure which course of action would prove wiser.
Many Kryptonians have had enough of great caution.
For hours he, Shoreham, and the nobles talked. But they all had a similar goal. Finally, Shoreham made his firm summary announcement. "We will form our own government, a council with 11 members of our own choosing. That will give the people a preferable alternative. We will return Krypton to what it should be, ruled in the time-honored tradition." He sounded brave, but somewhat pompous. "Commissioner Zod can rot in Kryptonopolis. The rest of the world will live under another banner, our banner." His fellow nobles applauded, reinforcing their own bravery, drawing strength from one another. Zor-El did not disagree, though he still had reservations. He seemed to be the only man here who understood how dangerous their course of action was going to be.
"Zod won't like this one bit."
Chapter 58. No matter how carefully she applied her brushstrokes to the painting, Lara could not get the details right. She wasn't sure she wanted to. Every day she grew more uneasy about the Commissioner's activities, especially since the unveiling of his statue. And now he had commanded her to paint this self-aggrandizing portrait. From the moment the project began, Commissioner Zod had adopted a carefully chosen pose at his desk, surrounded by important documents. Wearing a dark uniform of a more militaristic design than his usual clothes, he raised his chin and froze in position for Lara to paint his likeness.
"Aether was right to recommend you to me,"
Zod said, barely moving his lips.
"You have remarkable talent in so many areas."
"I do my best, Commissioner." Lara couldn't think of anything else to say.
"If only everyone did. I was very pleased with your portrait of Jor-El out at his estate. You truly captured his heart, his nature, his soul."
Zod's eyes flashed as he half rose from his chair.
"It's imperative that you do the same for me."
"Please, don't move, Commissioner." She swallowed hard and tried to focus on her work. "I'd like to capture that expression." Lara could never portray the same depth of nobility in a portrait of Zod, because she simply didn't see it in him. He wanted a flattering likeness, yet Lara saw too much in him that was unflattering. She wiped her brow, set down the pigments, and pressed a hand against the small of her back. Because of her growing pregnancy, she frequently had to shift position. Her stomach was now obviously rounded. At least the bouts of morning sickness had mostly passed. She poured herself a glass of cool water from a pitcher and quickly poured a second glass, which she offered to Zod first. He accepted the water without thanks and frowned impatiently.
"You took a break not long ago. My portrait must be on display for the public unveiling of the completed government palace in 2 days.
"It will be finished, Commissioner." Lara took a long drink, gathered her resolve, and returned to painting. As if locked into place, Zod immediately assumed the same pose as before.
"Since I have you here, I will tell you more of my personal background for your historical chronicle."
Lara continued to work studiously on her painting. She had written some pages in the official document Zod had requested, but she spent more time jotting down unfiltered and much more critical impressions in her private journal. He continued,
"Understanding my personality is the key to properly describing my actions and motivations. Generations from now, people will read your account of me, so it is imperative that you grasp how my mind works."
"I'm writing a history, Commissioner, not a biography."
"If it is a representative account of the most pivotal events, then my story must be your main focus. I suggest you start with a brief description of the life of my father. Zod was the greatest man ever to serve on the Kryptonian Council, and certainly the last effective one. I am following in his footsteps."
"Should I include some background on your mother as well, for balance?"
"Not necessary. Your chronicle will be long and detailed as it is, so let us concentrate on the important influences in my life."
Holding back a retort, Lara made a long, thick brushstroke in the background of the portrait. She felt a twinge in her abdomen, as if her unborn baby were also reacting to the chauvinistic comment. Zod talked at great length about his father, crediting Zod with virtually every important decision the Council had made in the last 50 years.
"I should have been the heir to my father's legacy, but I was cheated out of my rightful position on the Council. The other members accepted bribes or promoted cronies rather than valuing a truly competent man."
Unconsciously, he ran a finger along the line of his cheek.
"Many people say I look just like my father. When we unveiled my statue, I felt as if I were looking at him again."
He flashed a glance at Lara, who had frozen in her painting.
"I get the impression you don't entirely approve of that statue. Why?"
Lara quickly searched for an acceptable answer. "The statue is a fine work, yet by its very nature it seems presumptuous. History has not yet issued its verdict on what you are doing." Zod's face was as stony as that of his statue.
"That is why I instructed you to write the history, to ensure that the verdict is favorable."
"You seem quite certain of me, Commissioner."
"How can I not be certain? I stood by your husband in his time of greatest need. I performed your marriage ceremony. Our bond is very close."
He didn't speak the words, but she could hear it in his voice. "You owe it to me." "I see your point." Lately she and Jor-El had been uncomfortably aware of additional Sapphire guards, even members of the Ring of Strength, watching them, taking a close interest in their movements and activities. It made Lara very uneasy.
"And you see how unfairly I am treated by those who oppose me. So many ignorant dissidents."
His voice grew strident as he stood from his desk. Lara didn't chide him to resume his pose.
"Did you know that Shorem has expelled all of my supporters from Borga City? He chased them into the swamps, just as he did to his own brother."
He sniffed in indignation.
So, speaking one's opinion is now punishable by exile. Is that the sort of Krypton they wish to have, a fascist state?
He shook his head.
If we could take care of only a few main ringleaders, I am confident this ill-advised resistance would crumble.
Take care of them? What do you mean? He caught himself, then belatedly chuckled.
I simply wish I could talk directly with my critics. I know I am doing the right thing for Krypton, and thanks to your chronicle, others will see it as well.
Lara concluded that she could do no more work on the portrait. Though she had not intended it, her painting had captured a darkness about Zod, an expression of implacable calculation and hauteur. Nervous about what his reaction might be, she turned the work toward him. "It's finished, Commissioner." He pondered the painting for a long moment.
Quite adequate. You have captured my true essence. It will go on display immediately in the government palace.
He folded his hands at his desk.
Now that this project is complete, I am anxious to read a draft of your history.
Well, the events themselves haven't finished unfolding yet, Commissioner.
I am merely referring to Volume 1. We must establish the facts and begin disseminating them.
Chapter 59. Though he had grave concerns about the Commissioner, Zor-El wasn't convinced that Shorem and his councilmen could solve the world's problems either. The self-absorbed nobles didn't seem to be much of an improvement over the oblivious old council. Despite this, he agreed to sign their defiant declaration against Zod. Given the situation, it seemed imperative. Then he returned to Argo City to explain to all his people what he had done and why. Even before resting or changing his travel clothes, he called a meeting of the citizenry in the central fountain square. For those who could not attend in person, his image and words were projected on the faceted crystal walls of strategically located public buildings.
"When I look around me today, I no longer see my Krypton," Zor-El said to the attentive audience. "No one can deny that the Council in Kandor made serious mistakes in their naivete and lethargy. But I won't correct old mistakes by making new ones. No tyrant can ever restore our civilization. The people who are hypnotized by Zod's charisma and fear-mongering must be shown the truth. He has removed many of his critics, but I will not be silenced."
Around him, the air was heady with the scent of blooming flowers. Alora stood by his side, as always, and now his mother had also come to live with him. Over the past 2 months, Karis had settled comfortably in Argo City. He continued his speech.
"I have clear evidence that Commissioner Zod's overzealous followers have committed grave crimes, perhaps even murder. Other leaders who spoke out against him have been kidnapped or killed. One of my close friends has vanished. It was the only way Zod could ensure his silence."
Worried muttering rippled through the crowd.
"The evidence is simply too alarming to ignore, and so I have come to a difficult decision. Those who disseminate Zod's propaganda are no longer welcome in Argo City. They must leave, voluntarily or by force. I have to draw the line. Take a stand."
He nodded sternly. No one in the audience argued with him.
"Since our normal city guard is not equipped to meet this challenge, I call upon the rest of my citizens to form a society of vigilance. All of us must watch for threats from Commissioner Zod. He wants no organized resistance to his rule."
"So how do we stand up against him?"
called an older, leathery-skinned man from the audience. Zor-El recognized him as a wealthy fisherman who owned 5 ships, 2 of which had been destroyed by the tsunami.
"But we have no army," said someone else. "And you can bet Zod is gathering one. While we're trying to rebuild Argo City, he's preparing for war." "War on Krypton?" a young man said in a high voice filled with disbelief. "A civil war?" Zor-El said, "Shorem is about to issue a declaration challenging the Commissioner for leadership. Many other cities, towns, and villages are also rejecting the authority of Kryptonopolis. Here in Argo City, I declare that we are an independent city-state. We do not accept the rule of Zod." As soon as he spoke the words, Zor-El knew he had stepped across a line and dragged all his people along with him. He had thrown down a gauntlet that Commissioner Zod could not ignore. Argo City had to be ready. Chapter 60. As night fell after a long day, Jor-El and Lara ate a quiet dinner on the small, flat rooftop of their designated quarters in Kryptonopolis. Even here in the city, Jor-El loved to sit under the stars and stare up into space, letting his imagination roam free. For a while he could forget the close scrutiny he and Lara had been receiving from Zod's security. Out in the shadowy streets, he suspected someone was surreptitiously keeping track of him. Now, near the horizon after sunset, they watched a silvery arc of cosmic mist, the periodic comet called Loth-Ur's Hammer, which returned to Krypton only once every 3 centuries. The event was marked on public calendars, and at any other time, the arrival of Loth-Ur's Hammer would have drawn far more attention, inspiring artists and astronomers, providing an excuse for celebrations and cultural events. The priests of Rao might even have called it an omen. With the continuing political turmoil, though, the comet sparked very little popular interest. In ancient times, Jax-Ur had named the comet after his cruel father. According to legend, the gauzy apparition had crossed the sky during the warlord's seizure of power. Now the comet had returned, just as Commissioner Zod seemed to be following in the footsteps of Jax-Ur. The obvious parallels troubled Jor-El. "I think Zod actually reveres the old warlord, though he tries not to let it show," Lara said. "Look at this." On her sketchpad, she called up archived engravings from the ancient records of Jax-Ur's court historians. In the middle of a great plaza called Execution Square stood a statue of the stern warlord looming over his subjects. "See any similarities?" Jor-El stared at it. Even the position of the figure's arms, the expression on the face, and some trappings of the carved uniform were identical to Zod's newly erected statue. "It can't be a coincidence. And he has Jax-Ur's Nova javelins, too." He shook his head and tried to enjoy the clear night, but his eyes strayed from the misty comet to the spangled remnants of the shattered moon. Nova javelins had done that, but Zod insisted the weapons were only to be used for the defense of Krypton. "The Commissioner is a brilliant man, but one moment he impresses me with his willingness to support new science or the way he handles a situation, and the next moment he bewilders me with one of his unconventional announcements. Zod wants to think he's the best thing to happen to Krypton, but he may be the worst." "We'd better decide soon." Lara put a hand on her rounded belly. "Not only do we have the future of Krypton to worry about, but we're about to have a baby." Jor-El stroked her stomach, and she placed her hand over his. He felt something move beneath his fingers. Lara pressed his hand down. "Did you feel that? It was the baby. It kicked." She winced. Another one." "Our child is a strong one already." Jor-El felt such a sense of wonder that he promptly set aside all his other concerns, his political worries, and his suspicions. For the moment, love was stronger than his doubts about Zod. He and Lara were going to be parents. Keeping the baby's health paramount, Lara had been eating well and taking care of herself. Not content just to accept the advice of doctors, she kept herself well informed about the progression of her pregnancy. She wanted nothing to go wrong. Jor-El had doted on her and pampered her. Every day he did his best to prepare the foods she craved, though he couldn't remember the last time he had done any cooking before her pregnancy. He allowed himself to enjoy these times with her and realized that he was happier now than he could ever remember being before. In his younger years, Jor-El had thought that only scientific pursuits could give his life true satisfaction, the thrill of discovering new things, developing new ideas. But his feelings toward Lara, and his paternal instinct to love, protect, and teach this baby, surprised him with their intensity. He promised himself that he would create the brightest possible future for his child. On Lara's beautiful face he saw an expression of complete fulfillment. Her smile seemed almost too big for her face, and he realized that his own smile was just as broad. As Lara relaxed in her chair next to him, humming an old folk song, his attention wandered back to the pale smear of the comet's tail. Jor-El had never been able to switch off his analytical mind, his ever-curious observations. He had been so preoccupied with emergencies that he had never gotten around to studying this astronomical marvel in detail. Even so, evening after evening in Kryptonopolis, he had taken a few moments to look at the majestic comet on its ancient path. Tonight, though, he realized that what had been the smooth and graceful arc of a wispy tail now had strange knots and kinks. Even with his naked eyes, he could see that some areas in the head of the comet appeared brighter, as if jets had exploded from its frozen surface. "Jor-El, I know that look on your face, so don't even try to keep secrets from me." "I need to contact the telescope listening post before Lothar's hammer drops below the horizon. There's something I'd like to check." He and Lara left the open rooftop, climbed down the stairs, and went out into the brightly lit streets. She matched his brisk pace, wanting to find out what had piqued his interest so. Though he would rather have been at the telescope array himself, or at least at the observatory monitoring center on his estate, he could get the information he needed from a substation building here. Using his codes to control the receivers remotely, he could realign the 23 receiver dishes in Zod's distant early warning system in order to get the best images possible. With Lara looking over his shoulder, Jor-El worked swiftly, entirely focused on the combined images from the telescopes. "I'm not an expert on cometary behavior, but this seems most unusual." He back-calculated the comet's path from the archive of images over the past several weeks, and then he plotted variances in its expected orbit. From the largest optical magnifiers, he found a high-resolution image of Lothar's hammer. The silently tumbling comet was made of black ice laced with rocky inclusions and pockets of gas. White plumes volatilized out, erupting in unexpected jets of fine dust and frozen gases. "Those are impressive explosions," Lara said. Yes, they are." Jor-El summoned up the data recorded by the rest of the telescope cluster. The distant early warning system had not been designed to look for anything like this, but Jor-El could sift through the recordings to find what he needed to know. Because Krypton's swollen red sun was larger and more furious than at any other point in its history, the turbulent solar radiation had a dramatic effect on the comet as it swung around Rao. The resulting explosions in the thawing ice ball had shifted its rotation and changed its orbit. Jor-El felt his heart sink as he went over his calculations again and again. "Just when I thought we were safe." "Jor-El, you're scaring me." "You should be scared." He stared back at the now ominous image of the immense comet. "Lothar's hammer has changed course. The comet is hurtling directly toward us, and if my estimates are correct, in 4 months it's going to smash into Krypton." Chapter 61. Under a clear, star-filled night sky, Allura and Karis went out to install new light crystals on the Eloquin Bridge, the southernmost of the 5 graceful spans connecting Argo City to the mainland. The 2 women worked their way along the bridge, embedding clear white gems that glowed with inner fires. They had volunteered for the task because it was a way they could aid the new Society of Vigilance. The improved lighting would make it easier for volunteers to keep watch after dark. Overhead, the intact moons had risen, and the remnants of Choron sparkled like frozen fireworks. The long arc of Lothar's hammer had already dipped below the western horizon. Allura and Karis were alone on the bridge, since few travelers passed back and forth this late at night. The Society of Vigilance patrolled the city now at all hours to make certain Zod's fanatics caused no trouble. Over the past several days, anyone wearing a sapphire blue armband emblazoned with Zod's family crest had been evicted from the city. Protesting as they left, groups of the commissioner's adherents marched defiantly over the bridges out of Argo City, vowing that they would return once Zod had consolidated all of Krypton. Alora was certain that by now the commissioner had received word of what Zor-El had done, and she was just as certain that many of his followers remained in the city, posing as normal citizens until they could find a way to wreak havoc. The two women worked their way along the Eloquin Bridge in silence, weighed by heavy thoughts as they checked and installed illumination crystals. Finally, Karis said with forced cheer, "So, I am finally going to be a grandmother. Jor-El and Lara didn't waste any time. I can't wait to spoil that little baby." Alora felt her mother-in-law's implied question hanging in the air. The darkness covered her blush. "Zor-El and I have talked about having children, and we will someday. I've always wanted a little girl. We keep waiting for a better time. There'll never be a perfect time if you always look for excuses." Awkwardly, Alora tried to change the subject. "Now that you're settled here, have you considered continuing your psychological studies? Weren't you writing a treatise on the anomalies in Krypton's population?" Karis seated a palm-sized crystal in a connecting socket, and it glowed around her hand. "I still make observations. Our entire society is a laboratory. My own Jor-El deviated from the norm, and both of my sons qualify as geniuses. I only hope you and Lara can anchor the two of them, because Krypton needs their brilliance. Especially now." The older woman continued to muse. "Even Commissioner Zod is an example of political genius. He has both the foresight and the fortitude to be a great leader, but, alas, like Jor-El, he has gone too far beyond the pale. A man like Zod is effective primarily in crisis situations, and so in order to hold on to his power, he has to create or maintain the state of emergency. And that's what he's been doing," Alora said. The conversation stopped as a pair of shadowy men walked toward them across the bridge from the mainland. They carried no personal lights, which in itself seemed odd. Though crime was almost unknown in Argo City, Alora felt a shiver of fear. She had been edgy ever since her husband had cast out Zod's fanatics. Fortunately, the Society of Vigilance patrolled the bridge ramps to be sure no unwanted visitors crossed over during the night. Even so, Alora hesitated before installing another crystal, holding it in her hand. Out of long habit, Karis nodded politely as the two men came closer. "Good evening," one of the men said to Alora, without any pleasantries.
"I know you.
"You are the wife of Zor-El."
The other one is his mother,"
said the second man.
"We better take them both."
Before either woman could answer, the first man lunged for Alora, arms extended, as if he thought he could just grab her and carry her off. She swung the fist that held the illumination crystal and opened her fingers at the last moment. The sharp-edged jewel smashed his left cheek just under his eye, and the man reeled backward, cursing. Something dropped from his hand and clattered on the span of the bridge. A stunner. Karis lashed out with surprising violence at the other man, thrashing and flailing her hands as she yelled at the top of her lungs, "We're being attacked! Guards! Help!" The old woman startled her attacker by striking him hard in the nose with an open-handed blow, sending a gush of blood down his face. He roared and tried to throw himself on her. Alora snatched up the fallen stunner and pointed it at the man fighting Karis. She shot quickly, without aiming, and the sizzling beam caught his legs below the knees, making him crumple. She could already hear people running to offer their assistance. Lights began to glow in the sleepy buildings of Argo City as volunteers were alerted. The man facing Alora got to his feet and wiped blood from his cheek where the crystal had cut him. He glared at the two women, spun, and bolted as fast as he could back across the bridge toward the mainland. As vigilance guards arrived, Alora pointed into the darkness. "One ran that way. See if you can capture him." Karis shook herself off, more indignant than injured. Alora turned to look at the man whose legs she had paralyzed. She was shocked to see that through sheer force of will, the fanatic had dragged himself to the edge of the bridge and used his arms to pull himself up onto the crossbars. "Stop him!" Blood still streamed from his broken nose. With a defiant leer, he flung himself through the gap. He didn't scream, didn't shout any last words, but simply plummeted into the darkness. After a very long moment, Alora heard the hard slap of a body striking the still water.
"Now we'll never know who they were," Kara said.
Alora looked toward the mainland in dismay. The other attacker had already gotten away.
"We know exactly who they were."
Chapter 62. With a tremendous sense of urgency, Jor-El went to see Zod early the next morning. The impending celestial impact was imminent and definite. 4 months. Unless something deflected the hurtling ball of ice, it would smash into Krypton only days after the birth of his baby. It was straightforward celestial mechanics, and the numbers did not lie. However, if Commissioner Zod pulled together all of his resources and diverted manpower from his other projects, Krypton just might be able to do what was necessary. After the obvious success of the Rao Beam project in mitigating the instabilities in the planet's core, Jor-El hoped the Commissioner would listen to his warning now. After all, the man prided himself on getting things done. Jor-El strode purposefully toward the government palace, taking no time to notice the glory of the towering crystalline spires. He walked right past the intricate mosaics and murals that Lara had designed. He cut across the center of the Square of Hope, passing Zod's ominous new statue. Behind him, he saw a sapphire guard noting his movement. With every minute, he could feel the comet coming closer. Namek stood before the entrance to the Commissioner's offices, a barricade more impenetrable than any door. The mute's shoulders were squared, his heavily muscled arms crossed over his chest. Carrying copies of his records and projection crystals, Jor-El approached him. "I have important information for Commissioner Zod. He'll want to see me." Namek shook his bearded head, clearly following orders to keep visitors out. But Jor-El stepped closer until they were almost touching, chest to chest. "Has the Commissioner ever instructed you to keep me out? And have I ever demanded to see him without good cause?" Namek shook his head to both questions. And Jor-El pounced on the brief hesitation. Slipping around the large man, he entered the cool, stone-walled office. Startled, the Commissioner looked up from a map on which he had marked the locations of Krypton's cities. He drew lines connecting them, adding up numbers, troop strengths, beside each line, as if he were making some sort of military plan. With a grimace of annoyance, he pushed the papers aside. "I told Namek that I was not to be disturbed." "Disturbed? What I'm about to say is very disturbing indeed." Taking charge of the moment, he found a clear spot on Zod's desk and set down his crystals, inserting them into the open slots in a projection device. "You asked me to monitor space so we could be forewarned about threats from outside. That is exactly what I've done." Now the Commissioner gave him his full attention. "Are we about to be invaded?" Judging by his startled expression, Jor-El suddenly realized that even Zod had never truly believed there would be an attack. He had simply used the threat to unify a frightened people under his banner. Jor-El displayed the high-resolution image of the steaming, tumbling comet. He spoke firmly, with no doubt in his voice. "This is Lothor's hammer. Outgassing from the main body has knocked it into a different orbit." Next, he projected ellipses that showed the orbit of Krypton, the comet's previous orbit, and then he displayed a new red arc that exactly intersected Krypton. Zod frowned. "What does this mean? What are you showing me? Isn't it obvious?" He pointed to the intersecting lines. "Lothor's hammer will hit us in 4 months' time." The Commissioner sighed. "Another disaster. Did you not also insist that Great Rao itself was going to go supernova?" "It will." Jor-El did not back down. "But this is even more imminent. And did I not fund a hugely expensive drilling project to release the pressure in our core with a tremendous lava geyser, a geyser that, incidentally, devastated the entire valley of Kandor? Yes, and we averted a catastrophe. But what does that—" "One catastrophe after another, Jor-El. What will it be next week?" He sounded both paternal and patronizing. Jor-El couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Look at the data, Commissioner. Have Noton double-check everything if you like. The conclusion is inescapable." Unbelievably, Zod responded with sarcasm. "My conclusion is this. Any reasonable calculation will show that being threatened by a comet now, of all times, would be an inconceivable coincidence. Solar disturbances, tectonic upheaval, massive waves, and a threatening comet? But that's just it, Commissioner. It's not a coincidence. These things are all related to each other by—" But the Commissioner folded his hands and met the scientist's gaze.
This comes at a very bad time, Jor-El. All the sporadic and ineffectual resistance to my leadership is now becoming organized, and several major cities are forming an alliance against me. Your own brother has followed Borga City's lead in evicting all of my supporters, and after I humored him with his warnings of a core pressure buildup. Does he feel he owes me nothing?
His voice rose as his rant gathered momentum. There has even been some talk among town leaders of taking military action to overthrow me. Me, after all I've accomplished for Krypton. This is a crisis. Jor-El dug in his heels and stiffened with anger. Not compared to the comet. You are faced with an impending disaster far worse than the loss of Kandor. He flicked his fingers dismissively on the nearest stack of papers on Zod's desk. This nonsense won't matter unless all Krypton pulls together to find a way to prevent this disaster. But we must act soon. Maybe we can reconfigure the Rao beam to— Suddenly Aether, looking flushed and haughty, rushed into the office. Zod, it has happened just as you feared. Another emergency. The Commissioner came to his feet and stepped around his desk, taking Aether's warning more seriously than Jor-El's entire presentation.
Which one now?
Shorem. She pushed aside Jor-El's still projecting device, cutting off the orbital traces and the comet images without bothering to look at them. She slapped a single amethyst message crystal into the center of the cleared surface and activated it. First blurry, then sharp, the projection showed Shorem looking effeminate yet noble with his curly golden hair and the circlet on his forehead. The Borga city leader spoke in a pompous voice. Zod's grandiose ambitions can no longer be tolerated. I, Shorem, am the true heir to the Kryptonian Council and announce the formation of a new government. 11 members have already been chosen and will serve the needs of the people. I therefore declare Borga City the new capital of Krypton. The Commissioner's face grew red with outrage as the message continued. Zod is only a pretender who seized power in our most vulnerable moment while we reeled in shock. He took advantage of the situation. Is that the sort of leader Krypton needs? I think not. Zod sees no reason but his own. He does not abide by the rule of law. Follow me, and we will return Krypton to its former glory. In the image, Shorem held up an ornate document, from which he read, We, the undersigned leaders, agree to abide by the laws of the new council and hereby pledge to support the new council with our loyalty and our resources. The names of other population centers and their leaders began scrolling beside the man's image. Jor-El felt a cold lump in his stomach when he saw Argo City also listed there, and Zor-El's name. Zod seemed to have forgotten he was standing there. Shorem continued with finality. We will leave Zod to his old, dead city. His brief reign is ended. The city leader's image shimmered and vanished. Aether stared at the ruddy fury boiling up in Zod's face. Jor-El tried to gain the Commissioner's attention again, insistently holding up his crystals. He tried one last time, knowing it was futile. Lothar's hammer is far more— Zod looked at him with both anger and anguish. He clearly wasn't sure of his decision, but forcibly convinced himself.
Jor-El, I will lose this war unless I act now.
Leaving Jor-El behind, he followed Aether toward the door, already shouting for his ring of strength.
I don't have time for comets!
Chapter 63. Seeing Zod's reactionary response to the growing defiance of other cities, Jor-El worried that the Commissioner might cut off public access to the communication plates. He had hoped the man would put aside his own grandiose concerns when faced with an emergency that went beyond politics and personal feuds. But though he expected a rational reaction from Zod, he was not entirely surprised. Zod made decisions based on how they affected him, not how they affected Krypton. Jor-El could no longer rely on the Commissioner. He had to take his own action, find other help. While Zod met in secret councils with his ring of strength, engrossed in planning a response to Shorem, Jor-El seized the opportunity to contact his brother. Zor-El would understand the threat of the comet, and he would see the games and stupidity as the insignificant distraction that they were. Unfortunately, when his brother's face sharpened into clarity on the flat plate, he was formal, even stiff. "Give me the good news, Jor-El. Tell me you finally realized what Commissioner Zod is doing. Tell me that you'll come join me and Shorem and the legitimate new council." Jor-El was surprised by the vehemence in his brother's voice. "There's a new threat to Krypton, and Commissioner Zod won't do anything about it. Put aside these foolish rivalries and listen to me." "Foolish rivalries? The future of our civilization is at stake. Can't you see what Zod is doing?" He raised a finger. "Where is Tyrus, Gelex, all those who have spoken out against him? Zod made them disappear, probably killed them. And don't quote that ridiculous explanation that they've retired from public view." He had never seen his brother so angry. "Zor-El, what's the matter with you? Listen to me. What's the matter? When Tyrus warned me about Zod, I thought he was paranoid. I told him to hide in our parents' dacha, but he vanished. The house was empty, ransacked. I saw blood. He's gone." Jor-El struggled to absorb what his brother was saying. He had known nothing of this. "Then, last night, our mother and Alora were attacked by Zod's fanatics in a failed abduction attempt." Jor-El reeled. "Attacked? Are they all right? Tell me what happened. Are you sure the Commissioner's people were responsible?" "They were both unharmed. My Society of Vigilance got there in time, chased away one of the abductors while the other one jumped off a bridge. Thankfully, we were prepared." The white-haired scientist could not fit the pieces together in his mind. "Then how do you know they were Zod's men? Why would the Commissioner target our mother or your wife?" This made no sense to him. "Because I evicted his followers from Argo City. I'm convinced Zod wanted hostages he could threaten to kill if I didn't capitulate. But if you have no proof, you can't make these wild accusations. You know it's true. You can't be so blind." Jor-El drew a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "In truth, I would not be surprised." Then he pushed stubbornly ahead, refusing to be sidetracked the way Zod himself had been. "Listen to me. This is science you can't ignore. Please." The other man remained steely and trembled with anger. "What could possibly be more important than a threat to my wife and our mother? This! The end of all life on Krypton." Jor-El inserted one of the projection crystals into the side of the communication plate and displayed the image of the comet, its jets of outpouring gas, and the deadly intersection of orbital paths. "Look at the orbits." On the screen, Zor-El frowned as he immediately grasped the implications. "What does your precious commissioner have to say about this?" "He's more concerned about Shorem and Borga City. We can't rely on him." Jor-El couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. "While the comet hurtles toward us, Zod rallies his armies. I saw him studying tactical maps. He won't tolerate the way Shorem has challenged him." "Are you talking about a military assault on Borga City? Is he mad? My first duty is to warn Shorem to prepare his defenses." Jor-El was dismayed by his brother's reaction. "You too? We'll all be killed if we don't stop the comet. That must be our only priority. If Zod attacks now, we will be embroiled in a civil war that's bound to last much longer than 4 months. No one will even look into the sky as Lothar's hammer comes right toward us. This is happening now, Jor-El, right now. We have to prevent it." His mood changed, and he sounded more urgent. "Come to Argo City and work with me. I couldn't save Tyrus from Zod, but I will not let him corrupt my own brother any further. Zod won't just let us leave Kryptonopolis. His ring of strength has been watching us carefully." Jor-El shook his head. "And he may be the only person on Krypton with the resources to save us. If there is even the slightest possibility I can force him to see reason, or somehow use the tools in Kryptonopolis, then I have to take that chance. We have to take that chance. Everything else is just politics." He searched his brother's hardened face. "We used to laugh at people with misplaced priorities like that, Zor-El. Look at my data, I beg you. And then tell me where you want to focus your efforts. Give me your ideas. Otherwise, I'm on my own." He ended the transmission. That night, sailing off the coast, Zor-El sat brooding with Alora on the benches of their gently rocking boat. He had told no one but his wife about Jor-El's disturbing news. Their boat, a cat's cradle of silver struts and cables, glided across the calm sea. 90 small sails of different geometric shapes were loosely connected to one another, like a vast fabric puzzle, catching errant breezes from any direction. Glowing crystals lined the masts, turning the craft into a spiderweb of colors. Zor-El stared at his beloved metropolis on the peninsula. Lit up at night, the spires and hemispherical buildings shone like a mirage. A faintly visible shimmer from the extended force field barrier above the seawall distorted the stars at the horizon.
It seems so peaceful out here, Alora.
It was the first he had spoken in many minutes.
Quite a paradox.
The night breeze stirred her dark hair. How did Shorem respond when you warned him about Zod's attack plans? Borga City was already on high alert. Shorem will remain vigilant, but I have no idea how Zod intends to strike. My brother didn't offer any details. He was much more concerned about the comet. Alora, as usual, was frank. Shouldn't we be concerned about the comet? Jor-El is rarely wrong. The boat rocked as rippling waves passed them by. Deep beneath the water, a yellowish glow flowed and stirred like a pool of sentient phosphorescent liquid, then dove deep. Zor-El let out a long, sad sigh.
Yes, he's right.
I looked at his data. There's no question about it. The black vault of night overhead was peppered with frequent meteors, many from the debris ejected by the spewing lava jet. What drew his attention, though, was the pearlescent cometary arc, as if some ghostly painter had used a wide brush to spread a trail across the night. So beautiful, Alora said. And deadly. Jor-El saw something that none of us noticed while we were preoccupied with ourselves. He said I was falling prey to false priorities, just like I accused Zod of doing. And I can't dispute that. So what will you do? Alora asked. How can I stop a comet? We don't have the technology. Anything powerful enough to do that would have been squashed by the Commission for Technology Acceptance long ago. He gritted his teeth as the thoughts grew more definite in his mind. I can expand my protective barrier. Maybe it can save our city from a cometary impact. He nodded, already planning how to install simple generators. He could raise a whole hemisphere to cover Argo City. I could offer the barrier to other cities as well. If Jor-El's worst-case scenario happens, at least some of us might be saved. Their boat continued to drift on the gentle currents, but Zor-El knew it was just the calm before the storm. Unless the whole planet is smashed to bits. Chapter 64. Inside Zod's newly designated war room, Aether and Kolem studied terrain simulations modeled out of transparent gel. Beside them, Namek looked on with silent interest. The dark blue fabric of the big mute's uniform was stretched tight across his muscles, a crimson sash draped from his left shoulder to a gold belt at his waist. The marshes around Borga City are going to pose extreme difficulties for frontal assault, Aether pointed out. The ground is uncertain, the canals are a maze, and the mud will prevent us from using heavy siege machinery. Then we'll bring in wave after wave of large floater platforms filled with soldiers. Kolem sounded eager. My weakling brother won't put up much of a fight. He talks a lot, but I doubt his meek followers would find the courage even to throw pebbles down at us from their balloons. Zod said with finality,
There will be no direct military assault.
Then how are we going to defeat them? Whined Kolem. My brother has defied you. You can't simply ignore that.
I will not ignore it, but I plan to use a much more efficient method to eradicate them, and at the same time demonstrate my power to the rest of Krypton.
What do you intend, my love? Aether's eyes flashed. Zod ran his fingers over the gel-formed topographical sculpture, caressing them from the mountaintops down to the marshy drainage in the east.
Jor-El has given me the very weapon I need to cauterize this wound. Come, we will take a small party and head north to the mountains. The people of Borga City will never see it coming.
Only a small force went to the nearly deserted Rao Beam facility. The group consisted of no more than a dozen men, mostly chosen from the ranks of the former Sapphire Guards. After crossing a wasteland of soot, chunks of lava rock, and burned vegetation at the edge of the Kandor Valley, Zod's troops pushed up the steep and narrow mountain roads to the installation. No longer in operation, the tall, metal-framed derrick creaked and hummed as breezes whined through it. The focusing lenses, prisms, and powerful Rao batteries had been taken offline, but still sat ready. Several weeks ago, the lava geyser had died away to a burble, which Noton had covered with a small force field cap, precisely following the instructions Zor-El had left behind. A small scientific team had remained to monitor the now sealed hole. Hearing the troops arrive, the technicians emerged from their battered and dented prefab shacks that huddled among the cold cliffs. Noton stared at the commissioner's group in surprise. Zod announced boldly,
"We require this installation for the defense of Krypton, to strike a blow against an enemy even worse than Brainiac, an internal enemy."
When the others didn't seem to know how to respond, he continued,
"I have tried unsuccessfully to be reasonable. Now there can be no other solution than to eliminate the festering sore of Borga City."
Standing atop the ridge, Zod turned from the blasted valley of Kandor and looked down the other side of the divide to the east. Beyond the foothills, numerous stream-carved drainages created swampy lowlands. The target was nestled close to the horizon, nearly at the limit of the Rao beam's range. Zod turned to size up the derrick framework. When Jor-El had built the Rao beam, he had designed it to aim the beam down into the crater of Kandor, nothing more. He had not installed automated systems for altering the direction of the carefully aligned beam. Now the whole structure would have to be swiveled around using brute force.
"Namek, turn that heavy projector mechanism. Remember what I showed you on the map."
The big man's muscles bulged as he strained against the cross-hatched structure, swiveling the thick bars that held the focusing lenses. Zod shook his head at the clumsy and imprecise method.
"A disappointing oversight," he said aloud. "We neglected to plan for the possibility of other targets."
Noton bustled about in distress. Though he was part of the Ring of Strength, the noble-born scientist paid more attention to engineering matters than strategy meetings. "Commissioner, could I please have more technical details? This is very delicate equipment." He glanced sidelong at Namek, who continued to wrestle with the machinery. "It could take a day or more for proper realignment and recalibration, depending on the target." Zod drew a deep breath of the razor-edged cold air.
"Can't you do it faster?"
The scientist stiffened. "Do you want it fast, Commissioner, or accurate? I can do either one, but not both. Which would you prefer?" Aether came up beside Zod and spoke in a hushed voice. "Another day won't make any significant difference, my love, but a mistake would be quite embarrassing. Let Noton do what he says he needs to do."
"Very well."
Zod unfurled his film paper map and held it against the gusting breezes.
"These are the coordinates. This is your target."
Chapter 65. After warning his brother about Lothar's hammer, Jor-El ignored all other tasks Commissioner Zod had set for him. In fact, he ignored the Commissioner entirely, instead spending the rest of the day engrossed in his calculations, estimating the mass of the approaching comet, analyzing spectra from its wispy tail to determine its chemical composition, trying to determine how much damage the impact would cause. He plunged into the problem wholeheartedly. At first, Jor-El considered modifying his small solar probe rockets to carry powerful explosives, as Zod had originally ordered him to do, but he swiftly realized that the comet was too massive to be deflected or destroyed by even 1,000 such missiles. In fact, the explosions would likely fragment the icy mass into several equally deadly chunks that would also bombard Krypton. He needed to have an army of engineers and technicians to work on the problem, and he knew he could succeed if only Zod would give him the manpower and equipment. It would be a project like erecting the giant telescope array on the plains or the Rao beam installation in the mountains. He could do it. But he had to make Zod see the magnitude of the disaster. Jor-El simply couldn't do this work alone. Though he doubted he could penetrate the man's stubborn fixation, he needed to try. His face set with determination, he marched back to the government palace, prepared once again to debate with the commissioner. He would demand to know why Zod, or at least his misguided fanatics, had attempted to abduct Allura and Karis, as Zor-El had claimed. The government palace seemed empty, though. A sapphire guard stood outside the door rather than burly Namek.
"I am here to see Commissioner Zod. He'll want to meet with me right away,"
Jor-El said, hoping it was true. The guard, whose face was mostly hidden beneath his round, polished helmet, obviously recognized the white-haired scientist.
"The Commissioner is not here. He is dealing with the dissidents."
Jor-El suddenly recalled all the military plans Zod had apparently been making. Zor-El was right to be concerned.
"He went to Borga City?" "No. He headed north to the crater of Kandor."
Jor-El left, disturbed. What would the commissioner want there? Something from the old refugee encampment, perhaps? When he arrived back at their designated living quarters, he found Lara deeply alarmed. She had pushed aside her work on the writing table to expose the inset communication plate. She met him at the door and pulled him over to hear the message. "Listen to this. It just came from Noton." The private channel image sharpened into the distraught face of the other scientist, who spoke under his breath. "The commissioner has seized the Rao beam. Tomorrow he plans to blast Borga City. He means to make an example of Shorem." A rush of cold anger and fear coursed through Jor-El. "Isn't the comet going to destroy us fast enough? I can't believe Zod would do something so insane." Lara looked intently at him. "I can. He sees only his own priorities. We have to warn Borga City, evacuate the people." Jor-El tried to envision all the inhabitants of the giant floating city fleeing into the marshes. It would take days to get them out of there, days to convince them to move in the first place. But he did not allow doubts to paralyze him. He was Jor-El, and they would listen to him. He'd have to make them listen. He would save them for another day. He contacted the city leader directly, demanding to speak to Shorem, even though he was in the middle of a banquet. When the blonde-haired leader frowned at him on the communication plate, Jor-El delivered his warning in a rush. Shorem blinked, then chuckled nervously. "Surely, you are overreacting. This is not how we respond to political disagreements on Krypton."
"I am deadly serious, and you have very little time to get all your people to safety as far away from the city as possible."
"That can't be necessary. Allow me to
Do something now, Shorem. The survival of your populace requires that you act immediately."
Jor-El was shouting at the screen, and the other man flinched.
"Laugh at me in the morning if I am wrong."
Even when the city leader muttered something that sounded like agreement, Jor-El was not convinced, and so he contacted other people in Borga City, any links he could find on the communication system. He repeatedly sounded the alarm, convincing as many men and women to listen as he could. Next, he contacted Zor-El and enlisted his aid as well.
"Even with the comet coming toward us, this is happening now."
His brother knew more officials and administrators in Borga City, and soon the alarm spread from person to person. Lara hunkered over the communication plate, promising Jor-El that she would continue to access any person she could find in the distant metropolis. She kissed him quickly.
"I have to go up there myself, face Zod and demand that he not do this. Only I can stop him."
But he feared that the commissioner had stopped listening to him. He departed immediately on the fastest floater raft he could find and flew through the night. He wrestled with his own arguments, seething at what Zod was trying to do. By the time his vehicle arrived at the mountain outpost, dawn's first light had begun to creep into the eastern sky. Very little time remained. Namek had swiveled the derrick into its new position, and, following orders, the technicians had shifted the focal point, reinstalled the solar batteries, and aligned the prisms and lenses. Flushed and anxious, Noton was giving the equipment its final test while waiting for sunlight to brighten. Jor-El's abrupt arrival startled Zod. The commissioner's smile looked like a curved blade.
"I did not call for you. The situation called for me."
Noton stepped hesitantly closer to the other scientist. "I contacted him, Commissioner. I felt it might be necessary for you to discuss your plans with him." Zod scowled.
My plans are my own, and my mind is made up.
Jor-El trudged across the compound and stopped under the tall derrick structure. Cold wind blew his pale hair back from his face. Above him, the massive central crystal hung suspended at the nexus of where the solar beams would reflect and converge.
What are you doing with the Rao beam, Commissioner? Only what is necessary. The fabric of our society is unraveling because of a few ragged ends. Those traitors in Borga City want to throw our world into anarchy. They established their own sham council strictly to set Kryptonians against each other. How can we afford that?
He sounded so reasonable.
You saw Shorem's defiant message. Your own brother was duped by that inflammatory declaration and signed it.
Zod struggled to regain his composure, fighting back a murderous fury, and took a deep breath.
Because we owe Zor-El much, and because you love him, I am willing to withhold judgment on Argo City, for now. I will give you one chance to talk sense into your brother. But for the people of Borga City, I hold out no hope. No hope at all.
The mountain winds made the Rao beam derrick creak as if it were shuddering. Zod raised his head as if inspired to continue his speech.
Our old, weak society produced far too much dead wood, people who exist but do not live, whose hearts beat but do not pound. They are not like you and me, Jor-El. They must be swept away before a new Krypton can be born from the ashes.
Staring into the blaze of the rising red sun, he spoke to Aether.
Power up the beam. We have waited long enough.
With icy confidence, she issued the necessary commands. The prisms in the beam apparatus began to hum with a harmonic tone, and the batteries hungrily gulped the raw energy. Growing desperate, Jor-El grabbed Zod by the arm. "Stop this, Commissioner! You can't mean to destroy a whole city!" With an expression of distaste, Zod plucked the scientist's fingers away from his sleeve. Deaf to further protestations, he gave Jor-El a withering frown.
Do not act innocent. You created the Rao beam and presented the plans to me. You knew full well that the technology could be used in this way. The Rao beam is a tool, not a weapon. Any tool can become a weapon. But against our own people? Against our enemies, whoever and wherever they might be. And when this is over, maybe we can look at the approaching comet that has you so upset.
He seemed to be offering a small consolation prize.
This is not why I helped you. It goes against all that I believe.
Aether interrupted them smoothly. The beam is ready, Zod. You may give the order.
It is given. Stop!
Jor-El tried to push his way to the control shack, but two sapphire guards grabbed his arms. He thrashed against them. Even though he had sent out his most urgent warnings, even though he had begged Shorem to evacuate his people and Lara had continued to make calls, he knew for certain that there hadn't been enough time. Many would have gotten away, believing the call of Krypton's greatest scientist, but others would have tarried. He doubted Shorem had taken him seriously at all.
Commissioner, if you do this, you are not the savior of Krypton, but its destroyer.
Zod gestured across the mountains and into the eastern marshes.
Fire!
Appalled, Jor-El yanked one arm free from the guards, struggled to drag himself toward the control shack. But the familiar whining hum sang up through the energy conduits of the derrick. At the last instant, he averted his eyes from the dazzling heat and from the horror. The Rao beam projectors spewed forth a gout of pure red light. Zod watched with clear contentment on his face as the scarlet lance shot toward the lowlands on the horizon. The beam, powerful enough to cut through a planet's crust, slammed into Borga City. From their vantage point in the distant mountains, Jor-El saw only a flash, but he knew exactly what was happening. The incinerating beam engulfed the huge balloons that supported the city's interlocked platforms. The explosion would be instantaneous and terrific, igniting the giant cavities of volatile marsh gas that bubbled up from below. He hoped, prayed, that most of the people had already fled, racing to safety across the marshes. But he knew they weren't all safe. He couldn't bear to think of the burning bodies falling from balloon platforms, the fiery eruptions raging across the swamp. He knew it signified thousands of deaths at the very least, people whose only crime was to disagree with Zod's leadership. Though the devastation was complete in moments, Zod let the beam continue to pound its target, minute after endless minute. Any evacuees who had remained in the area would be watching in horror at the horrific pummeling, the destruction of everything they had known. When he was finally satisfied, Zod told Noton to shut down the apparatus. Moving ponderously, as if weary beyond description, the other scientist shifted the prisms away from the focal point. The air still thrummed with vibrant energy. Leftover ripples of heat dissipated from the column of ionized air along the beam path.
"We have annihilated one nest of traitors," Zod said. "Let us hope this ends the nonsense once and for all."
Chapter 66. While the foolish dissidents in other population centers were shocked and stunned by the obliteration of Borga City, Zod used the opportunity to strengthen his position. Even before his small victorious group paraded back into Kryptonopolis, he had made his preparations. Aether raced ahead to distribute glorious propaganda so that his followers would learn of the event in exactly the way he wished. Towering information screens portrayed the retaliatory strike as reasonable and necessary. Most of the citizens of Kryptonopolis would already accept whatever Zod told them. Anyone who expressed concern or seemed overly distressed, particularly if the person had connections to Borga City, was efficiently removed from the crowds and quietly reassigned far from the others. Zod returned to his capital, bearded chin held high, eyes bright with victory. Namek strode boldly beside his master, his muscles bunched, his hands clenched into fists the size of large rocks. Noton and the other technicians had also been recalled from the isolated mountain outpost. Zod didn't want any of them near the Rao beam generator, at least until the uproar had died down. Riding among them all, watched carefully by the guards, Jor-El looked broken and deflated, as if deeply ashamed that his invention had been used in such a manner. The pale-haired scientist kept his gaze turned away, but the commissioner noticed an occasional flash of anger in his eye. Maybe Jor-El wasn't as much under control as Zod had hoped. He wondered if the defeated mood might only be an act. What if Jor-El decided to turn his considerable talents against Zod? On the journey back, Jor-El had defiantly revealed that he had sent a warning to Borga City, that he'd informed Shorem of the impending destruction. At first, Zod had been outraged by the defiance, but then he grudgingly realized that survivors, witnesses, would only tell the tale and emphasize the lengths to which the commissioner would go. No one could doubt his seriousness now. The many refugees would spread out, seeking food and shelter, and Zod was not inclined to help them. They still had to prove they had learned their lesson. Fortunately, according to initial reports, Shorem and his haughty sham council had insisted on staying inside the city. They had been annihilated along with everyone else who believed in them. A perfect solution. This had indeed been a successful undertaking, and he would make certain everyone knew it. As the small band of troops passed between the crystal towers and into the Square of Hope, Zod raised his hands and his voice.
"Borga City and its corrupt and dangerous leaders brought this fate upon themselves. It was a painful decision for me, but now we must put an end to this debilitating struggle, this civil disagreement. There are some survivors, innocents who evacuated in time, and they are dispersed to other cities. Let us hope they have accepted the truth now. Krypton is at last safe from traitors to our way of life."
The members of the Ring of Strength and their deputies lined the streets of the capital. They automatically responded with shouts and cheers. Kolem was the loudest of them all, barely able to contain his vindictive joy that his older brother had just been vaporized. Zod gave a preoccupied nod, as if he were talking only to himself.
"In 7 days I will hold a vital summit in Kryptonopolis. I command that all city leaders present themselves to me. Anyone who does not attend will be seen as an enemy of Krypton."
He marched forward with his loyal followers, sweeping into the government palace with Aether and Namek beside him. Jor-El pointedly remained outside. Lara was physically sick after hearing of the destruction of Borga City. She clutched her rounded stomach. "Oh, those people! Even if 2/3 of them escaped in time," Jor-El rocked her in his arms. "I don't know what to believe anymore, but I certainly don't believe him. He will not focus on any problem other than how to achieve his own ambitions." He felt the crushing weight on his conscience of having created a tool that killed an entire city. Zor-El was right. For too long I tried to convince myself that the Commissioner was the lesser of two evils, that his actions would ultimately benefit Krypton. But after this, after his minions attacked our mother and Alora... He raised his head. "Now I've got to do something about it. I can't hesitate. The responsibility is mine." Lara reacted with alarm. "Zod will be watching you more closely than ever." He shook his head. "Speed is my best ally. If I slip away tonight while the Commissioner is still reveling in his victory, I can blindside him. He withdrew everyone from the Raobeam installation. Now is my chance." Jor-El held her by the shoulders, feeling steel inside. "What kind of world will our baby be born into if I let Zod wipe out entire cities on a whim? Whatever happens to me, at least my child can be proud." "Then I'm going with you, whatever it is you intend to do." "You can't, Lara." Her eyes narrowed indignantly. "Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I'm incapable. I won't let you leave me out in the cold." He smiled with great love for her. "That's not why I want you to stay. I need you here to cover for me. Give me an alibi if Zod suspects anything." "Oh, he will suspect, but I'll find ways to deflect him." "Lock down our quarters. If anyone asks, tell them I cannot be disturbed, that I'm focused on my cometary calculations. Zod should believe that." He kissed her. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Hold off any questions until then." In the darkest, quietest hour of the night, Jor-El crept through a window in their bedroom and furtively made his way out of Kryptonopolis. He dodged the overconfident Sapphire guards patrolling the streets. After Zod's recent show of strength, most of the people were cowed and cooperative. But not him. When he reached the Raobeam facility high in the mountains, the ever-present smoke and soot in the air made him think of the funeral pyres of burned innocents. He shuddered. This Raobeam had been constructed to save Krypton from the pressure buildup in the core, not to annihilate entire civilian populations. Zod had smeared Jor-El with their blood, and he felt violated. Though the rig's solar-generating crystals were dim and the focusing mirrors had been removed, enough charge remained in the central battery for Jor-El to do his work. In his hubris, Commissioner Zod had left the facility empty during his celebration in Kryptonopolis, but soon he would surely send a contingent of soldiers to guard the equipment. Jor-El had to act swiftly. Working alone in the dimness, he knelt to remove the access panel from the central generator. He shifted internal crystals, rewired control circuits, and built a feedback loop. Sparks began to swirl inside the main dangling crystal. Then he climbed up the high derrick, hand over hand on the cold metal bars, to the heart of the Raobeam projector. After using a pry bar to twist the focusing rods into near-impossible angles, Jor-El scrambled back down. The metal handholds were already growing hot as the beam projector built up to an overload. Zod would never again use this device as a weapon. Jor-El would make certain of that. He sprinted back toward the empty monitoring shacks as the crystal throbbed. Internal lightning bolts ricocheted in its facets as the giant gem swayed in its cradle. Shards of the scarlet beam flashed off the prisms, then turned in upon themselves. When the buildup reached its critical point, Jor-El expected the mechanism to burn out. But it was more spectacular than that. Wild and chaotic red beams splashed onto the crystal heart, striking the focusing rods and reflecting at the wrong angles. Spear points of light sprayed in all directions. Jor-El ducked into the shelter behind the dented shack moments before a swerving beam melted the roof clean away. The tall derrick began to shudder and thrum wildly, The vibrations increased. Strafing crimson bolts struck the support girders, cutting off the derrick's legs, and the whole structure began to topple toward the steep cliffs. With a groan that sounded like a dying scream, the structure tilted farther over. Only one support leg remained fastened to the boulders now. The central crystal dangled, spun, and finally broke free of its support cable. It shattered on a cliff ledge far below in a hail of blazing light and broken glass. The flurry of beams died away, but gravity and leftover thermal energy continued to take their toll. With a wrenching noise, the last of the support legs tore free. Steel bolts sheared off, and the entire construction scraped down the cliffside like sharp fingernails on a polished slate board. The twisted derrick finally came to rest, while boulders pummeled the wreckage. Unnerved, yet exhilarated, Jor-El went to the edge of the precipice. He could barely make out the tangled ruin wedged into the boulder field far below. At last he felt satisfied. He had disarmed Zod, at least temporarily. Now he had to race back to Kryptonopolis before anyone noticed his absence. His alibi needed to be perfect. Chapter 67. After the annihilation of Borga City, all those who had signed Shorem's inflammatory declaration knew they could not stand against Zod. They had already seen the towering Nova javelins, and now the boiling scar in the middle of the marshes was a stark reminder of what any continued defiance would earn them. The many survivors of the city lived in squalid temporary encampments out in the marshes, while others made their way to Coral, to Orvai, to the villages in the mountains or river valleys or the coasts. After the disasters of Kandor and Argo City, this was one more wave of people who saw their very planet falling apart. Now Zod had to convince them that he was the only person who could hold their civilization together. Bowed and beaten, the sullen city leaders traveled to Kryptonopolis for the summit meeting, as commanded. Though not entirely contrite, they were clearly afraid to cause any trouble. The refugees and witnesses of the blasted city had already spread the word, told of the horrors they had seen. They feared Zod now, feared him completely. He observed the supposedly meek representatives from his government palace. He wanted to kill them one at a time until someone revealed who had committed the sabotage at the Rao beam installation on the very night of his triumph. His inner fury had not abated since he had learned that some terrorist had wrecked the facility. He'd had no immediate plans to use the beam weapon again, mainly because no other major city lay in the correct path, but Zod was outraged that someone had defied him. He could not tolerate that. Loyal Sapphire guards brought the individual rebel leaders into his office as they arrived, 19 of them so far. The intimidating guards had clubs and hand weapons, but Zod's control was firm enough that the mere threat of violence made actual violence unnecessary. Each city leader stood before him. Some looked broken, while others retained a foolish but impotent anger.
"Who sabotaged my Rao beam installation?"
Zod demanded of them, one at a time.
"Who committed this traitorous act against all of Krypton?"
No one gave a satisfactory answer. No one knew anything. Since these men had capitulated so swiftly and willingly, Zod was certain they did not have the strength of character to do anything so bold and defiant. They paid lip service to their resistance, but didn't have the spine to stand up to him. They were, however, pleased that some mysterious stranger had dared to do something they had not. 3 of the men, who showed a last spark of defiance, warranted additional questioning, and Kolem took great glee in inflicting pain. Again, none of them knew anything. For good measure, at Aethir's suggestion, Zod also called in Noton for questioning, as well as all the technicians who had originally worked at the installation. When destroying the Rao beam, the saboteur had known exactly what he was doing. Since he was a member of the Ring of Strength, Noton was indignant at the very idea of the Commissioner's suspicions, and Zod was quickly convinced that none of those workers had been involved either. When he summoned Jor-El, however, Zod was surprised to sense a change in the scientist's mood. Before he could even ask, Jor-El said, "Is it a crime for me to be thankful that you have lost a deadly weapon? You have ignored the real threat of the comet. Lothar's hammer is coming in less than 4 months. You have just wasted another week. I beg you to turn your attention to that far more critical situation." The commissioner sighed.
"As you requested, I passed the data on to a team of scientific advisors. They have assured me your projected orbits are inconclusive. There is nothing to worry about."
In fact, he'd been hard-pressed to find any scientist besides Jor-El with a working knowledge of celestial mechanics. Hearing this, Jor-El's disbelief was quickly replaced by a wash of anger. "Commissioner, when have you ever questioned me before? Can you afford to take the chance now?" Zod was troubled. Indeed, he had accepted Jor-El's science and theories in every previous instance, but now he obviously didn't want to believe. Jor-El pressed the issue. "Are you sure the others aren't just telling you what you want to hear?"
"Does that make the conclusion wrong?"
Zod rose to his feet.
"I admire your science, Jor-El. I always have. But you do not see the larger picture. If I pulled back all of my manpower right now to work on this theory of yours, then the other city leaders will pounce like carrion dogs. I don't dare show weakness or hesitation. My glorious plans for our future will go up in smoke if I lose Krypton.
If we don't do something about the comet, we will all lose Krypton."
"If you're right."
"I'm right."
"You sound rather arrogant and self-assured."
"I'm right."
"In that case, do everything in your power to help me achieve a swift and decisive resolution to this civil war. Then I would have no other distractions."
Zod lowered his voice, abruptly changing the subject.
"You know something about what happened at the Rao Beam facility. I can see it in your eyes."
He realized he would have to play this carefully. Too much was at stake, and he had too many unfinished projects for which he needed Jor-El's expertise. While the commissioner had a host of other scientists and engineers in his employ, none of them could hold a candle to Jor-El. The ivory-haired scientist didn't answer, and Zod suddenly drew the obvious conclusion. Jor-El was protecting his brother. Yes, of all the city leaders he had summoned, Zor-El remained among those conspicuously absent. Zor-El knew the installation's vulnerabilities as well as his brother did. Yes, Zor-El the firebrand, intelligent like his brother, but also a loose cannon, prone to precipitous actions without thinking through the consequences. Destroying the Rao beam was exactly the sort of thing such a man would do. But Zod had learned not to ask questions when he did not know the answers. He couldn't afford to lose Jor-El. Not yet.
"I will be watching you carefully."
He called the Sapphire Guards waiting outside his office door.
"Take him back to his quarters. Make sure he and his wife are prepared and cooperative for our presentation later today."
Aether came to wait with Zod in his office as the fateful hour approached. He stared out the window into the plaza where crowds had already gathered.
"This is the dawn of a bright new day,"
he said to her, as if starting his long-anticipated speech. Aether's red lips pressed together in a frown. "It would be brighter if Zor-El had come." Zod's expression darkened.
"I have already decided that we must deal with Argo City. I am convinced Zor-El is the one who destroyed the Rao beam."
She was startled, but not surprised. Zod straightened his dark uniform.
"Come, it is time."
He took her by the arm. Surrounded by guards, he and his consort walked out together to see the noisy crowds in the Square of Hope. Zod took his place at the foot of the towering statue, with Aether and Namek nearby. The Sapphire Guards had cleared a wide area around the beaten city leaders. Zod wondered how many of those defeated men knew the story of what Jaxor had done to those he had vanquished. A smile crept onto his lips. On cue, Aether turned to face him and shouted, "We all bow to Zod!" She bent her knee before him and lowered her head. Namek followed suit, the massive, silent man submitting to his leader. "We all bow to Zod," said Kolem, as all 16 members of the Ring of Strength did the same. The commissioner raised both hands as if dispensing a benediction.
"And now, my city leaders, all those who join us in a united Krypton, kneel before Zod."
Hesitantly at first, ashamed and obviously feeling coerced, the gathered leaders got down on their knees. Like ripples spreading out from a stone dropped into a still pond, all the people in Kryptonopolis submitted, dropping to their knees around the Colossus statue. Zod found it all quite satisfactory.
"Sure am once sneered that my title of commissioner was insufficient for a man who would rule Krypton. In this one thing he was correct. So I no longer call myself a commissioner, for my commission is gone. Nor will I take the title of council head, for that would only serve to remind us of our weakness. Defending Krypton requires an entirely different sort of thinking. Military thinking."
He drew a deep breath. Some of the people turned their faces to gaze adoringly at him, while others averted troubled eyes.
"From this day forward, I shall be General Zod."
General Zod. The title felt so appropriate, so perfect. That announcement should have been the climax of his day. But then, stealing his glorious moment, the newly grown crystal spires around the square began to shimmer. Flares of light skirled along the facets like electrical bursts, tracing lines of inclusions and flaws.
"What is this?"
Zod demanded, forgetting that the voice amplifier patch remained at his throat. His alarmed voice rolled like thunder across the square. People milled about in confusion. The defeated city leaders cringed, as if this were some sort of punishment from Zod. The crystal spires shone brighter, and the smooth facets began to display an image, a dark-haired man with a steely expression. Cold claws raked down Zod's spine as he recognized the man. Zor-El's voice boomed out. "You do not speak for Krypton, Zod. Argo City defies you. I defy you, and in their hearts I know that all those here defy you." His image shouted at the uneasy crowd. "Zod is a criminal against our race. May his reign be as short as it is unwelcome. He tried to abduct or kill my wife and my mother. My wife and mother!" He made a sound of disgust. Zod shouted,
"Stop that signal! How is Zor-El doing this?"
Out in the audience, Jor-El turned quickly away. Lara whispered something in his ear. Then Zod knew that the pale-haired scientist must have modified the tall crystal structures to function as gigantic communication plates. Before Zod could call the Sapphire Guards to seize Jor-El for interrogation, the Argo City leader called out through his many identical images projected through the facets. "I call on all Kryptonians, all true Kryptonians, to stand against this man who claims to protect us by destroying our cities, who resorts to murder to prevent anyone from criticizing him. Zod has shown his true colors." The face of Jor-El's brother flickered and vanished. The crystal spires stopped glowing, and the uproar began. Chapter 68. After humiliating General Zod in such a spectacular and public forum, Zor-El knew that his days were numbered. He had to build up Argo City's defenses and bring together any others who would fight the tyrant. While the destruction of Borga City had driven many people into frightened submission, it had also galvanized an uneasy ragtag rebellion into a genuine force. Shorem had not gone far enough, and he had never dreamed how Zod would be willing to respond. The Borga refugees had lost everything, and now they joined any resistance they could find, offering to stand and fight against the tyrant. As they drifted to temporary new homes, they began to build an army that was much more widespread than anything the general had imagined. In his private villa, Zor-El met with powerful merchants, industrialists, deputy leaders, and other volunteers who wanted to join the new resistance. A handful of people had come directly to him after he had warned them to evacuate from Borga City, making no secret of the fact that they owed him their lives. More and more volunteers came from all across Krypton, and determined members from the Society of Vigilance vigorously sought to weed out any spies sent by Zod.
General Zod already has an army, powerful weapons, and most of Krypton under his thumb,
said Gal-Eth, the vice-mayor of Orvai. He had bristly blond hair and a ruddy face. He had fled his beautiful city in the Lake District after the reluctant replacement for the lost Gelex had trudged off to bend his knee in submission to Zod.
How can we protect ourselves against that?
We're the people of Krypton, Zor-El said. We can do the impossible.
It's been a long time since we did the impossible,
grumbled shaggy-haired Orom, a prominent industrialist from a small mining town in the mountains north of Coral.
The old council beat that out of us for so long that we forgot how to be innovative.
Then we'll find a way to remember, Korth-Or insisted. His sandy brown hair was streaked with gray, as if he had rubbed ashes in it. His face was narrow, his lips generous, and he spoke with a faint lisp. He had escaped with his family on the night before Zod destroyed Borga City. Korth-Or had temporary quarters in Argo City, but he made no secret that he would have been much happier on the march against General Zod. In the bright morning, Zor-El faced the sunlit room, full of anxious but determined men and women. Allura had placed verdant potted plants along all the walls. "Those of you who can, go back to your own cities," he advised the secret group. Korth-Or sat, fuming with indignation, reminded that he had no home. "Speak to your populations. Find volunteers. We have to gather an army strong enough to stand against Zod, and soon, or we are lost."
"Are you sure we aren't lost already?"
Orom had been imagining disasters since long before Krypton had actually faced one, and it had taken much convincing for him to join this gathering, leaving his industries behind.
"Our resistance to Zod was based in Borga City, and now that's gone."
Such talk angered Zor-El. "The resistance is here now. But if that's how you truly feel, then go to Kryptonopolis and bend your knee to Zod. Be my guest." No one took him up on the offer. As soon as she found the mysterious message crystal left just inside the villa's portico, Karis carried it to Zor-El in his high tower laboratory. He had been struggling day and night to increase the scope of the force field. When it was no more than a small bubble around the diamondfish, the design had been simple, but to form a whole hemispherical dome over Argo City was a nearly insoluble problem. Red-eyed, he continued to test his shield, raising the shimmering barricade higher and higher above the seawall. There must be no weak point against an attack from Zod's minions. His mother held out the crystal, and he realized exactly who had sent the message. "It's from Jor-El." He had been angry after their recent argument about Zod, but his brother had also made possible the defiant transmission through the facets of the towering crystals, and, much to Zor-El's astonishment, he had also revealed that he had sabotaged the Rao beam generator, and Jor-El was absolutely right about the threat of the comet, and he had sent urgent warnings to Borga City, which allowed many of the people to escape. Karis thrust the crystal at him. "You can't change the message by avoiding it." As soon as Zor-El cupped the message crystal in his warm hand, the image began to form. The ivory-haired scientist spoke to him insistently. "We need to help each other. No matter how terrible Zod's actions, we both know that our most pressing problem is Loth-Ur's hammer. Our time grows shorter day by day, and we've already lost a month during which we should have pooled all our resources and brainpower to divert the comet. Zor-El, you and I might be Krypton's only hope, the only ones who can see." Karis did not take long to speak her mind after the message faded. "He's right, and you know it. You've got to help him." He shook his head slowly. "You're my conscience and my sounding board, Mother. But what if Zod forced him to send that message? Jor-El has a wife, and they're about to have a baby. General Zod has ways to coerce him." She stared intently at him. "And do you believe that?" He looked at her for a long moment before he finally shook his head. "No. The two sons of Jarl can find a way. Share your defensive shield with him." Karis gestured to the calculations strewn on his table. "Maybe he'll show you how to expand it to help other cities." "I can't do that. Do I dare risk letting the shield fall into Zod's hands? He would use it to make his defenses impregnable. How can we ever defeat him if he hides behind an impervious barrier?" He stepped out onto the open balcony where he breathed in the cool evening air. Even if I accept what Jor-El says, it's best to let Zod believe that the two of us remain at odds. What if he tries to use my brother as a bargaining chip? What if he threatens to kill his wife and unborn child unless I capitulate? He looked into his mother's deep brown eyes. He knew in his heart that Zod would not hesitate to do exactly that. "Then we just can't let that happen," she said. Filled with a mixture of inspiration and dread, Zor-El went back to his work. He refused to give up, refused to sleep, until he had solved at least one critical problem. Chapter 69. The time for subtlety had passed. Now that he had named himself general, rallied his followers, and coerced his critics, Zod pulled together his weapons and manpower. A sullen Jor-El worked his daily assignment in the underground control rooms, where General Zod had instructed him to ensure that the Nova Javelins would function properly. And Aether remained vigilant for any weak points in their government. She watched Lara closely and waited, and finally made her move. Lara was her friend, former friend, yet now Aether feared the other woman was becoming a liability, and if that were the case, she intended to find out for herself and expose Lara. It would be so much worse if Zod should discover it first. Aether chose her time well. Because of her pregnancy, Lara had regular appointments with her doctor, a dry and humorless woman named Kirana II. Aether waited until Lara went to the new Kryptonopolis Medical Center before she and Namek approached the private dwelling. In Kryptonopolis, no door was blocked to the consort of General Zod. They easily bypassed the locks. With Namek watching at the door, Aether moved through the main chamber, poking around, until she found the long table where Lara had set up her writing pads, stylus, and recording sheets. Her eyes lit up with curiosity. Here was the great chronicle that Zod had commissioned, the first-hand historical record of events. Aether swiftly scanned the lines of text. Lara had concise, clear handwriting, not overly flowery or effeminate. Later editions of this work would no doubt include calligraphy and holographic enhancements. Someday every student on Krypton would be required to memorize the life of Zod. However, as she skimmed page after page, Aether found the summaries of events to be lackluster, forced. She was quite disappointed. And suspicious. She knew her friend better than that, knew that Lara did not hold back her opinions. The very absence of any sort of commentary or the slightest of veiled criticisms made Aether wonder what the other woman could be hiding. "Namek, we must search this place. Find out what they are trying to keep secret from us." The authority of General Zod gave her all the confidence and justification she needed. With an eager grin, the big mute nodded and began to tear the dwelling apart. In a hidden and sealed drawer in a private bureau inside the bedchamber, beneath the writing surface, she found a journal. Lara's real record. Now, as she read from line to line, Aether's heart fell and her anger rose. What should have been a glorious biography lionizing a great leader was full of harsh criticisms and insults. Lara blatantly accused Zod of foolish mistakes, character flaws, and grave hubris. She portrayed him as a bloodthirsty tyrant. Aether stood cold for a long moment, debating what to do. Finally, she gathered up the pages. She would make absolutely certain that the public could never read these lies. "Come, Namek. We must see the general immediately." Aether dropped the papers on Zod's desk. She made no apology for interrupting his strategy session for a retaliatory strike on Argo City. "Read this. Lara wrote it." He picked up the sheets.
What am I looking for?
"Choose a page at random. It should be quite apparent." She watched the general as he read, first one page, then another, then a third. He didn't say a word, but he grew coldly, murderously furious. Chapter 70. The female doctor pronounced Lara's baby healthy and strong in its third trimester. "You should have no complications."
Lara let out a wry laugh, though the sheer tension in her mind made any sort of laughter difficult. "No complications. That'll be quite a change, considering how our lives have been going." "What do you mean?" Kirana, too, asked, not understanding the joke. She was supposedly one of the best obstetricians on Krypton, but she had little awareness of outside events. Lara smiled to herself, reminded of Jor-El's single-mindedness when he focused on a complex technical problem. "By the way," the doctor added, as if it were an irrelevant detail, "the baby will be a boy. I thought you'd like to know." "A son!" Lara couldn't wait to tell Jor-El. Again the doctor missed the reason for her patient's excitement. "Well, it had to be one or the other. Would you have been just as excited if I told you it was a daughter?" "Of course." Lara was now even more convinced that the two of them would have to slip away from Kryptonopolis and escape from Zod's oppression. But she also knew they were being watched carefully. Pleased to have such a clean bill of health and her news, Lara left the medical center only to find Aether and Namek waiting for her. Both wore implacable expressions. Namek took one large step forward and grasped Lara's arm with a broad hand. His grip was like a shackle. Her heart skipped a beat. "Should I ask what this is about?" Aether stepped forward, looking as if Lara had entirely betrayed her. "If you need to ask, then you are more foolish than even I guessed. Be sure to include that in your seditious historical chronicle." "So, you read my journal," Lara quipped, knowing she could not deny what she had written. Suddenly she could no longer hold in her pent-up dissatisfactions and her rage at what Zod had done. "Was my grammar incorrect? The spelling? Maybe you didn't like my descriptions. Too many adverbs? Or perhaps I should have taken more creative license in describing Zod. But you did want this to be a history instead of a fantasy, right? Or did I misunderstand you?" Aether didn't answer. Namek hustled Lara toward the Square of Hope. Lara went on, though she knew it would do her no good. "I particularly liked my account of the annihilation of Borga City. Quite vivid prose." The big mute pulled her arm so hard she nearly stumbled. "I wanted to add interviews with all those dissidents who so cheerfully changed their minds and conveniently retired, but I couldn't find any of them. Not a one. Do you suppose something terrible happened to them? Maybe we should tell the general. He'll get to the bottom of it." Aether said, "Silence! I won't hear you speak of him that way." "Oh, his actions speak well enough for themselves." Namek was so angry he issued a grunt. They reached one of the towering emerald crystal spires at the corner of the square. Not long ago, Zor-El's defiant face had been transmitted from these facets, linking into electronic resonance and communications circuits that Jor-El had added to his father's original blueprint. Now the gleaming towers had been stripped of all outside connections, power sources, and amenities. The lattice design had created intentional voids, cavities, and chambers to be modified into rooms. Eventually, these towers were earmarked to become crowded administrative buildings, but at the moment, the spiky turrets acted only as showpieces to demonstrate the grandeur of Kryptonopolis. Namek shoved Lara into one of the openings. She stumbled into a transparent walled office. No, a cell. She whirled, still shouting bitterly to Aether. She couldn't stop the words pouring out of her. "If you bring me film paper, I can keep writing. The general asked me to finish the chronicle right away. I wouldn't want to disappoint him." "Sarcasm will not help your case, Lara." She tossed her amber hair. "Did I have a case? Does that mean there will be a fair trial? An objective court? I look forward to speaking in my own defense." Aether added a growth crystal to the wall and applied a small power source. "Zod isn't going to make a spectacle of you. You aren't important enough to warrant that sort of treatment." Crystals began to grow, and angular spears closed off the room. As the last of the gap sealed shut, Aether added, "The general doesn't want you. He wants Jor-El, and with you locked away in here, your husband will have no choice but to cooperate." Jor-El had a sickening feeling about why he had been summoned before Zod. He could think of several reasons why he might be in trouble. He stood straight-backed and unyielding, saying nothing. He had been planning to flee with Lara, to escape so that he could work with his brother in Argo City, but now he feared it was too late. An angry General Zod sat in his heavy office chair with his consort at his shoulder,
as silent and intimidating as Namek. Glaring at Jor-El, Aether lovingly stroked her husband's uniform. High above, the fabric pavilion coverings of the roof flapped and fluttered as a dry wind picked up. Zod tapped his fingers together, pretending to search for words, but Jor-El could tell that he had practiced his little soliloquy.
I need you, Jor-El. I have always needed you, but more than anything else, I need you to support me. I need you to be my staunchest ally, rather than someone who participates only half-heartedly.
Jor-El remained silent and rigid. He had too many secrets, too many plans in the works. Even now, sensing his personal peril, he could not forget about the giant comet coming. But Zod seemed intent on destroying Krypton first. The general got up from his desk and paced around him.
Until now, I have acted as an indulgent parent with an exceptional child. I have allowed you to play with whatever interested you.
What interests me is what's important to Krypton. Right now, our greatest threat is Lothar's hammer, not your critics. If that mountain of ice and rock smashes into our planet, everyone will die. Yet you ignore it. Aether moved like a viper about to strike. Be quiet when the general speaks to you. Zod waved her back.
Remember that I have followed your career for a long time, Jor-El. First, you warned that our sun could go supernova at any time. Next, you and your brother claimed our planet would explode. Now it's a comet. This threat is a hobgoblin of your imagination, or worse, a plan to divert my attention so your brother's rebellion can gain strength.
He narrowed his eyes.
I know you secretly sympathize with the dissidents, and I will not be deceived by your comet.
Jor-El squared his shoulders. You are wrong, General, dead wrong. If there's any deception here, it's you who have deceived yourself. Zod sounded weary.
From this day forward, I expect you to work with unwavering dedication on the Nova Javelins. You will inspect all 15, repair any defects, and ensure that the missiles are ready for launch at a moment's notice. The charts and coordinates from Jaxor are out of date and inaccurate. I charge you with the responsibility of updating all their navigation systems.
He ran a finger along his lower lip.
I may need the weapons sooner than I expected. I refuse.
The general cut him off.
To ensure your dedication to the greater good, I have taken your wife into protective custody. She is being kept safe inside one of the crystal towers where, also for the greater good, she can write no more of her malicious distortions of epic historic events. There is no need for her or your unborn son to be harmed, so long as you remain cooperative.
His heart pounding, Jor-El stared at the general, who stared back. Using Lara as a fulcrum, Zod could move him however he wished, and the general knew it. In a voice as cold as an ice crystal, Jor-El said, Before I do anything, take me to Lara. I must see for myself that she's unharmed. Aether's tone was dangerous. You do not give orders to Zod. The general did not break eye contact with Jor-El.
I give you my word, she is quite unharmed.
Jor-El shook his head.
You have given me no reason to trust you.
Zod sighed, making it seem as if he was doing the scientist a great favor.
Very well. Seeing her will convince you faster than arguing would.
Jor-El maintained his stiff demeanor as he marched alongside the general, matching his brisk military pace. The towering shard of green crystal loomed over the edge of the Square of Hope, riddled with small cavities and inclusions. Zod led him through the main entrance and along curving, faceted tunnels to where Lara was sequestered. Angled crystal spikes had been grown across the doorway like overlapping prison bars. Jor-El could see his wife's form through the translucent walls. He ran toward her, to Zod's apparent amusement. Lara heard him coming. She pushed her hand between the crossed crystal bars, and Jor-El clasped her cold fingers. Lara, are you safe? Has he hurt you? Other than sealing me in this cell, no. I don't think he will.
Make no mistake, I will hurt you,
Zod said, from several paces away.
but only if it is the only means to achieve my goals.
Jor-El ignored him.
I'll find a way to get you out of here.
She squeezed his hand. Don't let him manipulate you. You know what he's capable of. He'll use me as a hostage. The general came forward and added another growth crystal to the wall. With a series of snaps and cracks, the intersecting spears thickened and began to fill in the gaps in the lattice. Lara snatched her hand back before the bars closed around it.
There.
Zod assumed a cordial manner.
Now we can get on with our real work.
Chapter 71. Looking down at the contoured gel model of Argo City in his war room, Zod couldn't hide his pleasure.
Intriguing. This presents a strategic nightmare for them. We can easily cut off the whole peninsula, and Zor-El will have to capitulate.
Aether shrugged. Then our victory is a foregone conclusion. The only question is how long the siege will last. Namek looked down at the three-dimensional model, as if memorizing the miniaturized terrain. Zod had also studied reports from informants, including many of his original supporters who had been ousted from the city.
Argo City is basically an island, connected to the mainland only by this thin strip of land, a bottleneck. We can blockade the city with a relatively small number of troops and equipment. These 5 bridges— Zod traced the gentle arcs that led across the narrow bay from Argo City to the mainland— are strategic weak points. Our soldiers can capture and hold them, effectively amputating the rebels from the rest of the world.
There's the ocean on the other side, Aether pointed out. They have docks and boats.
But where can they go? Fishing? They have no navy, no warships.
He pursed his lips.
But you make a valid point, and I prefer to be thorough. Maybe I should deploy aquatic craft, so we cut them off from the ocean as well.
Namek grinned. Zod could tell he was eager to see the boats.
None of the new structures they've built since the tsunami are proof against attack. We can bottle them up just like Kandor and then begin our bombardment. Once the way is clear, our army will invade the city.
Why don't you just build a new Rao beam? Kolem looked hungry to see another swift cleansing blast.
Destruction is easy, but there is little satisfaction in it. What kind of conquest leaves nothing but rubble? I am the savior of Krypton, not its destroyer.
He smiled wryly at his twisting of the words Jor-El had spoken.
The victory is much greater if I bring Argo City under my rule. That city is like a jewel in a crown.
All the construction crews in Kryptonopolis had been reassigned to the task of strengthening General Zod's impressive army. Technicians assembled large numbers of conventional weapons. His own scientists and engineers were swiftly redesigning and refitting normal vehicles. Teams worked round the clock to convert large construction crawlers into armored artillery launchers and siege vehicles. Floating passenger platforms were transformed into troop transports. The Sapphire Guards and the Ring of Strength recruited, even coerced, every one of Zod's able-bodied followers to undergo weapons training, don uniforms, and join the Great Campaign. The army could cross the continent and be at Zor-El's doorstep within a week after they mobilized. 3 days later, Zod's assembled armies gathered outside of Kryptonopolis, ready to march. Jor-El observed the fanfare with skepticism. Were these people truly so excited to go attack another sovereign city? Had they been so duped by Zod's delusions? Yes, he realized, they probably had. By now, anyone who had openly expressed disapproval had been quietly reassigned elsewhere, or vanished entirely. The rest demonstrated their enthusiasm, or at least made a good show of it. Jor-El stood alone, his emotions balanced between anger and helplessness. He ached for Lara, knowing she was a hostage to ensure his cooperation, and he could do nothing about it. His love for her had made him vulnerable. Fortunately, it also made him strong. If she'd had longer to talk with him, Lara would no doubt have insisted that Jor-El forget about her and do what was right and necessary. He vowed to save her. He would also save Krypton. There was no other option. Wearing his crisp new uniform with the hauteur of a man in complete control, Zod marched up to Jor-El. His voice was low and taunting,
No matter what gadgets or defenses your brother might have concocted, Argo City cannot stand against me.
My brother is an intelligent man. He may surprise you.
Ah, but my armies were equipped by an even more intelligent man.
Zod smiled.
I was able to use the designs of the great Jor-El himself.
He made a gesture. At the edge of the city, large warehouse buildings opened up, their heavy doors sliding into recessed ceilings to expose hangars filled with military equipment. Armored machines emerged, some crawling on heavy treads or thick wheels, others hovering above the ground with levitation pads. Jor-El struggled to grasp what he was seeing. The vehicles were loaded with missile launchers, ray projectors, thermal cannons, digging devices, and canisters that could only be powerful explosives.
You see, Jor-El, you aren't the only one who remembers the innovative concepts you delivered to my commission. So many dangerous inventions, so much potential for destruction. Don't you agree?
Just as Zod had kept the creation of his ostentatious statue a secret from Lara, he must have had separate teams working to produce these weapons without Jor-El's knowledge. I recognize some of those designs, but how? The Commission confiscated my plans. You destroyed them.
I lied. For the good of Krypton.
More and more exotic weaponry rolled out, making the General's already overwhelming army seem 10 times more threatening.
You will remain here in Kryptonopolis under close watch, but rest assured that when Argo City falls to me, you will have had a clear hand in its defeat.
Chapter 72. Zor-El knew that General Zod's army would be coming with all the force it could muster. At Borga City, the general had already shown how far he was willing to go. Now Argo City would surely face annihilation as well. Though he had already anticipated Zod's response, Zor-El received confirmation of his worst fears when Jor-El sent him a desperate message burst. Jor-El was being held under guard and Lara was a prisoner, exactly as Zor-El dreaded. But even so, his brother found a way, as he always did. To control information and to prevent word from leaking out, General Zod had shut down all outgoing communications from Kryptonopolis. The message grid had been cut off, and yet Jor-El tapped into it, sending a pulsed communication burst into the continent-wide power network. The message only worked once, melting down several nodes, but the ominous text had played out on the screens of Zor-El's seismic monitors. Zod's armies are coming. So they prepared for the onslaught. Zor-El's people responded with heartwarming dedication and sacrifice. The Society of Vigilance had swelled in recent days, recruiting many members from the angry Borga City refugees, and everyone in the city was on alert. Scouts patrolled the mainland up and down the coast and many kilometers into the interior, watching for the oncoming army from Kryptonopolis. It was only a matter of time. Ironically, Zod had succeeded in unifying Krypton against a common enemy, him. Never before had so many people, so many cities, cooperated so fully toward a single goal. The widespread and hollow-eyed survivors from the annihilation of Borga City were only one more reminder of the crimes. Other than his lockstep followers in the new capital, everyone else had turned against the general. Zor-El watched with grim satisfaction as his people pushed themselves beyond their limits. They used their imagination, shook themselves out of their long-standing malaise, and retreated from the quagmire of stagnation. The spirit of Krypton had been reawakened. In his observation tower, Zor-El had finished his intensive calculations, but he felt little joy in his solution. During a time like this, he and his brothers should have been laboring side by side with the assistance of Noton and every other scientist on Krypton. Instead of deploying his shield to protect against the oncoming comet, he would now have to use it to defend against an invading army. Utterly exhausted, despite the satisfaction of success, he turned to his wife. "Sometimes I wonder what the point is. Even if we save our city from Zod, Lothor's hammer is still going to smash the whole planet in a month." Allura stroked his cheek with a sky-blue blossom, then gently trailed it across his face, down his nose. He felt a rush of rejuvenation from the tailored pollens and perfumes. "You do it because you never give up hope. You may indeed find a way to save Krypton, or save one city, or even save a single person. That is the point."
A young auburn-haired woman rushed into the tower chamber. Sweat-damp garments clung to her arms and body.
"I just came across the Alcar Bridge from the mainland. Our scouts spotted an incredible force of troops and gigantic vehicles coming toward the coast at great speed."
Before he or Alora could ask questions, the young woman spread a thin, flexible sheet of film crystal on the tower wall, where it adhered to the smooth stones like a newly installed window. She smoothed a wrinkle and touched a corner, so that surveillance images began to play. With the general standing proud and invincible in the lead craft, the vanguard of Zod's troops advanced on floater platforms, followed by large rolling vehicles, like dragons covered with thick armor. Next came wide-barreled artillery launchers, attack vehicles studded with spikes and unidentified weapons. Behind them came rank after rank of uniformed soldiers. Never before had Krypton seen such an army.
"General Zod must have rallied everything against us."
Alora's voice cracked. Zor-El shook his head, his face grave. "I doubt we're seeing everything. Count on the general to hold a few thoroughly unpleasant surprises in reserve." Though the young scout was still panting from rushing to him with her report, Zor-El gave her no time to rest. "Sound the alarms through the streets. Get everyone in Argo City ready. We have drilled for this, and now it's time. I want Oram, Galeth, and Korthor with me to help me guide our defense. If the general defeats us here, their cities will be next." Wiping sweat-streaked auburn hair out of her eyes, the young woman ran from the tower room. Next he turned to Alora. "Can you see that my mother is safe?"
"And where exactly is safe?"
"I wish I knew." Zor-El put his arms around her. "At least the waiting is over, and we can plan accordingly. I'll transmit immediate messages to our supporters in other towns. I don't like to use Argo City as bait, but while Zod is attacking us, the rebellion has to begin everywhere else across the continent. Zod can't fight us all at once."
"He'll try."
Alora looked back at the film crystal window that displayed the massive armed forces from Kryptonopolis. Zod's military outnumbered them at least 10-1. She lowered her voice.
"You're going to have to take drastic action."
"I didn't want to, but now there's no choice. It'll be a difficult siege."
"We can endure, no matter how long it lasts. With my efficient greenhouses, our waterways, and our local energy sources, Argo City could be perfectly self-sufficient for years."
He felt a lump in his throat, thinking through the cascade of consequences. "There can be no turning back. My beautiful city will never be the same afterward, even if we do somehow survive the comet."
"Zod has already forced us into permanent change. It's not your fault."
The red sun shone like a great burning eye on the events about to unfold. To the east, the sea was strangely calm, and Zor-El tried to draw peace from it, but his stomach was knotted. So far, he had heard nothing more from his brother besides the terse warning message. Kryptonopolis had been locked down tight, even with Zod's army gone. Posing as loyal followers of Zod and wearing sapphire armbands seized by the Society of Vigilance, volunteer couriers had slipped into the new city. Each one carried a small message crystal that, to most observers, projected innocent images of family members who had vanished with Kandor. Zor-El, however, had hidden secondary messages in the crystals, schematics and detailed explanations of his work with the protective shield. Now it was his turn to help Jor-El. That secret message was tailored to activate only upon contact with his brother's DNA markers, which were the same as his own. None of the couriers had returned. Zor-El took Alora's hand, and they walked out of the tower. It was time to be with the people. "We've done all that we can. For the rest, we have to rely on hope and luck."
"Well, that's not a very scientific-sounding statement."
"Even in science, there's a certain element of chance." Nervous, yet resigned, crowds had gathered in Argo City's streets and squares. Many stood on balconies overlooking the 5 graceful bridges, watching the dust cloud and shadows that marked the forward progress of Zod's army. It wouldn't be long now. "Clear the bridges," Zor-El ordered. "Bring everyone inside the city. Those who want to take their chances on the mainland should evacuate now." Staying in Argo City under siege might not be any safer,
But this was where he had cast his lot. Zor-El would rely on his technology, his own abilities. And he had a surprise for the general. Massive floating platforms loaded with armed troops drew up to each of the 5 emblematic bridges, and Zod's warriors disembarked, each contingent led by one puffed-up member of the Ring of Strength. Rumbling siege equipment, heavily armored vehicles, and mobile weapons took up positions along the thin spit of land that formed the narrowest part of the peninsula. Very quickly all of Argo City was blocked off, but the general held his army back, as if hesitant to fire. Zor-El smiled at Allura. "He must be worried about what I have up my sleeve." "Why are you waiting? You know what you have to do." Her dark eyes were full of worry. He thought she looked achingly beautiful. "Are you having second thoughts? We may have only a few moments before the attack begins." He laughed. "Zod won't attack. Yet. I know his type. He'll make a grandiose speech, threaten us, and try to make us quake in our shoes. He's convinced that we have no chance." At the forefront of his army, General Zod rode on a command platform surrounded by impenetrable transparent panes that would protect him from any stray weapons fire or overt assassination attempts, even from his own people. Aether and Namek flanked him as the floater pulled up to the central bridge. He looked ready to cross and lead a full-scale invasion. Zor-El, who had moved to a tall building on the bayside edge of the city, crossed his arms and looked down from a balcony at the tiny figure of the general. Zod spoke into a high-powered amplifier that made his voice so loud that the words clapped against the clouds overhead.
"I do not wish to damage this glorious city, but your defiance harms all of Krypton. If I do not receive your surrender within 1 hour, we begin our bombardment. Your people shall suffer terribly. Think of them."
Zor-El had installed voice amplifiers of his own on the observation balcony. His defiant response, picked up by repeaters and speakers everywhere, thundered through the city, across the bridges and along the peninsula, so that every member of the invading army could hear. "I don't need an hour, Zod. My people and I made up our minds long before you arrived. You cannot have this city, and I will not let you harm my people." Raising his hand, he gave orders to his waiting technicians. The irrevocable act. "Activate the shield!" Suddenly, a golden, shimmering dome extended from the seawall. Made out of crackling static and solidified light, it rose in a huge arching vault, reached its apex high above the tallest towers, and slammed down, severing the 5 bridges like an executioner's axe. The southern edge of the force-field dome sealed itself on the bottleneck of the narrow peninsula, throwing up curtains of dust as it did so. In shock and disarray, Zod's army scrambled back from the crackling wall. Cut in half, the 5 bridges, precious landmarks of Argo City, slowly groaned and twisted as the severed spans slumped downward. With the tension released, their cables whipped about, and the majestic bridges plunged into the water of the narrow bay. Protected inside their shimmering dome, the people of Argo City let out a collective sigh of awe and dismay. Zor-El stared with sickening satisfaction, but no triumph, as tears streamed down his face. Chapter 73. After Zod took his army on the march, the only ones left in Kryptonopolis were too young, too old, or too infirm to fight. Even these people were allowed no rest, but forced to continue work on Zod's projects. Kol-Em had been placed in provisional control, bitter at being left behind, but pleased with the taste of power and responsibility. Token squads of Sapphire Guards patrolled the streets, merely as a matter of form. They expected no trouble. Jor-El was their only worry. The knowledge of Lara's incarceration wounded him like a cold knife in his side. Even with Zod gone, he knew that Kol-Em and a few of the more brutal Sapphire Guards would not hesitate to harm his wife in order to coerce him. Still appalled that Zod had copied inventions from plans the old commission had supposedly destroyed, Jor-El decided to inspect the weapons shops under the pretext of finding parts for the Nova Javelins. The buildings and hangars were now relatively empty, since the army had taken everything along. He examined the construction bays, the fabrication machinery, the chemical synthesizers. The place stank of fuel exhaust, harsh solvents, a variety of volatile compounds, and machined metals. He was disgusted, yet not entirely surprised, to recognize the unique chemical composition of the main explosives Zod employed in his new artillery. They were based directly on the high-energy propellant he himself had developed for his solar probe rockets. Jor-El had puzzled over that same distinctive molecular signature when trying to prove his innocence in the matter of Donadon's death. He had found traces of this very explosive in the wreckage of the seismic scanner. Now he knew where it had come from. Zod, or more likely his henchman, Namek, had used his own rocket propellant to blow up the device. Jor-El already had plenty of reasons to turn entirely against the general, and this merely gave him one more. As he searched for some way to disrupt Zod's plans, he felt very alone. He had sent his desperate warning transmission to his brother, and he hoped it had served its purpose. Kryptonopolis had received no news from the general's army since it departed, but even if Zod hadn't shut down the communications grid, all transmissions had been disrupted. Rao had undergone a suddenly violent phase, spewing unstable flares that interfered with standard communications. The vehement solar storm made Jor-El wonder if the red giant might be about to go supernova. He had not been able to send up a probe rocket for many months. Of course, no one else on Krypton could be torn away from their more parochial concerns, as usual. Under careful supervision, Jor-El spent his days grudgingly working on the Nova Javelins, as Zod had commanded. The ancient warlord's maps and charts were indeed out of date, and, under better circumstances, Jor-El could have compared the old measurements with his new modern ones to develop fascinating tectonic theories. Now, though, he had explicit other orders for the missiles. He deciphered complex systems that even Noton did not understand. The two men analyzed and reconfigured the guidance systems, then ran repeated tests to reset the navigation and targeting controls. Mechanically, the systems were functional again, but spatial and ground-based coordinates had altered in the 1,000 years since Jaxor's reign. Though Noton was also a member of the Ring of Strength and should therefore have been considered trustworthy, Kol-Em insisted on monitoring every test for himself, much to Jor-El's annoyance. The edgy young noble didn't understand any of the operations, but kept an eye out for anxiety on Jor-El's face as an indicator of deceit. Even when Noton assured his fellow ring member that Jor-El was doing as he had been instructed, Kol-Em lurked about and watched. Jor-El didn't consider the reluctant Noton to be an ally, but he knew that the other scientist also had reservations about what General Zod was doing. Fortunately, Noton was in such awe of Jor-El's technical expertise that he did not question misleading statements that the white-haired genius confidently put forward as facts. When Jor-El finished his activities in the Nova Javelin bunkers, he shoved sheets of incomprehensible numbers and projected trajectories into Kol-Em's hands. "As you can see, everything is in order." The angry young man would never be able to interpret them. Leaving the underground chamber, he ascended to the surface, emerged at the edge of the Square of Hope, and boldly walked to the complex glassy spire where Lara was being held. An uncertain-looking sapphire guard blocked the way. "I am here to see Lara," he said. "Well, no one is allowed to enter." "I am allowed to enter. I am Jor-El." Kol-Em hurried up, flustered and trying to show that he was in control of the situation. "Oh, let him inside. Seeing his hostage wife will remind Jor-El why he has no choice but to assist us." His thin-lipped grin was little more than a slash across his face. Jor-El gave him a scornful look. "There are always choices, but sometimes every choice is flawed." Close on his heels, Kol-Em followed him down the colored glassy corridors. "It's not too late for you, Jor-El. If you help us achieve a smooth victory and thwart Argo City's resistance, General Zod may yet forgive you. You could still have an important place in our new order." "Before or after the comet destroys Krypton?" Kol-Em was clearly uneasy. He respected and feared Jor-El's scientific talent. "Zod will protect us. He can do anything." Jor-El rounded on him. He did not comprehend the young man's attitude, his enthusiastic assumption of his position of power. "General Zod killed your brother.
He annihilated Borga City, yet you still support him. Aren't you angry? My brother only got what he deserved, Kolem sneered. Time and again over the course of our lives he belittled me, held me back, ignored me. The nervous veneer of his bravado could not entirely conceal his real feelings. Borga City is gone now, just like Kandor. What happened has happened. We can't wallow in the past. We must look to the future. Disgusted with the pointless parroting of Zod's propaganda, Jor-El kept walking until he reached the barricaded door to Lara's cell. A lattice of thick crystal entirely blocked the opening. The translucent walls blurred the details of his wife's lovely face. Nevertheless, when she spotted him, she moved quickly to the faceted wall. "Jor-El, I knew you'd come." Her voice carried through the clear crystal. He pressed as close as he could.
"I came to make sure you were still safe."
"She's safe for now," Kolem taunted from behind him.
"May I have a moment of privacy with my wife?"
"No, you may not. Who knows what secret information you two might exchange?" Jor-El placed his palm flat against the wall of interlocked crystal. Behind the blurry barrier, Lara did the same.
"Be strong, Lara. We'll get through this."
"Tell me what's happening out there. Is Argo City safe?" Kolem grabbed his shoulder and pulled him away. "She doesn't need to know all that." The Sapphire Guard began to manhandle Jor-El back out.
"I love you,"
he called. Lara's voice vibrated through the facets. "Do what you have to, Jor-El!" She pressed herself against the crystal barrier, but he couldn't see her clearly. He longed to look at her face, to touch her.
"I don't intend for my child to be born inside a cell."
"Then you'd better help this war end very soon," Kolem said. The fear and suspicion that permeated Kryptonopolis now worked in Jor-El's favor. He went about his plans, feigning bold confidence. Any furtiveness would only invite suspicion, and he had no intention of explaining himself. The new devices he had secretly assembled were simple enough, remarkably brilliant, in fact. He intended to pass along his appreciation to Jor-El, if they both survived the next few days. In a small pocket, he still held the fragment of a message crystal he had received from a haggard-looking secret courier shortly before the army marched for Argo City. The hidden recording it held from Jor-El offered vital information. "Others might be uncertain of your loyalties, Jor-El, but you are my brother. I believe you'll do the right thing with these designs." He had been saddened to learn that this was the third covert message Jor-El had tried to send him. None of the other volunteers had found him, and Jor-El never saw the haggard messenger again. Had he slipped away, been forcibly recruited into the army, or been killed? Every day Jor-El expected to be thrown into a crystalline cell himself. He prayed at least it would be next to Lara's. Moving as if he were walking on fragile glass, he determined an appropriate installation point on the perimeter of the city, another one in the Square of Hope, another outside the main offices. After slipping into the government palace, he measured carefully and found a hiding place to install the last small object in the large main chamber that Zod had been using as a kind of throne room. Just as he finished, Kolem stormed into the room. The man's pointed face flushed upon seeing Jor-El there. His loose brown hair had a wild look. "What do you think you're doing? This is a restricted area." Jor-El stood up to him. "General Zod asked me to run a special scan. I am confirming that no assassination devices have been planted in his absence." "The General told me nothing of this." Jor-El let a mysterious smile creep across his face. "Precisely who do you think he's worried about? You've made your ambitions clear, not even showing mercy to your own brother. The General has every right to be suspicious of you." He pressed his point. "Shall we contact him now? We might be able to break through the interference caused by the solar storm. General Zod won't be pleased by the interruption, of course, but he will confirm what I'm saying. The call will also give me a chance to inform him of certain suspicious items I found in your own quarters." Kolem paled. "What items? You were in my quarters?" "I was doing my job." The young man seethed for a long moment. "I don't trust you, Jor-El." "The feeling is very mutual, and Zod trusts neither of us." Then he added with an ironic smile, "All hail the new Krypton."
He walked out of the government palace, leaving Ko-Lem fuming with helpless anger. Chapter 74. Like a slap in the face, the force field dome over Argo City made General Zod's cheeks burn. He knew that Zor-El and his people must be laughing at him from inside the city. He did not find it intriguing at all.
Bring forth our weapons and blast through that barrier. Show these deluded fools that they cannot resist Zod.
Aether chose her words carefully. Are you willing to destroy Argo City after all? How much do you think that force field can withstand?
We shall see.
Unable to control the anger he felt on behalf of his master, Namek marched forward, fists balled, and pounded against the crackling barrier. His strongest blows barely elicited a humming sound. Frustrated, the mute stepped back, scowling at his knuckles and flexing his tingling hands.
Pull back! Prepare for our first bombardment!
When the initial rounds exploded against the Golden Dome, the shock waves blew backward with such force that the sound nearly deafened the soldiers who stood too close to watch. Holding their ringing ears, the men staggered away. The most powerful detonations produced little more than ripples of color across the force field. Zod's army cheered hopefully as the next group of demolitions experts planted even more powerful bombs. They unleashed a truly apocalyptic chain of explosions, also to no effect.
Try the bridges. Maybe those are weak points.
He still couldn't believe Zor-El had actually cut off the magnificent spans that had been the pride of the city for many centuries. The remaining superstructure, half out of the water outside the protective dome, resembled the skeleton of a beached sea beast. Zod fumed, incensed that he had underestimated the sheer irrationality of Jor-El's brother. Taking a different approach, he ordered his construction engineers to dig tunnels under the narrow neck of the peninsula. If they could get under the protective dome, they would come up from beneath. But no matter how deep they dug with their best tunneling apparatus, they still encountered the shimmering barrier many meters underground. The force field had sliced easily through dirt and stone. His diggers emerged from their tunnels, dirty and discouraged. The general now began to grow impatient. Sensing his mood, Aether pushed him. You are the savior of Krypton, my love. You don't take half measures, and no one thwarts your will with impunity.
Correct on all counts.
The two of them stepped back onto the command platform, cruised back over the troops, and turned to survey Argo City. Under the seething red sun, the very intactness of the defiant city mocked him.
Bring forth our heaviest weapons. The city is forfeit. Let loose a bombardment that will make even the ghost of Jaxor shudder. I want a complete and utter holocaust here.
Argo City remained silent behind the faint hum of the force field. His army lined up 17 wide-bore thermal cannons, pointing the flame launchers' muzzles toward one section of the barrier. Conventional crystal-tipped penetrators were loaded into field guns on the bottleneck of land. Catapults, vibrational thundershocks, flash-enhanced mortars, everything was aimed toward the thrumming dome. When General Zod gave the command, every weapon fired at once. The sound and the fury roared through the skies. Flames and flashes billowed upward in blinding intensity. Aether watched the furious explosions. Their colors and heat reflected off her skin as if suffusing her with energy. Namek wore an expression of boyish delight. Zod didn't blink, refusing to miss a moment of the spectacle. Raging flames and caustic smoke surrounded the Golden Dome. The general tried to will the force field to collapse. His armies kept launching their weapons, exhausting half of his arsenal. But when the smoke cleared, the dome remained intact. A sickening sense of failure assailed Zod, threatening to overwhelm him. Finally, he barked orders for the attack to cease. Continuing the pointless waste of firepower would simply make him look more of a fool. He could lay siege to Argo City and starve them out, though that might well take months or years, depending on their stockpiles. And all the while his military would be embroiled here, squandering valuable time as other towns took advantage of the situation for their own petty rebellions. By remaining entrenched, waiting for the shield to flicker and come down, Zod himself The great ruler of Krypton would appear weak, ineffectual. He would be a laughingstock. Though the words burned like bile in his throat, he said,
"We return to Kryptonopolis immediately."
Aether was shocked. "No, we cannot retreat. Think of how history—"
"We are not retreating. We are modifying our tactics. If these weapons are ineffective, we must resort to something more powerful."
Zod's great military force loaded up the troop transport platforms and turned around the heavy weapons and field artillery. He was sure the people of Argo City understood that he meant to come at them again with a vengeance. They could stew over that while he made his final preparations. Chapter 75. General Zod's army swept back into Kryptonopolis like a swarm of hungry chewerbugs from the Nejon plains. Some of the soldiers were outraged, some ashamed. All had been thrown off balance. Even the most devoted followers could not believe Zod had been so easily defeated. As soon as Jor-El saw their expressions, he knew that the tyrant had failed to conquer Argo City, that his warning had arrived in time, and that Zor-El's shield dome must have held. His relief was tempered, however, by the certainty that the general would try something even worse. Immediately upon his return, Zod shut himself inside his government palace. During the days it had taken him to move his troops back across the continent, the general's anger had not cooled. In the meantime, fully 17 other cities and towns had declared their independence and arrested Zod's supporters. Dealing with them all would force Zod to stretch his armies much too thin. The flustered soldiers flooded through the streets and hurried to their communal habitation structures. Exhausted and uncomfortable, many of them stripped off their uniforms. Jor-El could tell that most of the civilian population was unnerved by what they had seen during the brief siege, and they all knew that the conflict wasn't over. In the meantime, feeling lost, without any concrete objective information about what had happened at Argo City, and completely cut off from his brother, Jor-El checked an anomalous reading from his distant early warning array, only to discover that his brother had sent him a coded message, disguised as an astronomical signal. Chuckling at the unorthodox method, Jor-El learned that Argo City had deactivated the shield as soon as the invading army retreated. While the dissidents were preparing their response, Jor-El saw how he could help, and he secretly transmitted his idea to Zor-El. Now, if the separate pieces could fit together. Finally, after leaving Kryptonopolis in tense uncertainty for half a day, Zod emerged from his headquarters looking taller, harder, a whirlwind contained within a crisp new uniform. He seemed more indomitable than ever. Jor-El noticed that the most dedicated groups of soldiers and sapphire guards were strategically stationed throughout the streets in a determined show of strength. Zod's planned announcement must be so calamitous that the general himself feared his own people might rise up against him. Tensions were at a breaking point. By now, public opinion in Kryptonopolis was turning against him, though the Ring of Strength held any criticism in check with intimidation. For now, at least, their tactics were sufficient, but Jor-El could see that Zod's hold on the people was starting to crumble. Anger made the general's razor-edged voice loud enough that he no longer needed special amplifiers.
"We must show those backward thinkers of Argo City that General Zod will not be trifled with. Clear the Square of Hope."
Jor-El felt utterly alone in the huge crowd. How he longed for Lara to be there beside him. Watching the general's expression, he knew that his worst fears were about to be realized. Zod was about to step off a cliff into damnation.
"The people of Argo City have made their choice. I will launch one of the Nova Javelins against them,"
he announced with finality.
"May Zor-El and his people find mercy under the red light of Rao, for they will find none from me."
As he issued his fateful order, General Zod experienced neither guilt nor glee, only satisfaction and liberation. Based on what had happened to the moon of Koron long ago, Zod had a healthy respect for Jaxur's warheads. By his best guess, Even one of the javelins would disintegrate the whole peninsula and vaporize part of the continent around Argo City, shield or no shield. It would leave a scar 100 times more vast than the crater of Kandor. Zor-El would get what he deserved. The general envisioned what might happen as the Nova javelin struck. The force field dome would collapse, and waves of incinerating heat would reduce the population of Argo City to ash. Even if the dome somehow held, the ground all around would be flash-melted. Quakes would rip apart the surface, flatten the buildings into piles of rubble. The sea would boil, and molten lava would roar up from beneath Argo City. Zod could imagine the cacophony of terrified screams in the brief instant before they were cut off. Those deeply satisfying thoughts had finally convinced him to take this terrible action. And so he gave the order. In the Square of Hope, one of the circular cover plates hummed, vibrated, and split apart to reveal the weapon underground. Slowly one of the golden warheads rose out of the pit like a rapidly growing spikeweed. Coolant steam curled around the golden shaft. The fuel tanks had been fully charged. Zod could not tear his eyes from the beautiful weapon.
Set the coordinates for Argo City.
"Set coordinates for Argo City," Golem snapped. Noton, still down in the control room, responded that the weapon was ready. His voice held a faint quaver. Zod spotted a shaken-looking Jor-El standing alone in the crowd, his pale hair in disarray. Good.
Prepare to launch.
His heart pounded with anticipation, and he watched with fire in his eyes and in his mind. He felt very alive. But before the javelin could launch in a plume of exhaust and flames, the circular door of a second weapons pit split open. Another Nova javelin rose slowly into the open air. The already nervous crowd began to mutter. Aether looked at Zod in alarm. "You can't launch two of them. You could crack open the whole planet."
I did not order this,
Zod shouted.
Abort the second launch.
Instead of retracting, though, the second Nova javelin continued to rise until the lift platform also locked into place. Then, unexpectedly, a third pit opened. And a fourth. Zod's soldiers shouted in dismay. Even they could grasp the terrifying consequences of launching so many doomsday weapons. Every person on Krypton had seen the smashed moon in the night sky.
Stop this! Abort the launch!
Another cover plate opened, and another, until finally all 15 Nova javelins stood starkly in the open air like a hideous forest of death. The golden rockets pivoted slightly on their launch rods, acquiring their target. This could not be happening. Zod knew only one person who could help. He bellowed into the crowd.
Jor-El, I command you to stop this!
But the scientist simply spread his hands.
The controls were old and unreliable. The systems deteriorated. You've brought about your own downfall, General Zod, and now you've doomed the rest of us with you.
No!
With an ineffectual shout, Zod ran toward the access doorway that led down into the control tunnels, knocking aside the terrified people who stood in his way. Before he could get inside, all 15 Nova javelins launched. Chapter 76. Blinding shafts of yellow light and fire spat from exhaust cones. With an ear-splitting rumble and a high-pitched whine, the doomsday weapons hurtled into Krypton's sky.
Stop!
Zod yelled at the air, as if the ancient devices might obey his order. The trails of fire and smoke climbed upward, scribing Krypton's epitaph upon the heavens. The general paused and stood white-faced, unable to tear his eyes away. Namek stared in fascination at the exhaust plumes and vapor trails, apparently thinking they were beautiful. Aether fell to her knees. The streaking missiles raced high across the sky. The end was surely coming. Zod pushed his way down the stairs and raced along the sterile white-walled halls to the control chamber. There, Noton and 4 technicians stood in pasty-faced helplessness before the banks of guidance systems. Zod stormed in and hammered at the controls, trying to realign the target vectors. The systems did not respond. He grabbed Noton by the front of his laboratory tunic.
"We've got to stop this. Destroy the weapons. They must have a self-destruct mechanism."
Noton lashed out at Zod, no longer intimidated by the man. "After the incident at the Rao beam installation, you specifically ordered us to deactivate any systems that could be used to sabotage the Nova Javelins. You instructed us to disconnect the self-destruct capability because you were afraid someone might stop you from launching them."
Zod cursed. "Then change their course. Get rid of them somehow. They will blow up all of Krypton."
"General, there is nothing we can do!" Frantic technicians yanked out crystal after crystal from control decks, but it did no good. Film screens transmitted high-resolution images from the telescopes and monitoring dishes in Jor-El's distant early warning array. The Nova Javelins continued to burn, thrusting higher. "They should reach the zenith soon and begin their plunge to Argo City," the scientist said, his voice oddly brittle. "After that, the whole planet will break apart. The chain reaction could take minutes, it could take a month. This is uncharted scientific territory for me." Zod didn't like the flare of defiance in Noton's eyes. The scientist sniffed. "If there's anything you wish to say to your followers, now may be your last chance to do it." Zod desperately needed to find someone else to punish for this debacle.
"Why did this fault occur? I ordered only one weapon to be launched. What caused them all to take off? Who is responsible?"
"What does it matter? Maybe the weapons were all linked somehow. Maybe this is a final trick that Jaxor played upon later generations, his revenge against anyone who uncovered his stockpile. There's no stopping it now."
"Get Jor-El in here!"
Zod shouted. One of the female technicians gasped. She bent over the display screen. "General, look at this!" The telescope array tracked the progress of the Nova Javelins, and on the image, the sky had turned darker, more purple, full of stars. "The parabolic trajectory is wrong. The Javelins have changed course." Zod shoved his way closer.
"How so? Where are they headed now? What part of Krypton will they strike?"
"It doesn't matter," Noton insisted. "With that much firepower, any impact will blow the whole planet apart." The technician shook her head vigorously. "No, they've achieved escape velocity. They're heading out into space." Zod couldn't believe what he had heard.
"To space? Are we safe then?"
He spun toward Noton.
"Is it an accident or was it planned?"
"I set the coordinates for Argo City myself, General, as you ordered. The missiles have completely deviated from their program." Clustered like a flock of migratory birds, all 15 Nova Javelins soared out of the last wisps of Krypton's atmosphere and clawed their way free of the planet's gravity well.
"Are they just going to disperse?"
He felt a sudden giddy hope.
"Will they detonate where they can cause no harm?"
Noton sat back, pale with disbelief. "Who can know, General? This is beyond me. When the rockets run out of fuel, they might eventually circle around and fall into Rao. We could have a reprieve after all." The words reminded Zod of the instabilities Jor-El had long predicted in the sun. If 15 Nova Javelins plunged into the red giant, might such incredible explosions finally trigger the sun to go supernova? He wanted to scream in frustration. The observing telescopes increased their magnification, and the view shifted. Now Zod finally saw the intended target of the doomsday weapons. Noton and the other technicians gasped. Zod clenched his fist.
"Damn him!"
Aether stumbled into the control room, looking drained and terrified. "I wanted to be with you at the end." Zod showed his teeth in a bitter smile.
"There will be no end. Not today."
A haloed ball of ice and rock filled the screen, surrounded by a vaporous coma and a long feathery tail. Lothar's hammer. Like precisely targeted arrows, the Nova Javelins streaked toward the heart of the comet. All 15 struck within seconds of each other. The combined explosion released 5 times as much force as the blast that had obliterated Choron. Filters automatically drowned out a percentage of the glare before the screens themselves overloaded. Outside, the distant detonation created a brief new sun in Krypton's sky. All that remained of Lothor's hammer was an expanding cloud of energized gas and the sparkling residue of the greatest weapons display Krypton had ever seen. The comet was vaporized, no longer a threat. The world had been saved. The weapons had been sabotaged. And Zod knew that Jor-El was the man responsible. Chapter 77. In the confusion and chaos after the missile launches, Jor-El could have escaped from Kryptonopolis. He could have raced back to his estate or fled to Argo City, but he would never leave Lara behind. Like the ancient philosopher Kalik, who had spoken the truth even though he knew that Chieftain Nock would execute him for it, Jor-El had done what was necessary. Even though he had saved the planet, General Zod would quite likely kill him. This was a betrayal of unprecedented magnitude. Namek came for him, his face a thunderstorm of rage. Jor-El had expected a full squad of Zod's Sapphire Guards and several members of the Ring of Strength, but the burly mute alone was more than capable of hauling him off to the government palace. Unafraid and proud of what he had achieved, Jor-El prepared to face his nemesis. He would not back down. Ever since Zod had erected his pretentious statue, the government chambers had begun to take on the appearance of a throne room. Now that was where the general waited for Jor-El. Zod sat in a squarish, bulky chair on a raised platform, with Aether at his right hand, icy and beautiful. Namek released the scientist with a forward shove, making him stumble. Jor-El caught himself and tried to regain his dignity by straightening his white robes. He touched the curved S family symbol on his breast, drawing strength from a lineage that dated back to Sor-El and the time of the Seven Army Conference. Without a word, he met Zod's gaze. Sour-faced Kolem entered the throne chamber, pulling Lara roughly along, despite her advanced pregnancy. When she saw Jor-El, Lara broke free of the man's sweaty grip and ran to her husband. He held her, kissed her lips, and buried his face in her amber hair, certain that Zod meant to execute them both. With a glower, the general curtly dismissed Kolem. When the young noble pouted at being left out of this confrontation, Zod responded with a look that made him scuttle away in silence. Finally, the general said, his voice a low burn,
"I would ask you to explain yourself, but I am not interested in your answer."
Jor-El was not intimidated. "You're alive now because of what I have done. Shouldn't you be grateful?"
"You defied me!"
Zod launched himself to his feet, as if he himself had become a dangerous projectile. "I protected all Kryptonians from your criminally stupid decisions." Jor-El took a step closer to the blocky chair. "And now it's time for you to be removed from power. I should have done this long ago." Zod froze at the audacity of his statement. Then he began to chuckle. Beside him, Aether laughed aloud, and even Namek guffawed wordlessly. Jor-El ignored them. "General Zod, your rule is at an end." Zod exchanged glances with his two companions, as if one of them could explain the joke.
"And how will you accomplish that? I am intrigued. You have always been a thinker, a man of ideas rather than actions."
Jor-El raised his eyebrows. "Actions? I am the one who destroyed the Rao beam generator, so you couldn't use it again as a weapon." Aether and Zod looked even angrier than they had been before, but he continued. "My brother and I coordinated our plans for stopping you. In the days since your armies withdrew from Argo City, Zor-El has pulled together an extensive resistance from all across Krypton. Your senseless attack was enough to goad many other city leaders into action. Even now they are marching on Kryptonopolis." Zod laughed with scorn now.
"A ragtag handful of poorly armed rebels. They can't possibly stand against me. I have been building my military defenses for months, and my whole army is here. We have weapons based on your own designs, and wave after wave of expendable foot soldiers."
Jor-El smiled. "Perhaps, but I have better technology and greater imagination." Zod looked at Aether and Namek, suddenly uncertain. Jor-El touched the controls hidden inside his loose robe. The small force field generator he had placed near Zod's throne activated. A small dome immediately appeared, trapping Zod, Namek, and Aether inside a hemispherical prison. Namek roared and threw himself at the curved wall, but his blows bounced off ineffectually. Zod also hammered and shouted, but it did him no good. "Zor-El smuggled me the plans," he explained to Lara. "The field will contain the general until my brother and his army arrive." Her beautiful eyes were still troubled. "But the rest of Zod's forces are out there. Even if a rebel military is coming, they can't defeat all of Kryptonopolis." "They can if we divide the general's followers into much smaller groups." He pressed another button, and a second force field dome appeared, greater in circumference. This one slammed down over the whole government palace. Then he activated the third dome, larger still, stretching halfway across the Square of Hope and capping the others like a set of nested eggs. There it cut off the hundreds who had gathered out in the streets, separating them from their weapons and military equipment. By design, the force field barrier crashed into the tall statue of Zod, severing it in two, and the pieces toppled to the flat tiles. Two more domes extended in stages out to the perimeter of Kryptonopolis, again dividing the remaining soldiers. Watching the furiously cursing Zod in his shimmering prison, Jor-El felt tremendous satisfaction. He held Lara, pressed her rounded belly against him, and knew that his son would be born on a free Krypton after all, a world that no longer faced the threat of imminent annihilation. "Now we wait, Lara. You and I, here together." Chapter 78. Zor-El's allied rebels were converging on Kryptonopolis when they saw the Nova javelins streak into the sky. He paused to stare up at the curving vapor trails while his companions gasped in dismay and awe. He swallowed in a dry throat. Within moments, if the missiles found their target, all of Argo City might be vaporized. When Zod's armies had departed, unsuccessful, Zor-El had deactivated the force field dome. Seeing the missiles approach, they could always switch it back on again, but would it withstand Nova javelins? Alora could be dead, and his mother, all his friends and acquaintances, all of Argo City's great works, gone in a few moments. But he trusted Jor-El would do as he had promised. Now, as the golden missiles vanished into the distant sky, Korth Orr spoke, his lisp growing more pronounced with his agitation. He had already lost his own city. "Thod really did it! The bastard!"
"Should we wait? If the world is going to end today, what good does it do for us to attack Kryptonopolis?"
Oram shook his shaggy head in disbelief. Zor-El drew his dark eyebrows together. "Because if the world doesn't end, then every moment will count." They had gambled everything on this surprise turnabout, and he would hold on to hope. His multi-pronged army continued toward the capital city with its hodgepodge assembly of vehicles and equipment, tools that had been hastily converted into weapons, passenger craft refitted to become military vehicles and soldier transports. The soldiers came from the refugees of Borga City, as well as dozens of other cities and towns. Zor-El had drawn the bulk of them from his own citizenry. Now the armed group moved inexorably toward the former Shan City, knowing they would be outnumbered. But Zor-El told them to have faith. And they did. Then the army saw the huge flare high in the sky. Even in broad daylight, the searing blue-white detonation cast second shadows, overwhelming the red sunlight. Blinking and rubbing their eyes, the anxious rebels stared in awe at the spreading glow that marked the destroyed comet in space. They cheered and whooped, but Zor-El allowed them no time to celebrate. "Onward! We can't slow down now!" When at last they reached the city, Zor-El took in the breathtaking view of the rebuilt capital now encased under a nested set of shimmering domes, exactly as he had hoped to find it. General Zod's supporters were all bottled up inside the force fields. "Now it's time to do some mopping up." The rebel army encountered several hundred stragglers around the perimeter of the outermost dome. They were trying to batter their way in, assuming that Zod had shut them out. Zor-El smiled at the irony as his troops quickly rounded up the confused men and women. Most surrendered without a fight. Some struggled, but they were easily disarmed and taken prisoner. Zor-El had brought several dozen smaller force field generators, which his army used as holding domes to keep the groups separated. Afterward, it would be an arduous task to sort out which of these people belonged fanatically to Zod's cause and which had been only reluctant fighters. By the time the rebels overwhelmed the stragglers and encircled the outermost dome over the city, Zor-El's rebel army had acquired twice as many weapons as they had arrived with. Then, fully armed, they prepared for the next phase, spreading out around the force field's perimeter. When Oram, Korth-Or, and Galeth announced that their separate groups of soldiers were ready, Zor-El found the hidden shield generator exactly where his brother had told him he intended to install it. With a last glance around to be sure his fighters were prepared to face Zod's men trapped between the next two domes, he deactivated the outermost shield. Because of the large area between the two shells, Zor-El knew that this would be the largest single crowd of enemy soldiers. Each successively smaller dome would contain fewer and fewer fighters. Divide and conquer. Several frantic members of the Ring of Strength were inside, cut off and struggling to understand what had happened. As the force field vanished, Zor-El's troops pushed forward, but Zod's Ring members rallied their followers to attack. Some fired their weapons indiscriminately, but many of the reluctant soldiers simply surrendered. Zor-El's rebels isolated the hot spots and disarmed the numerous men and women who obviously had never wanted to join Zod's army. Working inward, he deactivated another force field dome and advanced to the Square of Hope, where the bisected Zod statue lay like a fallen idol on the ground, and within an hour the newcomers had subjugated all the people inside that shell. By now, they had disarmed the majority of the opposing army, and their own casualties were minimal. However, when he shut down the subsequent dome that encompassed the government palace, a sudden fury of armored sapphire guards, led by a screaming Kolem, nearly overwhelmed them. Some of Zod's loyalists used beam lances, new weapons corrupted from Jor-El's original designs, to incinerate the first line of rebel soldiers. The sheer violence drove back Zor-El's fighters, and they were forced to leave their dead on the ground. He cried out, "Pull together! Take them out before they kill any more of us!" 10 of his fighters had already been cut down. "For Borgathini!" Korth-Or shouted, still pushing forward.
"For Krypton!"
Galeth added. Ferret-faced Kolem had no interest in surrendering, or even surviving. The Sapphire Guards continued to fire their deadly beam lances. Taking careful aim, Zor-El shot his own weapon, sending a burst of thin crystal darts into Kolem's chest. With a scream that faded to silence, like the air leaking out of a balloon, the head of the Ring of Strength collapsed to the stone steps outside the government palace. Weapons fire pummeled the last Sapphire Guards, powerful enough to breach their armor. After a flurry of noise, silence descended again. Zor-El bowed his head. "How many did we lose?" He listened as names were called out, soldiers checking bodies and counting smears of smoke and burned flesh on the ground.
15,
said Galeth. "That's 15 too many." Zor-El looked ahead of him at the government palace. General Zod would be inside. All of them had their weapons drawn as they pushed into the imposing building. But as the victorious rebels marched into Zod's throne room, Zor-El saw his brother holding Lara, paying no attention to the faint shouts of the 3 prisoners trapped inside their small dome. Chapter 79. Despite their exhaustion, Zor-El and his rebels spent many hours interviewing the prisoners who had been herded into separate containment domes. They winnowed out the armored Sapphire Guards and the remaining Ring of Strength members, keeping them under a separate prison dome as the most dangerous captives. Other hapless citizens insisted they had meant only to help in the wake of the Kandor disaster. They had come under Zod's spell, plunging one step after another down a slippery slope. Artisans, builders, civil engineers, people of all classes had just wanted to do the right thing. In the aftermath, the people of Kryptonopolis reviled General Zod's actions. Torn blue armbands littered the ground, still showing Zod's family crest. Soldiers discarded the military uniforms the general had forced them to wear. They piled the garments in great mounds in the Square of Hope and set them alight in large bonfires. All of the former city leaders who had bent their knees and submitted to Zod abdicated in shame. Inside the throne room, Zod, Aether, and Namek remained trapped in their hemispherical bubble, irate and totally helpless. In addition to Kol M, 2 ring members had been killed during the fighting. Jor-El spoke on Noton's behalf, explaining how the man had alerted him to the Rao beam attack on Borga City, and how he had subtly resisted the general in numerous ways. The remaining 12 were placed in restraints and brought forward, heads bowed, so they could observe their general in his total defeat. Before any sort of trial could begin, however, before the ring members could plead their cases, beg for mercy, or snarl justifications, Jor-El and Lara made a chilling discovery. Inside the government palace, Lara turned in slow circles, studying the architecture of Zod's primary office. Looking at the intersection of walls and using her artist's spatial perception, she realized that something was wrong. "This wall isn't where it's supposed to be, Jor-El. See this load-bearing column here?" She stepped around the weathered statue of Jax-Ur's kneeling victim and studied the perfectly interlocking wall blocks. "He's hidden something behind here. There must be a latch or a lock." Already dreading what they might find, Jor-El tested the panel, listened for sounds of resonance, then returned to Zod's desk. With his arrogant confidence, the general would not have worried about being discovered in his own office. He would have made the controls easily accessible. Inside one of the drawer panels, Jor-El located a small set of crystals, one of which caused the stone block wall to slide aside to reveal a staircase that led down to a deep vault. He and Lara looked at each other, neither convinced that they wanted to see what Zod had hidden, but both knowing they had to go down there. Though she was in the last few weeks of her pregnancy, Lara still moved with an agility that allowed her to keep up with him. At the bottom, they found a dimly lit set of chambers with thick walls and numerous alcoves, stands, cases, and sealed chests. The objects were arrayed like exhibits in a museum. Jor-El recognized a handheld device, a reflective scrambler that could block incoming communications, effectively preventing anyone from sending a message. He himself had invented the device years ago, but the Commission for Technology Acceptance had banned it. Just another one of the inventions that Zod had kept for himself. With widening eyes, Jor-El went to the next display deck and found the original plans for the Rao beam generator, then rocket engine designs, satellite launchers, thrust enhancers, heat concentrators. Jor-El wondered how often Zod had censored scientific work for the express purpose of keeping it for his own private arsenal. "I should have ignored the Commission, never brought any of my inventions to Zod." His throat was dry and his eyes burned. "Damn the old council and its foolish rules!" Lara had moved out of view into a small side chamber. Her voice shook when she called out, "Jor-El, you'd better come in here. You need to see this." In a small room of its own, Jor-El saw the greatest secret that General Zod had been hiding. Along with a complete control console studded with crystalline rods, a silver-ringed frame hovered in the center of the room, holding open the singularity Jor-El had created. The Phantom Zone. And in the flat opening between dimensions, he saw hundreds of despairing faces crowded against one another, flattened and overlapping. Their open mouths shouted, their eyes pleaded. He didn't need to recognize any of the faces to know who they were. So this is what happened to anyone who spoke out against Zod. Some of the more vehement dissidents had probably been killed outright. He guessed the brutal work of Namek there. But the Commissioner would have considered the Phantom Zone to be a much neater, more satisfying way to dispose of his enemies. Jor-El froze, feeling his anger increase even further. "We have to get them all out of there." When the imprisoned faces spotted the two of them, their expressions changed as they begged, but the dimensional barrier muted all sound. Jor-El went to the control console and raised his hand, trying to reassure the trapped ones. "I'll help you release them." Lara's lips quirked in a smile. "I've done this before, remember?" On the control panel, he changed the polarity of the crystals so that the glowing red shards became green. Amber shifted to white, reversing the flow into the Phantom Zone and releasing the first prisoner.
As if he had been ejected from the other universe, a man spilled out of the vertical flat circle, so weak he collapsed to his knees. Trembling and unable to speak, he looked at Lara and Jor-El with haunted eyes. Lara helped him up. Jor-El recognized the man as Tyras, son of the old council head Julius, and a friend of Zor-El's. He had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The remaining faces continued to clamor in total silence while Jor-El worked the control crystals. A second man, balding with a long walrus mustache, collapsed onto the stone floor. His eyes looked sunken and hollow. Gil-X.
"We've spent an eternity in there. It's Zod. Do not trust Zod."
No one needs to worry about Zod anymore. Jor-El continued to release prisoners from the Phantom Zone. One after another, they emerged, terrified, breathless, and glad to be freed from the maddening dimension. Dozens of those who had tried to issue warnings against Zod, those who had complained about his policies, those who had supposedly retired from public view. The last to emerge was a servant named Hopkins, who had worked in the halls of the Commission Building in Kandor, the first person Zod had exiled to the Phantom Zone just on a whim. One by one, the rescued people staggered up the stone steps, out of the dim museum chamber, and into the fresh air and warm red sunshine, emerging to a whole new Krypton. Chapter 80. General Zod seethed inside the transparent prison. Together, defeated, he and his companions stared through the impenetrable dome at the accusers who paraded through the government palace, his government palace. They had tricked him, brought him down, and Jor-El had betrayed him most of all. The people eyed him with expressions of lingering fear, disgust, even hatred. The hatred puzzled him most. He was, after all, the savior of Krypton.
"I feel like an animal in a zoo, on display for foolish visitors to gawk at," he said to Aether. "Maybe it was merciful for the Butcher of Kandor to slaughter all those animals."
Namek flashed him a startled glance. "Unlike the Butcher of Kandor, these people will never have the nerve to take any definite action," Aether said. "They'll debate us and study us for years."
"And all the while we will be trapped here."
Zod's whole body trembled with the effort of containing his emotions. He wanted to shout at them, but that would only entertain the watchers and make him appear weak. He did not intend to appear weak. Namek, though, had no such self-control. Every hour or so he let out a wordless roar and pummeled his fists uselessly against the dome shield. A few in the audience chamber glanced up at the disturbance. Several were embarrassed. Others simply ignored him. Two officials smiled confidently at the force field, then went about their business. Zod wanted to kill them all. One by one, as if wrestling with their fears, the dissenters who had been imprisoned within the Phantom Zone came to glare at the general. Puffed with bravado, since he was caged, they railed at him, cursed him. At first he laughed at their ridiculous posturing. Eventually he ignored them. Zod paced the cell like a prowling predator. Aether watched him, her lips curled. Now that they had been arrested and he could offer her nothing, Zod wondered if she would still love him. What if this woman had simply agreed to be his consort because of the mantle of power he wore? But Aether did not denounce him. Several times their captors had expanded the dome to encompass a few small amenities. They had food, water, a bucket, and little else. There were no tools Zod could use to plan an escape. He had only his own voice and a powerful personality to influence his captors. At one time that might have been sufficient, but not any more. He deserved reverence, not humiliation, after what he had accomplished for Krypton. No one else would have taken the necessary actions after the loss of Kandor. History would prove that he had saved his race from their own indecisive helplessness. He had done what was right, had nearly reached the pinnacle of achievement, when it all came crashing down. If he had made any bad decisions, he would not admit to them. Keeping Kryptonopolis as a provisional capital,
the people scrambled to form a new government, or more likely rehash the old one. The bumbling leaders were looking to precedents that had already proved weak and useless. Gilex and Tyrus talked openly about forming a new council, just like the old one in Kandor. Apparently, during their time inside the Phantom Zone, their delusions had grown. They remembered nothing. Idiots. Zod vindictively hoped that some outside invader would attack Krypton right now, just to prove him right. After all, he was perfectly safe under this protective dome. After 2 days of turmoil, the provisional government announced the beginning of Zod's trial. The general stood straight, clasped his hands behind his back, and raised his voice to be heard through the humming shield.
"You have given me no time to prepare. I must have counsel. I must have access to my accusers. This goes against the laws of Krypton."
"We are the new Kryptonian law," said Gilex, still looking ridiculous with his long mustache and his glistening pate. "You've had enough time to contemplate your crimes. Plead your case. Beg forgiveness if you wish. No one doubts your ability to speak articulately." Aether gave a bitter laugh. "Oh, and what about Namek? He hasn't spoken a word since he was a child." The members of the provisional government looked flustered at that. Zod knew these men would do whatever they wished to do. He didn't press the matter. Large film plates were set up around the force field enclosure, and Zod knew that this spectacle would be transmitted to viewers across all of Krypton. How the weak masses relished seeing a mighty man fall. His accusers came forward one at a time. First, Gilex described how, after he had spoken out at the construction camp of Old Shan City, Zod had asked for a private discussion. But Namek had seized him in the tent, and the two had thrown Gilex into the Phantom Zone. "An awful place. No light, no movement, no heat or cold. I didn't even have an existence." His face flushed red. "It was just empty silence, except for the other prisoners trapped there, all of us disembodied." Tyrus spoke next, trembling as he explained how Zod's secret minions had hunted him for weeks. Having sought help from Zor-El and other like-minded critics, he tried to find safety, but had finally been captured in Yarrow's empty dacha. He, too, had been thrown into the Phantom Zone. Noton discussed in a stuttering voice how he had been forced to help blast Borga City with the Rao beam and then modify the Nova Javelins, which had almost destroyed the planet. Next came the bent-backed and scrawny servant Hopkins, who sobbed as he told the story of Zod using him to test the Phantom Zone. General Zod quickly became deaf to their string of complaints, the whining, the pathetic calls for sympathy. He closed his eyes to their pitiful expressions as they recounted their ordeals. The accusations droned on in an endless litany. Zor-El showed images of the abortive attack on Argo City. Lara described how she had been imprisoned, both to coerce her husband's help and because she had written the truth in her journal. Finally, Jor-El stepped forward and fixed his eyes on Zod's. Before the scientist could speak, Zod shouted at him,
"Are you their puppet now, Jor-El? Have they offered you a position on the new council? Was that what you wanted all along? Political power?"
Jor-El seemed surprised.
"Political power?
Hardly. I merely wanted to save Krypton, even as you did your best to destroy it." With a proud and wise demeanor, he turned to face the men who acted as judges. "Yes, Zod did all the terrible things you've heard in other testimony. He seized power in our time of greatest need, and he maintained the state of emergency to keep his followers close. He should have let Krypton settle back into a normal rule of law and government."
"You are just as much to blame, Jor-El."
Zod could not keep the smugness from his voice.
"You built the Rao beam that destroyed Borga City. Your weapon designs armed my entire military. You repaired the Nova Javelins so they could be launched. You created the Phantom Zone, where so many political prisoners were held. Without you, I could never have wielded such power."
From behind the force field barrier, he watched the scientist's fluttered expression, but Jor-El did not back down.
Your commission warned that even simple inventions could be corrupted and misused by an evil man. That evil man was you, Zod."
He turned back to the group of glaring judges, many of whom seemed to regard him with uneasy suspicion now.
"Under the auspices of his commission, Zod banned technologies that would have helped Krypton, while hoarding the designs for himself. He stole my inventions, corrupted advances that should have benefited everyone, and developed weapons that he turned against his own people."
From inside the dome, Zod shook his head. How he despised the man and his revisionist view of events. Instead of shouting further, General Zod clamped his lips together and waited. He was painfully reminded that Jax-Ur, too, had been defeated by the disloyalty of a trusted companion. He took no satisfaction from the historical parallel. Damn Jor-El. Not surprisingly, the ruling of the Provisional Council was unanimous. When his sentence was read, Zod didn't even need to hear it. He spoke through the shimmering barrier.
"These other men are fools, Jor-El, and I expected nothing else from them. But you have truly betrayed me."
Jor-El didn't even look at him. He spoke to the judges.
"I too cast my vote against Zod. He will always be a threat to Krypton."
"You could have saved yourself considerable time," Aether snapped at the gathered judges. "You knew what you would conclude before the proceedings began. You didn't even allow us to speak in our own defense." Tyros looked brave now that Zod was safely bottled up. He raised his chin.
"And what do you wish to say? How can you defend your heinous actions?"
Zod silenced Aether with an abrupt wave.
"Give them no further sport."
Korth-Or took one step closer to the dome. He was still simmering with accusations, still seeing the holocaust of when his Borga city had been destroyed. "Aether Card, you still wish to stand with General Zod." "Do not use my family name. They were dead to me long before they vanished with Kandor." She stepped to the edge of the shimmering field. "Yes, I stand with General Zod."
"And you, Namek?"
Oram sounded compassionate.
"You were a mere pawn in these actions. We believe you are mentally flawed. We can perhaps find some leniency if you will renounce Zod. Signify by nodding or shaking your head."
Namek was incensed by the very suggestion. He balled his fists and shook his head vigorously. The leaders of the new government stood together as Gielex announced in a booming voice, "General Zod, there is no more fitting punishment than for you to be confined permanently within the Phantom Zone. There you will forever endure the torment that you forced upon us." Zod did not give them the satisfaction of a defiant retort. Armored soldiers came forward, muscular men who had replaced the Sapphire Guards. They surrounded the small imprisoning dome. A crew of anxious-looking workers brought the silver ring out of the museum chamber. Despite his proud demeanor and unshakable strength, Zod felt a chill. He wished Aether and Namek had indeed renounced him, so they wouldn't have to suffer the same fate. From where he stood, Zor-El activated the force field controls, and the small dome disappeared. Briefly freed, Namek was ready to hurl himself upon the guards and perhaps die in a hopeless attempt at escape, but General Zod touched the big man's arm and shook his head. The mute relaxed, complying with his master's wishes, as always.
Galeth said,
"Take one last breath of Kryptonian air. Smell the sweetness of freedom that you are leaving behind."
Zod spat at them. He glared out at the crowd, focusing his anger on the one person he hated the most.
"Jor-El, we could have saved Krypton. We could have led these people out of their own stupidity, but you betrayed me. You betrayed them. You doomed them all. I could have made this into a world that my father would have admired, but you and all future generations will pay for your short-sightedness. This is on your head, Jor-El, your conscience. I curse you for that. I curse you and all your descendants."
Jor-El stood coolly, as if he were actually proud of what he had done, and he made no reply. Ignoring his rant, the guards took Aether by the arms. When she struggled, they seized her legs as well, and carried her bodily toward the silver frame that enclosed absolute emptiness. Zod grew wild, feeling the last shreds of his long-cultivated control slough away.
No!
They threw Aether into the blank plain, and she vanished instantly, to become only a flat, disembodied face filling the zone. Next, it took 5 men to push Namek into the singularity. Finally, the guards came for Zod. With every fiber of his being, he wanted to fight, to scream and shout, and not allow these hated people a moment of victory. However, he knew he could not escape the guards, the howling mob. Even if he broke away, they would hunt him and kill him like an animal. And if he kicked and thrashed, forcing them to pick him up bodily and throw him into the phantom zone, he would only appear childish, humiliated, and worse, impotent. He was Zod, General Zod, and he could never allow himself to look powerless, especially in front of these people whom he despised. By taking control of the situation, he placed himself in charge for one last time. Better yet, he snatched the power and authority from these weaklings who had betrayed and defeated him. He had only one possible option, and Zod vowed to do this on his own terms. His own terms. Let historians record this ending with awe. Unexpectedly, he spun and broke away. Rather than allow his enemies to touch him, not accepting their punishment, he had only one place to go. With a last glare of hatred directed toward Jor-El, General Zod dove headfirst through the silver rings. He heard surprised and outraged shouts from the throne room, until absolute infinite nothingness swallowed him up. Chapter 81. In the middle of the Square of Hope, the broken statue of Zod lay like a stone corpse covered with dark fabrics. The Provisional Council would soon find some way to dispose of it permanently. The public would not feel satisfied until the offensive relic was destroyed. In their wild and relieved celebrations, the people also turned their anger against any reminders of the old dictatorship. Individual vandals, as well as larger mobs, targeted other examples of civic artwork Zod had commissioned. Lara was helpless to prevent them from defacing the intricate mosaics, sculpture walls, and elaborate murals she had so meticulously designed. "Stop this desecration!" She tried to push her way to the largest mural wall, moving awkwardly because of her pregnancy. "It's art!" "It's propaganda for Zod, and we have had enough of that," someone snarled at her. "Propaganda? Just look at it! What's left of it?" But they refused to accept that even the most straightforward images did not contain subliminal ideas in support of the overthrown government. Her words went unheeded, and the rampant destruction continued. Offended on her behalf, Jor-El demanded to speak with Tyrus, who seemed to be in charge of the provisional government, but the man made obvious excuses not to see him. The scientist finally barged in, appointment or no appointment. "Why would you let vandals destroy my wife's artwork? They're scenes from history. Lara designed them herself." "But Zod commissioned them," Tyrus answered impatiently. "We want no leftover reminders of that regime. Can you blame the people? It's better to simply start fresh. If your wife would like to submit alternative designs to our cultural committee, she is welcome to do so." He seemed to think he was doing her a favor. "However, we have many eager craftsmen who wish to contribute. Your wife may have been General Zod's pet artist, but she will be on equal footing with the rest of our people from now on." Jor-El stiffened. "Why would you punish Lara? I don't understand your attitude at all. We are only trying to help." "Really?" The man seemed on the verge of saying much more, but then insisted that Jor-El leave. "I have more important things to do than listen to your complaints." Striding through the streets, Jor-El next encountered Gelex, surrounded by a group of advisors. The advisors looked up, startled, when the white-haired scientist stepped forward. "Gelex, who should I speak to about all the technologies Zod hid in his secret chamber? Krypton might still benefit, but only if someone with a proper vision applies those theories in a constructive way. I could be of service on such a committee." Gilix was surprisingly cool. His bald pate flushed pink, and the tips of his long mustache quivered.
"That won't be necessary. We have others to perform that task."
"But who would be better suited?"
"Someone who wasn't the right-hand man of General Zod."
For a moment, Jor-El was speechless.
"I helped overthrow Zod. Without me, you would still be inside the Phantom Zone."
Gilix cut him off.
"Without you, the Phantom Zone would never have been created in the first place."
The remaining pieces fell together for Jor-El, and now he saw why members of the provisional government were rebuffing him.
"Thank you for your time,"
he said in a clipped voice and stalked away. Though he didn't turn around, he could sense Gilix and his advisors watching him. Lara was infuriated when he told her what had happened. "They're distorting history. That's exactly the sort of thing Zod wanted me to do and I refused. How can the new council want to make the same errors? They're as bad as the general himself." Jor-El shook his head.
"They will never see it, and you gain nothing by making such claims."
As he sensed the direction the political winds were blowing, he realized that he himself might end up being a scapegoat.
"They want our world to be exactly as it was before the loss of Kandor, but they've forgotten that the old Krypton wasn't perfect by any means. I thought we would have learned something from all that has happened."
Chapter 82. After so many nightmarish months, Jor-El wished he could just go home to his peaceful estate, pursue his own interests, and wait for the birth of his son. It wouldn't be long now. Lara couldn't agree with him more. "I want our baby to be born in the manor house." But with the new government being formed, Jor-El could not simply abandon the people and leave the course of Krypton's future to chance. He wanted to make certain the new leaders learned from the mistakes and did not fall into the backward thinking of the old council. He suspected that the provisional government was already stumbling down the wrong path. He'd had no interest in politics before, but now he had a chance to change the direction of society. Despite his reservations, he was willing to become a guiding force so that Krypton would look ahead, explore the universe, and become part of galactic society, just as Donadon had invited them to do. In the sky overhead, Rao continued to swell and churn, erupting with more spectacular flares than had been recorded in centuries. The turbulent red sun concerned him, and it had been far too long since he had sent up a solar probe rocket. Perhaps he could convince the new leaders to take long-term action and prepare for Rao's eventual demise. He had already shown his proposed Arkship plans to Noton, and the other scientist had gone wide-eyed at the very prospect of evacuating an entire planet. 2 days later, inside the refurbished government palace, Lara sat with him in the front row as the provisional government met to formally establish a new council, choosing representatives from cities across the continent. Tyrus sat at the head of a long table with 10 empty chairs. He acted as the de facto head of the proceedings and seemed to accept his role as a matter of course. He was the son of old Julius, and he had suffered greatly for standing up to Zod. Jor-El knew the others would find the man comforting. Because of his ordeal in the Phantom Zone and his track record of being one of Zod's first and most outspoken detractors, Gilix also accepted a seat. In what was almost certainly a measure of sympathy for their similar suffering, 4 more of the prominent dissidents recently released from the Phantom Zone were also elected. As their names were called, the 4 came forward to take empty chairs at the council table. For their parts in the great battle that had overthrown Zod, Oram, Korthor, and Galeth also accepted seats on the new council. Jor-El was surprised when they offered the next seat to Noton. Though he was a former member of Zod's Ring of Strength, they found the other scientist acceptable because of his notable resistance to the general's dangerous orders. Noton didn't seem to have expected the appointment either.
"And for our last seat on the new council, we are proud to nominate Zor-El from Argo City,"
Tyra said. Although he was glad for his brother, Jor-El was perplexed and concerned that they had brushed him aside. Zor-El stood from his bench in the speaking hall, his face etched in deep thought. He held his left arm out in front of him, contemplating the burn scars there. I have had experience with the cumbersome nature of the old council. By requiring that even the simplest votes be decided by consensus rather than a simple majority, many important, if controversial, matters died without resolution. We can no longer run Krypton this way. You all know it." He looked around the gathered representatives and nominees. Galeth grumbled, then nodded his head.
"Dramatic change has been forced upon us. We may as well make the best of it."
Oram, the mining industrialist, gave a brief and loud burst of applause.
"I agree. If I ran my companies the way the old council ran Kandor, I'd never get anything done. Let's make a change for the better."
"I propose that decisions be made by a simple majority on the new council," said Korthor. "It's the only way we can move forward." Tyros frowned as if the very idea of such a major shift pained him, but he saw the mood in the room and grudgingly nodded.
"Are there objections?"
No one raised any issues.
"So that decision at least is unanimous. A simple majority, 6 votes out of 11, will decide matters under debate. Now, Zor-El, please join us at the council table so that we can begin our first session."
The dark-haired man flashed his brother a mischievous smile. "But I did not accept the position you offered, Tyros. Argo City is more than one man could wish to rule, at least this man. Now that the protective dome has been deactivated, I have 5 bridges to rebuild, along with agricultural fields that were trampled by Zod's army, and a whole sea-harvesting industry to restore. Thus, I regretfully decline." The new council members could not have been more surprised. After a moment of uproar from the table and the audience, Zor-El shouted until they listened to him. "But I nominate my brother Jor-El to take my place. No one has done more for Krypton in the past tumultuous year than he has. You should have granted him the very first seat on the new council." Jor-El felt a wash of gratitude. Everyone in the audience was looking at him. Then he was completely taken aback by Tyrus's venomous reaction.
"Impossible. Jor-El collaborated with our greatest enemy. He provided General Zod with terrible weapons. You all heard Zod during his trial. Without Jor-El, that evil dictator would never have come to power." Gelex interrupted the tirade with one of his own. "Jor-El created the Phantom Zone, where so many of us were trapped. None of us can forget that. For that one act alone, he should never be forgiven. And he built the Rao beam that destroyed Borga City, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of innocents," said another one of the former Phantom Zone prisoners on the council. "You assisted him, Zor-El, but that vile invention was his own creation, was it not?" Oram added in a low voice, "As I recall, wasn't he also responsible for the death of the alien visitor in the first place? That's what set in motion this whole chain of events." "Brainiac stealing the city of Kandor," Tyros began, his face red. Noton interrupted, his voice sounding nervous. "Excuse me, but you can't blame Jor-El for that. Donadon's race had nothing to do with the arrival of Brainiac." "Can we be sure of that? Zod is the only one who told the story. Who could believe anything he said?"
Zor-El shook his head. "Already you prove my case. If I had any doubts about declining your invitation to join this council, you have just dispelled them all. Are you delusional? Have you forgotten?" But Jor-El rose slowly to his feet, gesturing his brother to silence. "I can speak for myself, Zor-El." He turned to face the council table, with its prominently empty chair. He took a step closer. "Yes, I was there at the beginning, and I cooperated with Commissioner Zod to save the people at Kandor." Feeling heat flood his face, he stared at the 10 seated members one at a time. "Where were the rest of you? Any of you? Kandor was gone. Our planet was under threat of another alien attack, and Zod was trying to save people and defend Krypton. Of course I helped him. Many good citizens came to offer aid in whatever ways they could. Donadon was my friend, and his death was an accident. Or maybe not entirely an accident. I found evidence that Zod himself may have been responsible for the explosion." "For what possible reason would he do that?" said Gelex in a scornful voice. "To throw the old council into a panic so that he could more easily seize power." Jor-El began to address their other accusations one by one. Yes, the Rao beam was my own invention. My brother and I used it to relieve the pressure in our planet's core. I could not prevent Zod from seizing it as a terrible weapon, but I did sabotage the Rao beam generator and stop him from ever doing it again. Where were the rest of you? Because I could not make Zod see the threat of the oncoming comet, I reprogrammed the Nova Javelins to destroy Lothar's hammer, rather than Argo City or any other city on Krypton. Thus I saved our planet yet again. He found he was shaking with anger. And still you doubt my motives? I am the one who brought about General Zod's downfall. I set the trap to imprison him in a force field, allowing the rest of you to take Kryptonopolis. He let the moment of silence hang, and then said, Therefore I accept the nomination to become a member of the new council. I will continue to devote myself to the betterment of Krypton, as I have always done. Zor-El applauded as his brother walked defiantly toward the last empty seat at the council table. Noton also clapped, and a smattering of applause rippled through the audience. Oram, Galeth, and Korthor, who had accompanied Zor-El on his march against Kryptonopolis, shrugged and also agreed. Tyrus and Gilex looked decidedly uncomfortable as the ivory-haired scientist sat at the long table. Finally, the new head announced,
Very well. This council is in session.
Chapter 83. The day after the new government was formed, Zor-El bid farewell to his brother and Lara. Jor-El said, Are you sure you won't stay with us until the baby is born? You'd be perfectly welcome back at the estate, far from all this turmoil. Oh, that's more tempting than an offer to sit on the new council, but I must decline. He let out a good-natured sigh. Our father asked us to have children, remember? How am I ever going to have a son or a daughter if I never spend time with my wife? Jor-El laughed. I trust that's a scientific problem you can solve for yourself. When the council called its first official meeting, all the people of Kryptonopolis were encouraged to attend in person, or to watch the proceedings projected on the facets of the giant crystal towers, to which Jor-El and Noton had restored power. Determined, Jor-El took his seat at the end of the long table, though he still felt awkward and unwelcome there. At least half of the council members looked askance at him, especially those who had been imprisoned in the Phantom Zone. He could understand their resentment. His own ordeal in that empty dimension had been extremely disorienting and unpleasant, and he had been trapped there only a few hours. These others had been lost in the void for months. And General Zod would spend the rest of eternity on the other side of the singularity. Zod was the one to blame, not Jor-El. Lara arrived early enough to get one of the front seats so that she could see her husband. Even with her extremely rounded abdomen, she remained graceful and beautiful, though the hard bench seemed uncomfortable for her. Giving him an encouraging smile, she squirmed to find a better position. Jor-El had already requested a leave of absence from official business so that he could take Lara away to the estate. She was due very soon, and the doctor, Kirana too, had offered to be available for the delivery. Jor-El realized he hadn't even been given an agenda for this session, but Tyrus began the meeting, sounding ponderous. To take the first step forward for a new Krypton, we must sweep away the ashes of the past. He looked around him. 5 members and I propose a symbolic gesture, but symbols are important. The Phantom Zone is a dangerous object, and it must be destroyed so that it is never misused again. He looked very pleased. 6 of us have already held a vote, and so we carry a majority. He looked over at Noton, Oram, Korthor, Galeth, and Jor-El. We would, however, be pleased if the decision were unanimous. The others were taken aback, even affronted at the sudden blatant partisanship. How can we vote? Cried Korthor. We haven't even heard your proposal yet.
This is not the way our business should be conducted,
Galeth said in a more cautious voice. Even in the audience, muttering could be heard. Gilex looked very satisfied with himself. Previously, council business required all 11 votes to be carried. Now, because of the motion introduced by Zor-El and approved unanimously,
We need only 6 votes. Tyrus said, "We have much business to complete, and we felt this was a swift and efficient way to proceed, rather than waste time in debate when we already had the votes necessary." Jor-El was greatly disturbed, not just because of the blatant political machinations, but because of their misconceptions about the underlying science. The council members didn't understand what they were suggesting or how to implement it, which wasn't possible. He looked down the table to face the others. "Excuse me, but no matter how many votes you manage to find, the Phantom Zone can't be destroyed." Gilux shouted him down with surprising vitriol. "We've had enough of your corrupted technologies, Jor-El. You can't change our minds. Wiping out the Phantom Zone, your Phantom Zone, is the only way we can restore hope," Tyrus added, only slightly calmer. "This act will also guarantee that Zod and his cronies never escape." Jor-El shook his head, not rising to the level of insults. "I didn't advise against it. I'm simply stating a fact. The Phantom Zone is a stable singularity, a hole into another universe. It cannot be destroyed, no matter how much you may want to do so." The audience members began to grumble. "Thank you for your insight, Jor-El," Gilux said, his voice like ice. "But I'm certain we can find a way. We don't need your help." "The vote has already been carried," added one of the former Phantom Zone prisoners. "Time for the next item of discussion." Sighing, Jor-El saw that he would not win the argument. Sadly, he realized that this would likely be how the new council often conducted business. He turned toward Lara, searching for a friendly face, and was astonished to see her hunched over, her face clenched in pain. Both of her arms were wrapped around her stomach. He jumped to his feet from behind the table. "Lara, what is it?" She tried to reassure him with a smile, which didn't convince him at all.
"The baby. Labor contractions."
He hurried around the table to the first row of seats, not caring that he caused a disturbance. Tyrus called for order in a scolding voice. Jor-El grabbed his wife's arm. "We've got to get you out of here. I'll find the doctor."
"Don't overreact."
She clamped her teeth together and sucked in a quick, hissing breath.
"I'm sure we have time. But you'd better get me to the estate soon."
Forgetting about the stubborn council, ignoring the looks and the whispered comments from others in the benches, Jor-El ushered his wife out of the chamber. The meeting would have to continue without him. At the moment, he had far more important concerns. It was the happiest moment in her life, and the perfect ending to a long, dark string of events. The birth of a baby son, healthy and strong. Once back inside the manor house, Lara retired to their bedchamber as her labor progressed. The female doctor hovered inside the room during Lara's hours of contractions. Jor-El held his wife's hand the whole time. Afterward, though Lara was exhausted and drained, her amber hair streaked against her face with perspiration, Kirana too insisted it was a relatively easy delivery.
"So typical. You barely needed me here."
Lara lay back in the bed and held her baby in the crook of her arm, biting back several choice comments for the humorless doctor. Jor-El's chef had returned from serving the masses in Kryptonopolis, clearly disgusted with how his master had been treated by the council. Froda wanted to settle down at the estate again, where he could worry about nothing of greater consequence than his sauces, braised meats, roasted vegetables, and spiced fruits. To do his part for Lara, he had studied traditional records and developed a special fortified soup that would help the new mother regain her strength. The next morning, Lara insisted she needed fresh air. Holding the baby, Jor-El walked slowly with her out to the open porch, where she could smell the fragrant breezes and look out over the flowers, the fresh-cut purple lawn, and the splashing fountains. Resting in a comfortable chair, she cradled the infant in her arms. He was wrapped in a red and blue blanket, sent to them by Karis from Yar-El's old possessions. Jor-El stared in wonder at the little boy's face. After so many astonishing events, I never imagined that the high point of my life would come so unexpectedly.
"Unexpected? You've known for almost 9 months you were going to be a father."
But I didn't know it would feel like this.
Before, it was always a theoretical proposition.
You and your theories, Jor-El, she teased.
But this one has struck me here.
He put a hand to the center of his chest.
I can't explain it.
You don't need to explain it. Just feel it. That's what I've been trying to show you all along. He gave her a bittersweet but satisfied smile.
I vowed that our son would be raised in a better world, and I intend to keep that promise. I'll see that our boy reveres truth and justice.
The infant's blue eyes were open and clear, and Lara was sure he was studying his parents. She wondered if he would remember this moment. Truth and justice, Lara mused. Remember the obelisks, the paintings I made to symbolize the most important facets of our race?
Yes, you used Kalik to symbolize truth and justice. I felt a lot like him when I stood up to Zod.
Jor-El looked at her, and they were both considering the same thing.
So, you think Kal is a good name?
I think it's a perfect name for our son. Kal-El.
Who am I to disagree?
He bent down and kissed the baby. He had dark hair, with a small but persistent curl at his forehead.
Welcome to the world, Kal-El.
Giving his wife a tender kiss, he took little Kal in his arms and held him. Chapter 84. Jor-El retreated from public view for a few days after the birth of his son. At home, he doted on baby Kal-El, savoring the delights of watching him discover small marvels, like holding his parents' fingers, splashing in warm bathwater, and making experimental sounds. Jor-El wondered if Yar-El had experienced the same simple pleasures after his 2 sons were born. Jor-El returned to his laboratory and revisited the many half-finished projects he had abandoned over the years. As a scientist, he couldn't simply stop the ideas from coming into his head. Zod's Commission for Technology Acceptance was forever gone, but Jor-El expected no more openness from the new leadership, even though he was part of the council. The 6 Old Guard members could always vote down his suggestions. Though some of his fellow council members blamed Jor-El for their troubles, others respected him just as much for what he had done in the past. He was Jor-El, and he did not care about glory, wealth, or fame. Since Lara was recovering well and the baby was healthy, he knew he had to return to Kryptonopolis and get back to work on the council. Many of the members were the older sons of entrenched noble families that had been disenfranchised by Zod's iron regime, and they were likely to idealize the old stagnant ways. Without his guidance, he dreaded some of the decisions they might make. Before he could leave home, an urgent message from Noton and Oram shattered the calm. In Jor-El's absence, many scientific responsibilities had been shifted to the other scientists' shoulders, and Noton was the first to admit he felt inadequate to bear them. On the communication plate, the 2 men stood close to each other, their images clear.
"This isn't a social call,"
Oram said gruffly, scratching at his newly cut hair. Noton seemed almost frantic. "The council just issued an edict banning all of your supposedly dangerous technology, Jor-El." He felt a cold wave of disgust. He had already been afraid of dark and reactionary days ahead.
"Just how do they define dangerous technology?" "Anything invented by you, presumably."
Oram shook his head.
"Since they don't understand any of it, they don't want to take the risk."
"I wasn't there for the vote," Jor-El said. "I didn't hear any of the discussion. I wasn't given a chance to speak on my own behalf. I will demand a reopening of the debate." "Your vote wouldn't have made a difference," Noton said. "Tyrus has his majority of cronies, and he means to demonstrate how different he is." Now Jor-El did not try to hide his anger. "They already destroyed my wife's art in Kryptonopolis without a valid reason. Now they mean to erase everything I've done? They can't just delete me from the historical record. Surely I have more supporters than that. How could they forget so quickly?" "Right now, people are afraid to speak out," Noton said. "The council is still vigorously rooting out any remaining supporters of Zod, and no one wants to fall under a veil of suspicion."
"We could bring Zor-El back to stand by you,"
Oram suggested.
He won't put up with this nonsense. He never should have gone back to Argo City.
I'm coming to Kryptonopolis. Maybe I can sway them in the next official meeting. I can't ignore this. It's more urgent than that, Noton interrupted. You already know that the Council means to destroy your Phantom Zone. Tyrus and Gilix are irrational about it. Korth Or and Galeth both debated with them, but the Six won't change their votes. Jor-El replied with a sigh.
But they can't destroy it. I've already explained that.
Noton was trembling as he spoke. Tyrus has decided to throw the silver rings down the shaft in the crater of Kandor. He thinks the magma should get rid of the Phantom Zone well enough. I'm not certain about my physics, but I fear that... Jor-El reeled backward, feeling as if a tall dam had just shattered and a wall of foaming white water was rushing toward him.
But if they do that, it will sink to the very core. The Council members don't understand what they're doing. They never have. The consequences could be devastating. They've made up their minds, Jor-El,
Oram said gruffly.
Tyrus has already taken the Phantom Zone up to the crater.
The valley around Kandor was black and devastated, the once beautiful landscape now a vast leprous scar. Lava boulders lay scattered everywhere, as if a giant had tossed a handful of black crumbs across the ground. A smoky haze hung in the sky, trapped by an atmospheric inversion. At the edge of the crater, Jor-El disembarked and let the floating vessel drift. He began to scramble along the steep rock-strewn path. The group of determined council members had already picked their way down. Tyrus, Gilix, and the other 4 council members who had been imprisoned in the Phantom Zone were clearly determined to undertake this ill-advised action. Work crews had cleared away part of the hardened lava pillar left behind by the eruption, exposing the shaft sealed off by Zor-El's protective field. The containment barrier held the still pressurized magma below the surface. The somber, self-important men stood next to a large object covered with a draping fabric, the silver rings enclosing the Phantom Zone.
Wait!
Jor-El sprinted across the hellish ruins of the crater floor, waving his arms. When he stumbled and cut his palm, he ignored the blood running down his hand.
Stop! You must not do this!
Armored guards blocked his way. They seized Jor-El's arms, but he continued to throw himself forward.
Let me go! I am a member of the Council!
He pulled free.
Do not put the Phantom Zone into the shaft. You'll never stop the after effects.
The 6 members of the new council looked at him with exasperation and resentment.
Once again, Jor-El threatens us with his science,
Gilix sneered.
This is the truth. You are about to cause an irrevocable disaster.
Tyrus screwed up his face into an expression of extreme distaste.
Obviously, he doesn't want us to destroy the Phantom Zone. Either he has an overweening pride in his own work, or he has an insidious plan to use the rings.
One of the other 4 said, Maybe he wants to release General Zod. We can't let him do that.
Ask any of your own scientists if you don't believe me. Ask Noton or Zor-El.
Tyrus, my brother is your friend. At least talk to him first, but listen to somebody. The guards stopped him again when he tried to push forward, so he kept shouting from where he was, desperate to get through to them.
The Phantom Zone is a singularity. It's an opening into another universe. I created it by using a great concentration of energy, and it feeds on energy. If you throw it into our planet's core, the singularity will have more than it can possibly consume. It will grow, and it will keep growing. You'll never be able to stop it.
Gilix rolled his eyes.
Jor-El is predicting the end of the world, again.
Jor-El's knees went weak. Even though time and again he had been proved right, no one believed him.
I'm begging you, at least consider what I have said. If you do this, there's no turning back.
2 of the men removed the fabric to expose the silver rings and the flattened, furious faces of Zod, Namek, and Aether, trapped in the empty dimension. Tyrus smiled.
We have pushed the lava down into the shaft using Zor-El's barrier. We'll drop the Phantom Zone in, cover it with another energy field, and dump these rings into the depths, where no one can ever retrieve them.
He let out a long, slow sigh.
Zod will be gone. The Phantom Zone will be gone.
and we can all breathe easily again."
Jor-El thrashed and struggled, but he could not stop these foolish, naive men from carrying the object toward the deep hole. He let out a last cry as they placed the silver rings into the protected shaft, and he caught a final glimpse of General Zod's vengeful expression, snarling at them. Pleased with themselves, the council members switched off the lower field, releasing the singularity into the fiery lava core. The phantom zone disappeared into the blazing pit. When it was entirely too late, the armored guards released Jor-El, and he sank to his knees on the sharp black rocks. He began to calculate how much time remained before Krypton destroyed itself. Chapter 85. In the few weeks since defeating General Zod, Argo City had made tremendous progress. One of the severed bridge spans was temporarily repaired so that mainland traffic could cross the bay to the peninsula. Zor-El began to feel that his city was thriving once more. He had real hope again. Until Jor-El told him about what Tyrus and the others had done. Continuing solar flares caused bursts of static and signal breakup on the communication plate, but his brother's news was shockingly clear.
"I couldn't stop them, Zor-El. Every day, every hour counts now."
His brother's face was pale and distraught.
"The Phantom Zone is going to kill us all."
Jor-El sent a series of images and calculations. As it sinks to the core, the singularity will drain more and more energy from the mantle. When it reaches the critical point, the opening into the Phantom Zone will expand geometrically, like a huge, hungry mouth. It will swallow the entire core of Krypton instantaneously, leaving a great void. The remaining matter will suddenly collapse inward, and the shock waves will rebound. The whole planet will be blown apart. Zor-El brushed his dark hair out of his eyes, refusing to give up. "Then you and I will find some way to stop this disaster. We've got to."
"Take all my data. Please, find something I've done wrong. Show me my error."
Jor-El swallowed hard.
"I calculate that we have 3 days left."
As solar static threatened to disrupt the transmission, Zor-El stored the information. If Jor-El was right, no one and nothing could retrieve the singularity now that the Council had dropped it down into the shaft. And Jor-El was almost always right. After the signal broke up, he sat with Alora in his tower room, tugging at his hair and reviewing his brother's calculations. He racked his brain to think of some factor Jor-El had forgotten to include, some flaw in the initial conditions. But each result was as disheartening as the last. He tried to force the equations to yield different results. Every time he ran a simulation, he watched the singularity expand until it engulfed the core of Krypton. Then the whole planet collapsed and broke apart like an empty eggshell. "There's not even the slightest chance, Alora. Nothing. Jor-El rarely makes mistakes in his calculations, and he hasn't now." No errors. Less than 3 days. He wrapped his arms around his wife and pulled her close. Looking out across the sea, they held each other as darkness gathered. "What can we possibly do in 3 days? Even if we had all the resources of Krypton and the full cooperation of everyone in the world." He stroked her dark hair. "Do we even tell our people? My mother? Do we inform them all that they'll be dead soon? It could spark a worldwide panic. Maybe it would be better if we just allowed them a few more days of peace and happiness." Alora pulled back. "You can't do that, Zor-El. You've always trusted your people before, and they've always believed in you. They've put their lives on the line to support your decisions. You can't hide this from them. It's not right." When they told Karis, she agreed wholeheartedly. And so Zor-El issued his statement. Despite the late hour, gongs were rung. People came out to their balconies to listen. With his wife and mother beside him, Zor-El paraded solemnly down the long, flower-decked streets. Every time he took a step, he was acutely aware of the ground beneath his feet. Somewhere deep below,
A hungry monster was devouring the heart of the planet. He followed the whispering canals, breathed in the perfume of the beautiful plants, and announced with utmost sincerity that the end of their world was coming. Zor-El did not sleep, still struggling to find a solution, even a hint of a possibility, but he found very little hope to cling to. "I have the shield that I used to protect us from Zod. I can cover Argo City with a protective dome. We can hide under it and hope that it will make enough of a difference. My greenhouses could support our population for a long time, but what chance would we have? How can your golden dome, however powerful, save us when all of Krypton crumbles? What possibility is there that any of us will survive?" He bowed his head.
"Almost none."
Then he clenched his fist, struck the table, and looked up again with fiery eyes.
"But what other choice is there?"
She gave him a wan smile and repeated his words. "Almost none." Chapter 86. The huge telescope dishes stood as silent sentinels, still watching for now irrelevant threats from space. With Krypton's time slipping away minute by minute, Jor-El went to the distant early warning outpost, hoping for inspiration. The 23 receivers looked like gigantic flowers, their petals spread wide to drink electromagnetic signals. Soon they would all be swept away. Lara accompanied them out to the site, holding the baby as they walked toward the observation array. She refused to leave her husband's side, knowing they had so little time left together. Kal-El nestled in his mother's arms, looking at the sights around him, as if trying to see every detail of Krypton before it was too late. Jor-El whispered to his baby son,
"Kal-El, I am sorry that you'll never be able to grow up, never meet your potential. I wanted to give you everything, but I can't hold the world together for you."
Lara fought back tears. "It's not your fault, Jor-El. The other members of the council closed their eyes to the truth. They didn't want to see it.
They feared my knowledge rather than respecting it. Tyrus and the others were so tied up in politics and alliances and feuds that they couldn't imagine a man might speak the truth just because it's the right thing to do. And now their willful ignorance will kill them."
Noton, Oram, and Galeth, the council members who did believe Jor-El's dire prediction, begged him to suggest a project they could undertake, even something desperate and high risk, no matter how little likelihood it had of succeeding. Although their chances were vanishingly small, Jor-El gave Noton and his companions his old plans for the arc ships to be used if the Red Sun threatened to become an imminent supernova. Working with complete abandon, racing for their lives, a frantic army of engineers, builders, and other volunteers from all walks of life stripped down buildings and tore apart bridges, then used the structural girders, alloy plates, and curved crystal sheets as raw materials to build the vast vessels. Noton tried to cajole Jor-El to join them, promising him passage for himself, Lara, and his son, but Jor-El had done the projections, and he knew that there simply wasn't enough time to build such ships. He had to find another way. Standing at the base of the vigilant telescopes, Jor-El suddenly wondered if someone else might listen, even though the council had not. He could alter the big dishes in the great array, convert them into powerful phased transmitters, and shout a signal into the interstellar gulf, begging for aid, for rescue. But Krypton had only 2 days left. Even with a transmission spreading out at the speed of light, no rescuers could possibly hear him and respond soon enough. In the time remaining, Jor-El's call for help would barely reach the boundary of Rao's solar system. Even so, when he explained his idea, Lara suggested that he try. At least someday others would know what happened to us. Maybe our tale will save some other race from their own closed minds.
"Like the last message from Mars," he said.
John's may have been very much like you, Jor-El."
The plight of the lone Martian survivor had certainly wrenched his heart. He had never imagined Krypton's fate would be so similar, and so imminent. When Donadon had visited Mars, the blue-skinned alien had found only dust and the echoes of a lost civilization. If only he had Donadon's help now. At the moment, Jor-El would have welcomed a fleet of ships from the kindly alien's race. With those ships they might have... Suddenly his eyes flew open wide, and his heart began to pound.
Lara, we have to get back to the estate. There's a chance, a small chance, but only if I can do it in time.
He could barely catch his breath as the ideas thundered forward. With a shaky hand, he touched their baby's face.
Maybe I can save us after all.
The estate was quiet and empty. Jor-El had excused his few remaining servants so they could be with their families during the end. Only his chef stayed behind, claiming he had nowhere else to go.
This is my home. I'll stay here, if it's all the same to you.
Neither he nor Lara could complain. Jor-El hurried to the exotic, translucent tower his father had built. Inside, with an intensity brought on by desperation and hope, he plunged into work he had left unattended for far too long. All the components of Donadon's small spaceship sat in the middle of the tower room where Namek had brought them. Over the months he had made half-hearted attempts to reassemble the vessel, but the Commission had not given him much of the ship's framework or the non-essential pieces. Now he carefully catalogued and organized the components, separated according to mechanisms that Jor-El understood and those that remained unexplained. Alas, the unidentified pile was much larger than the other. When he had worked side by side with Donadon, Jor-El had learned much about the alien vessel, but the two had been intent on the needs of the new seismic scanner, not on understanding the details of the exotic starship. Now he had to do it himself. Kal-El rested comfortably in a crib Lara brought into the tower. Their time was now measured in hours, and Jor-El felt the oppressive loss of each second that slipped away. Every breath he took brought him one breath closer to his last. Red-eyed with weariness, Jor-El tried to decipher the alien engines and systems, relying on logical guesses. It would be impossible to manufacture other vessels like Donadon's to begin a mass exodus from Krypton, but if he was lucky and worked hard enough, perhaps he could reassemble and expand this one, placing the still functional components in a single ship. He remembered when Donadon had originally demonstrated the controls of the vessel, proudly telling him that the spacecraft was so sophisticated it could fly itself, explaining that its life support could adapt to other races. But Jor-El didn't know how anything worked. He couldn't unravel it in time.
I could install the heart of Donadon's small ship in the framework of a larger vessel, large enough for the three of us. He looked intently at Lara. Just the three of us. It might work.
What about the rest of the people on Krypton? Jor-El hung his head.
It's not possible, Lara. In my entire life, I've rarely admitted that. But this is one of those times. Do I save my family, or do I save no one? Those are the only two choices now.
Tell me how I can help. Lara assisted him, working herself to exhaustion helping him and taking care of their baby. There was no time for sleep. Froda kept them fed, but didn't ask what they were doing. Believing his master's conviction that the end was near, the chef found contentment in his daily routine. Jor-El took components from several of his enclosed personal vehicles, a dome from a floater raft, seats and cabin from a ground car, concentrated food supplies, medical kits. He needed to make a structure large enough for 2 adults and a baby, to last them for the unknown length of an interstellar voyage. Even the expanded ship would be cramped for an extended journey, and he had no idea how long their flight would be or even where they might go. But if Jor-El succeeded, then he, Lara, and the baby would be alive, at least for a little while longer. Alive. At the moment, that was the most Jor-El could strive for. Taking precise notes, Lara captured images of his every step to make certain he could put the components back together. Jor-El finished reconnecting the engines, the power source, the navigation grid, and the planetary databases. Those were the most important parts. Using a levitator crane, he installed the systems into the makeshift vessel he had constructed, a ship large enough to save the three of them. Though he tried not to, he continued to glance at the chronometer, feeling each moment drop away to vanish forever. He worked faster. Meanwhile, Lara tackled another important task. From the library on the estate, she began to load as much of Krypton's knowledge as she could cram into memory crystals. History, culture, legends, geography, and science. She couldn't save the planet herself, but she could save its essence. She included the long and detailed journal recordings she had kept for so many years, the story of Kandor, her romance with Jor-El, the dark reign of Zod. The ship would take not only the three of them, but also all the information they might need. With very little time remaining, Jor-El hooked up the engines and the power source to the large vessel. With Lara beside him, her expression hopeful and her faith in him complete, he tried to activate the systems. When nothing happened, he tried again. The power drain was too large. The sophisticated systems that had been precisely designed and calibrated for Donadon's small blue and silver spacecraft refused to recognize the much larger vessel built to accommodate Jor-El and his family. The rapidly assembled ship would not function. The engine readings flickered, powered up, but failed to reach sufficient levels. The navigation computers refused to recognize the new framework he had built. Everything automatically shut down. The ship would not function. Sweating, fighting down panic, Jor-El double-checked all of the systems, reconnected each component. But still nothing. He had made no errors that he could find. Donadon's ship was a marvel that even the alien explorer had not entirely understood. All of the components fit together in a pseudo-organic way, and Jor-El realized with a sinking heart that some part of the old vessel must have been a vital link in the chain. The exotic engines could not simply be pulled out and plugged into something larger. It was a disaster. The expanded ship would never fly. He slumped back, nearly knocking over one of his tables. Lara didn't have to ask him what had happened. She saw and understood. "You tried, Jor-El. We all tried."
"It isn't enough. There has to be some other way."
He wrestled with dismay and hopelessness for the better part of an hour, when he did not have an hour to spare. Finally, he came to a cold but necessary conclusion. He looked at his wife. "We'll take it apart, put the components back into a ship as close to the original size and shape that I can manage. They'll still function the way they were initially built. They have to."
"But the ship will be too small, Jor-El. It can't save all of us."
He drew a deep breath.
"No, but at the very least, it can save Kal-El."
Chapter 87. The red sun of Rao dawned on the last day of Krypton. The ground began to shake. All through the previous night, Jor-El hadn't been able to drive the vivid pictures from his mind, knowing what was happening at the core of the planet. For days, the Phantom Zone had swallowed more and more incandescent lava, and by now the singularity must be dangerously close to its critical point. Jor-El did not give up. Even though he knew the energy drain on the cobbled-together components was too great to accommodate 2 adults and 1 child, he refused to accept that he couldn't make it function. He needed to save Lara and the baby. He simply couldn't imagine or allow any other outcome. Working feverishly, he stripped out some of the systems, reduced the mass of the vessel's framework, and recalibrated the life support controls to work with 2 passengers. He and Donadon had crowded together in the original tiny vessel, but that had been only for a short flight from Kandor to his estate. He was willing to sacrifice himself in order to save his wife and child, but he must save them. Again, though, he could not succeed. While Lara watched, her face pale and drawn, he made a second attempt to power up the internal systems of the modified ship. She bit her lip, rocking the baby in her arms, and realized what he was doing.
"You're going to stay behind, aren't you? But you want me to go with Kal-El."
"You have to."
His tone had a ragged edge of raw desperation, and it allowed for no argument. Even so, the built-in generator systems could not power up to the bare minimum requirements. A tear slid down his cheek from reddened eyes as he just stared at the vessel, feeling as if it had betrayed him.
I can't do it. The only possible craft will be barely large enough to accommodate a baby. I can send Kal-El away from Krypton and pray the life support keeps him alive.
The very idea sounded hopeless.
But we can't send our baby out alone,
Lara said. Her voice was almost a moan.
He'll be helpless and lost. That is why I so desperately needed you to go along. I failed.
His whole body shuddered with the enormity of what he faced, what they both faced as parents.
But would you rather we didn't try? Would you rather we kept him with us so that we die together along with all of Krypton?
She shook her head. Her eyes sparkled with tears, but both she and Jor-El knew the answer.
No, he is our son. If there is even one chance in a million that he can survive, then we have to take it. I was sure you would say that.
He had faith in what Donadon's technology could do, and he clung to the slenderest hope that Kal-El would find a way to survive, a new place to call home, a people to accept him.
We will do what we have to.
Working swiftly together, he and Lara guided the new, much smaller starship out of the tower lab and onto the lush purple lawn. Constructed of a sturdy framework, inlaid with the toughest Kryptonian structural crystals, many of which he grew using his father's best techniques, the ship looked quite different from Donadon's. During the urgent restructuring, Jor-El had made last-minute improvements to accommodate all of the memory crystals, all of the items Kal-El would need wherever he went. The craft was as much Jor-El's design as the aliens, and the single life form, the baby, finally did not cause the safety shutdowns to engage. To his great relief, he saw that at last the power levels were stable. The engines functioned. There was a chance. Jor-El and Lara had spent precious moments on an important task, each recording their heartfelt wishes and advice into a special crystal, dictating letters that their son would hear one day. As he grew older, Kal-El would have only these few hints of who his real parents had been. It had to be memorable. With so much to say, Lara found herself at a loss for words when she recorded her message. Jor-El had struggled as well, reminded of how he had lost his own father to the forgetting disease, and how Jor-El had found the strength and focus, one last time, to record a poignant message sealed into the wall of his mysterious tower. How could Jor-El do any less for his own baby? Standing out in the open beside the small ship, Lara gazed around the beautiful estate, choked with emotion.
This is where we first met. This is where so much has happened. And now, here's where everything is coming full circle,
Jor-El said. The ground shuddered beneath them, a wrenching, disorienting twist that made the couple stumble. He and Lara caught each other, kept each other from falling. Jor-El knew it would only get worse, and swiftly. Soon they would have no choice but to send the infant away. Forever. After he had completed his frantic work on the new spacecraft, Jor-El then spent another hour poring over his calculations until his head pounded and his eyes ached. He had to be absolutely convinced he wasn't wrong, that there was no flaw in his reasoning. If he sent his innocent, helpless baby off into the unknown and Krypton did not explode, then he would never forgive himself for what he had done. Kal-El would be lost to them forever. Lara loaded the last few memory crystals into the strange hybrid ship, remaining brave.
Where will we send Kal-El?
He gave her a rare smile.
I think I found the perfect place.
She suddenly remembered.
Earth? That beautiful world near Mars. In Donadon's recorded images, those people looked very much like Kryptonians.
We can't tell exactly how different Kal-El will be from them. Simply growing up under a yellow sun may impose unpredictable physiological changes.
Who can say, but on Earth, maybe our son won't be alone. Maybe these people will accept him."
She forced strength in her voice. "At least it's a chance." When the crystal-inlaid ship was prepared, they had only to pack up the baby, say their farewells, and make sure that Kal-El got safely away before it was too late. The ground shuddered more violently than before, and Lara fell to her knees on the grass. The surface heaved, as if some monstrous subterranean thing were squirming, breaking free. The baby began to cry. These tremors were just the precursors. All of Krypton's continents were buckling, twisting as the world's interior spasmed. Froda came running out of the large manor house, still wearing his apron. Flour and cooking oil had spilled down his chest. The chef blinked as a jagged black crack snaked its way up one wall. Then, for reasons he must have considered urgent, he rushed back into the building. Jor-El shouted a warning, but his voice remained unheard as the load-bearing pillars buckled. The entire wing of the house fell in upon itself, burying Froda with his kitchens. In the Red Cliff Mountains, by the now abandoned Rao Beam outpost, the cliff sides cracked and avalanches slid down the slopes. House-sized blocks of stone broke free and tumbled into the valleys. The sky overhead became a turmoil of spoiled-looking clouds, dust and fire mixed with a fresh outpouring of gases from volcanic eruptions in the southern continent. Monster storms had begun to brew in the atmosphere, tumbling over one another as they raced across the landscape like unleashed hurakas. The whole engine of the planet's core shut down. On the nearby plains, the telescopes and observation arrays shuddered and groaned. Girders and support stalks snapped, and the broad dishes slowly collapsed to the ground, breaking apart and crumbling under their own weight. In control rooms, all the images crackled into static and went offline. Fissures split the grasslands, spreading like fanged mouths. The floor of the crater of Kandor swelled into a huge dome much larger than Zoro's force field cap, and then split like a festering blister. The reawakened lava geyser shot a pillar of liquid orange fire to the sky. A flat communication plate mounted on the curved wall inside Jor-El's tower laboratory crackled to life, sending an urgent transmission. Though he and Lara stood outside on the open lawn, Jor-El could hear the shouts and pleas of people begging him to help. But it was too late. As the ground heaved with another sharp shock, the tower twisted. A long, jagged crack shot up the side of the curved wall, and the communication plate tumbled over to shatter on the floor.
"It's time,"
he said to Lara, who clung protectively to their baby.
"We can't wait any longer."
Tears ran down her face, and Jor-El realized that he was weeping too. Lara wrapped their son tenderly in the blankets of their great house, the finest blue and red fabric emblazoned with the prominent symbol of Jor-El's family. "Kal-El, you have to go, or you'll die with us." She trembled, then straightened. This was their only hope. Now that the baby was to be the only passenger, they had outfitted the interior of the ship like a cradle, a protective nest that would be monitored by the aliens' life support systems. Kryptonian crystals surrounded the cradle, memory crystals with the cultural and historical recordings Lara had copied, the seeds of Jor-El's architectural crystals, and the crystals that held Lara's journals. As the last item, she placed the special crystal with messages from both of them in with the baby. "This is so you'll know we loved you, Kal-El." Lara gave her infant son a final kiss, brushing her lips against the delicate skin of his forehead. Her voice hitched as she said, "I wish you well on your new planet, Kal-El. I hope you find your way among the people of Earth. I hope you manage to be happy." The planet continued to tear itself apart.
"It has to be now,"
Jor-El said. Thunder in the sky competed with the cracking explosions and eruptions. The ground shook, and another split opened the wall of a nearby building, causing it to collapse.
We have to save him.
Lara desperately reached forward to touch the baby one final time. Suddenly thinking of his father's last utterance, Jor-El leaned in and whispered, "Remember." Then he took his wife's hand and drew her back from the ship so that he could close the hatch. Kal-El's blue eyes stared at his parents as the humming mechanism sealed the craft. The life support systems switched on, ready to provide warmth, food, light, air. With a whistling sound, 4 huge chunks of lava rock that had been ejected in a nearby volcanic blast slammed like bombs into the ground around them. One smashed entirely through the ceiling and skylights of the research building.
He'll be safe, Lara.
They stood bravely together, watching the starship's automated systems lift the craft gently off the ground.
He will be the last son of Krypton.
The levitating ship turned on its central axis until it locked onto its optimal trajectory. The crystals on its hull shone in the red sunlight. The craft paused for just an instant, and then it rose up and away from the ugly-looking storms that approached from the east and north. Lara caught her breath and reached upward in a final gesture of farewell. With a sudden flash of acceleration, the craft shot away, and Kal-El was gone. Chapter 88. To Zor-El, the impending loss of Argo City, of Krypton, made everything seem more beautiful, all details crystalline sharp, each memory vivid with meaning. His mother sat on a broad, flower-filled terrace and absorbed the world around her, all too aware of the approaching end. In a way, Karis seemed oddly contented. Zor-El said his goodbyes and left her alone. He wanted to walk with Alora through her greenhouses, to hold her one last time and just wait together. Zor-El had always been an impatient man, insisting on action rather than complacency, but now there was nothing left to do. He understood vividly what was happening far beneath his feet. He stood on a ticking bomb and could not find a way to defuse it. Another city might have reacted with wild riots, frantic last-moment hedonism, rampant vandalism, but Argo City was brave. The people had accepted the news with remarkable stoicism. He was proud of them. Zor-El and Alora had walked along the streets, enjoying the gardens that hung like verdant curtains from the balconies and walls. Unaware of the catastrophe about to occur, the blossoms spread their petals wide to entice flying insects to pollinate them. Every breath tasted sweet. Even with the solar storms, the red sunlight felt warm and nourishing. Zor-El's dark eyes sparkled with tears that he could not seem to shake away. Some stubborn fishermen had taken their boats out onto the water, as if this were any other day. Soon Zor-El would have no choice but to activate the force field dome, for whatever protection it might offer. It was likely to be a futile gesture, but it was all the protection he had to offer. He returned to his tower and watched the readings come in from his distant seismic devices. Deep in the core, the singularity must be on the verge of its sudden critical expansion. By the time the seismic signals reached his detectors, as soon as the acoustic waves could travel up through the mantle and resonate in the planet's crust, the fatal shock wave would already be on its way. As he watched, the needles jumped, shuddered, and went off the scale. His heart leapt in tandem with the traces. It's happened, Alora. Krypton's core just vanished into the phantom zone. He drew a deep breath. Our world is about to implode. Even now, huge portions of the interior were rushing to fill the void. The crust itself would crack and crumble, falling inward under its own immense gravity. Loud sirens shrieked through the city. People rushed back inside the perimeter that the force field dome would cover. Gondolas and powered sailing craft plunged through the city's canals to reach the protected area. Several large fishing boats, either unaware of the alarm or purposely ignoring it, remained where they were. Zor-El remembered how peaceful it had been that night out on the water with his wife, spreading their gossamer sails and drifting under the starlight. If the world was going to end, he could understand why those fishermen were content to spend their last moments out on the ocean. One final craft raced into the mouth of the largest canal. Sailors jumped from their small vessel and ran along the docks and up the stairs on the seawall. Their abandoned craft floated away. Zor-El was amazed at how swiftly the knotted black clouds converged overhead. The ground bucked and lurched, and the sea became suddenly stormy, stirred from deep below. Waves crashed into one another, building higher and stampeding toward the coastline. Already a series of enormous waves was approaching, much larger than the tsunami that had caused so much damage almost a year earlier. Waterspouts, giant pillars of silvery foam, whirled about, careening toward the coastline.
"I'm activating the dome."
From the control bank he powered the generators, and the crackling shield appeared, sweeping over the boundaries of Argo City like a huge umbrella and slamming into the ground. Now they were completely isolated. This shield had held against General Zod's weapons, but Zor-El had no way of testing or calculating whether it would be sufficient to save them now. And even if this chunk of land somehow managed to remain intact, how could Argo City possibly survive if all the rest of Krypton were demolished? The waterspouts circled like predators, searching for anything to devour. An assault of waves obliterated the small gooseneck of land connecting the Argo City Peninsula to the mainland, turning them into an island at last. Tidal waves raced toward them, as if pursued by some terrible demon. A waterfall appeared in a line across the ocean as the deep crust broke open, leaving an enormous fissure, an empty hole that all the seas of Krypton could not fill. The first line of giant waves stumbled upon the fissure and poured down into the inconceivable depths. As the ocean struck the hot magma, an endless army of cannons seemed to fire shot after shot. Another eruption vomited plumes of emerald-green lava, strangely altered minerals that proved to Zor-El that the transformation in Krypton's unstable core had continued even after he and his brother had released the pressure. He already missed Jor-El, and he wished he'd had the chance to see their newborn baby. Shortly before all communication cut off, his brother had told him his desperate plan to send the baby off to an unknown planet. Sadly, Zor-El wished he and Alora had had a son or a daughter of their own, if only for a few years. He wished many things, and now it was too late. A gargantuan wave crashed over the top of the protective dome, sending up spume and mist all around. Ironically, Zor-El saw a rainbow overhead, cast by Rao's bright light. The chunk of land holding Argo City rose above sea level, broken free as some force from beneath pushed them away. The catastrophe continued. Chapter 89. Kryptonopolis began to fall. The people in the glorious new capital had witnessed the loss of Kandor, then the rise and fall of the power-hungry Zod, but they could not grasp the magnitude of what was happening to them, to their world. Tyros called all members of the reconstituted council for an emergency session, but the handful who showed up merely sat at the table, struck with awe and disbelief. Noton, Oram, and Galeth had gone to pursue their own last-minute plan for survival. Thunder rumbled both from the sky and from the ground beneath their feet. As wide cracks opened in the newly paved streets, the remaining council members began to blame one another for not listening to Jor-El back when they could have prevented the disaster. The others had heard and ignored Jor-El's distraught pleas before throwing the Phantom Zone into the core shaft. Preoccupied with their own concerns, they had dismissed the warnings. They had not believed something so terrible could happen.
"Contact Jor-El again!"
Gilax wailed.
"Give him anything he wants. The council will support him now, so long as he tells us how to save ourselves."
"It is too late," Korth Orr said. "Can't you feel it?"
"It is never too late,"
cried Tyros.
"We are the people of Krypton."
But if even Jor-El couldn't save them, what chance did they have? The 5 rapidly grown crystal spires of Kryptonopolis began to shake. Fissures shot like lightning bolts through the transparent facets. Due to their accelerated growth, which Zod had insisted on, the crystalline towers had been unstable from the outset, filled with impurities and structural weaknesses. High turrets broke and fell under their own weight, sending a rain of razor-sharp fragments into the panicked crowds below. Those who could not flee swiftly enough stood transfixed as huge blocks of transparent stone fell down onto them and shattered on the ground with an explosive impact. On Lookout Hill outside of Kryptonopolis, the tallest spire which Zod had insisted on naming the Tower of Yar-El withstood the wrenching shock waves for several minutes longer than the other structures, but it too broke in half and collapsed in a sparkling blast. In the Square of Hope, the cover plates on the now empty Nova Javelin pits crumbled and fell inward like trap doors. Panicked Kryptonians dropped screaming into the pits. A zigzag split appeared across the center of the square, widening until it swallowed both halves of the fallen statue of General Zod. The dictator's carved stone face slid over the edge and vanished into the depths of the dying planet. Inside the government palace, the remaining council members wailed for help. Pillars buckled, walls slid down into rubble. Tyros finally shouted, though no one was listening,
"We were wrong!"
Moments later, the whole imposing building collapsed, burying them in an avalanche. Outside the city, the giant frameworks of half-completed arc ships trembled and thrummed, amplifying the tremors in the ground. Noton shook his head in sad dismay. There was no way he could get the work done any faster. The ships had been constructed with remarkable speed. His work crews had labored with a breathless anxiety, knowing their very lives were at stake. They had believed Jor-El's dire predictions. Using ready materials and structural components ripped whole from existing buildings, they had raced to erect the frameworks. 2 of the arc ships were mostly covered with metal plating, like the scales of a giant reptile, but their interiors were incomplete. The ships had no life support systems and scant food supplies. The teams had worked independently, chaotically, without an overall plan. Noton wept. 7 hours ago he had withdrawn all the construction teams and ordered them to focus all efforts on completing a single arc ship. Just one. With a powerful seismic shift, one of the frameworks shuddered, looking like the metal skeleton of an enormous prehistoric beast. Letting out a chorus of groans, one of its sides buckled. A girder gave way, pulling in hundreds of huge rectangles of hull plating to collapse in a roar of metallic thunder. Thousands of workers were trapped inside. Teams abandoned their posts, rushing to the rescue, hoping to pull the injured from the wreckage. A sharper quake knocked over a levitating crane. Another ship collapsed. Even the most secure armored compartments could offer no shelter from an imploding world. A wide, dark fissure tore the surface of the planet and swallowed the well-meaning rescue crews. More and more dirt and rock collapsed into the depths. Red and yellow sulphurous steam blasted upward from the hot exposed wound. With a shrieking cry of distressed metal, the last of the huge arc ships collapsed, slumping over next to Noton. The arcs, the last chance for him and all these people, would never fly. Jor-El and Lara watched the lone spacecraft dwindle to a speck in the sky until it finally vanished. Kal-El is safe. At least one of us escaped. Lara took his hand. And at least we're here together. Though Jor-El could conceptualize the scope of the disaster, the staggering number of deaths, right now his heart held only his wife and his son. A line of emerald-tinged lava gushed from a newly opened crack in the estate grounds. The plains were on fire from the initial eruptions. Whole mountains were being swallowed up. Holding each other, he and Lara watched the collapse of the structures around them. The milky corkscrew tower trembled and swayed. Jor-El was astonished by how much material strain the structure endured before it finally crashed down. Its apex grazed the side of Jor-El's main laboratory, bringing down another section of the building. The long walls shattered, ruining the ambitious murals that Lara's parents had painted. To Jor-El, it symbolized how easily Krypton's history was erased. Would anyone remember them? Out in the entire galaxy, would Krypton simply be forgotten? 11 of the 12 obelisk stones collapsed, dropping face down onto the purple lawn or the neatly manicured hedges. All of Lara's carefully thought-out artwork now fell into dust and shards. Feeling the ache in his heart, Jor-El realized just how much those works had meant to him. The last flat stone, the one containing the perceptive portrait of Jor-El with his finely chiseled features, white hair, and far-seeing gaze, toppled over. As the quakes increased in violence, giant sinkholes opened up. The manor house itself slid down into an ever-widening crater, and liquid fire sprayed higher and higher. Hot winds laden with ash and dust tore at them like a hurricane from hell. Jor-El and Lara held each other tightly. He caressed her face, her amber hair so beautiful as it danced around her eyes, her cheeks.
How I wish I could have had more time with you.
Her tears were gone now as she faced him in their last moments. The time we had was filled with as much joy as I could have asked for. I have no regrets. I love you. His blue eyes were clear, and even with all of Krypton in uproar around them, he saw only Lara, only her face.
I love you.
She seemed to glow in the red sunlight filtered through the sheen of his tears. He wanted this moment to last forever. He leaned forward to kiss her, shutting out even the catastrophe with their love. They closed their eyes, and the world ended around them. Chapter 90. The lone crystal-studded ship sailed off into space, escaping Krypton's atmosphere and leaving the dying planet behind. Inside the small vessel, a single baby, warm and protected in the blankets his parents had given him, blinked his innocent blue eyes. The crystals around him contained all the memories and knowledge of Krypton, though Kal-El didn't know it yet. He had few experiences, but they were sharp and bright in his hungry mind. Through circular observation panels, the boy could watch. Though he did not understand what he saw, the spectacle would be forever burned into his memory. With its core now gone, Krypton became a red and brown sphere laced with cracks of fire, like a partially extinguished ember. It began to collapse slowly, even gracefully, drawn together by the invisible hand of gravity, the empty rind of a fruit being crushed inward. When all of the infalling mass slammed together at the center, the shock waves set up an equal but opposite reaction. The mortally wounded world began to rebound. Broken shards of continents and the flying remnants of oceans tore apart what remained of the gauzy atmosphere. Krypton exploded with a flash of red and a flare of emerald green. Fragments hurtled outward in all directions. Even as Kal-El's ship raced onward, the vessel's hull resounded with hundreds of impacts. The automated systems compensated, taking evasive action, increasing speed. The remnants of the baby's dead planet cooled into a handful of strewn glitter in the icy void of space. The alien star drive activated, accelerating beyond light speed, rippling space and drawing much of the planet's debris into a vortex behind it. The ship raced away until Rao was no more than a very bright star in the firmament. Safe and alone, the last son of Krypton sailed toward a blue planet orbiting an average yellow star. Earth. Kal-El's new home. This concludes The Last Days of Krypton. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.